the beginning, there was nothing. And then there was the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
I gotta get away with this. No!
Say, man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man.
I don't have facts to back this up.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
That's true. Sometimes I cry.
Oh!
Lick my butthole, he laughed.
From the strangest corners of the internet, here to bring you opinions of the world from an altered perspective. Here are your hosts, the Drunken Peasants.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Drunken Peasants Podcast. It's episode 1168. It's Saturday bonus show. And we're back again. We got our Patreon guest, Josh, joining us again.
Welcome back, Josh.
Welcome back.
What's up, guys?
Aren't you mad that you weren't here for episode 1169?
A little bit.
That's going to be on Tuesday.
Damn, I wish I had thought of it. I love 69ing.
I know.
I'm going to put the Streamlabs link in the chat right now so everyone is aware and that they don't forget that we're trying to reach our goal before the end of this episode. Help us keep the streak alive. Every little bit helps. A couple bucks here and there throughout the show just keeps the train chugging along. So early tip train if you want to start one. We've got a lot of cool stuff coming up today. Trumpster Bob shit-talked us for like over an hour during a stream that he made. The thing is that Trumpster Bob likes to pause for like 2 to 3 minutes sometimes before he gets to the rest of his point. So I went in and chopped it all up and made it like so that there's almost no gaps. There's almost no pauses in it.
Is he lacking processor power?
Yes, yeah. He his bog disk is not writing correctly. It's one of those. It's not SSD. It's one of those old like platter drives. So those fail after a while. Keystone will make those discs fail.
The Georgia Keystones? Oh, those are the guide stones.
Yeah, those are the guide stones. I'm talking about Keystone Light, the shit that Bob fried his brain with. Usually okay, but when you drink like 50 of them a night, then there's a problem. So, yeah, here we are. Like the stream, everybody. We will get right into it. Just want to remind you guys to check out the audio version of the stream. There's extra content before most of the shows. It's always good to support us there. We run ads there too and get paid. And YouTube takes a way larger percentage of the ads than just downloading the podcast. And we don't have to worry about getting monetized or not. Every episode's monetized regardless of what we do in the episode. So, yeah.
Even if I say slurs. Everybody watching, it is true that I am very beautiful, and you can be beautiful as well just by acknowledging my beauty. So please acknowledge my beauty in the chat in the form of donations. Shower me with attention, and you too will be beautiful by proxy.
Okay.
10% per dollar.
It's a good deal.
We are going to move into the first segment. Here it goes. This is going to be great. You know what? Actually, I take it back. We may not be able to recover from this roasting that he gives us.
Are they gonna touch me?
I can tell Billy's nervous about the roasting because he's shaking
I'm
right
not
now.
nervous. I'm masturbating under the table.
He's shaking really hard right now, guys.
I'm shaking my
See how
fat,
he's going like
decent
that?
dick.
He's
You do
scared
that
of
too?
Trumpster Bob's roasting.
I'm just stroking it so hard right now.
Finally,
at the thought.
Bob's going to cause Billy to get
I
canceled.
actually helped
Busy.
Onicio on murder children. Like, I'm not worried
Here's
about Trumpster Bob.
here's Trumpster Bob.
Sometimes my enemy don't listen to my advice.
He's still
and they're the
shaking.
ones that end up paying the price. Like your fake ass fucking
Tip train.
Yay!
Let it rain.
drunken peasant motherfucker. Like, who the fuck is you? You think you could pull me into your fucking Discord and troll me like that? Well, shit was starting to go on. I don't know. I'm not gonna be in a goddamn group where I'm outnumbered 10-1.
I love how they act like being in an argument with a few people is equivalent to like getting jumped by a bunch of people.
Well,
it's not, especially when you're Trumpster Bob and you can. I know you want to disagree. I know, but when you talk over everyone like Trumpster Bob does, when you railroad everyone and just pretend like you don't hear them and railroad them the way he does, it doesn't matter if there's 10 or 50 of them. It's
the internet
an
equivalent
excuse.
of getting jumped by 10 people.
It's not.
You can't physically get jumped by 10 people on the internet, but you can be forced into defending your American values.
No.
And that's what
21,
Trumpster Bob has to do every time he goes into this libtard Discord called the Drunken Peasants Discord.
30-1. Is you fucking stupid?
30
You
to 1.
loser, trash bag, motherfucking drunken peasant.
I think there was like 5 other people in the call. I think there was like 6 people, maybe 7 people.
It's your
total.
word versus Bob's.
What do you
Well, I
mean?
guess-
It's on video.
I guess you and the other 30 people.
It's all on
versus
video.
Bob.
We
Poor
watched
Bob.
it on the stream.
Pieces of shit, motherfucking fat boys. Ain't seen your dick in 30 fucking years.
Yeah, I
wasn't in
haven't
this
seen.
call.
I haven't seen my dick since I was 11 years old.
I wasn't in this call that everybody else was in, so he must not be talking about me here.
Yeah.
So goddamn
No one's talking about you, Billy, but Billy.
fat. When you jack off, you can't even look down and see it when you got a hard on.
He said we haven't seen our dicks in 30 years.
You guys, yeah, I wasn't part of this call.
You got a little short dick.
No, he's talking about the drunken peasants, like us.
There's 30 of them
Short
he's talking
dick
about.
motherfucker.
I wasn't one of them.
Well, you're just pretending not to follow correctly then. That's fine.
That's not true.
That's why you're shaking.
Disagree.
I think I'm about accurate right there, Billy and Ben.
See?
I once accidentally jerked off my finger.
In fact, I think I'm dead on fucking target. The only reason you guys get laid is because Ben's got a nice house and he suckers
God.
women in there telling them he's a millionaire.
How did he figure this out? How did
you
he
don't
know
have a nice
this?
house
Who's
and
feeding
aren't a
him?
millionaire?
Yeah, who's feeding him intel right now?
Right. He's a rich motherfucker.
I wish.
And Billy, well, he's Ben's bitch. So he's got to go along with whatever Ben says.
Keep shaking, Billy.
But I'm here to tell everybody out there.
Ben, please don't make fun of my neurodivergence.
It's not. It's not.
It is my neurodivergence,
No, it's
and I don't
not.
appreciate
Has it been
I don't-
diagnosed?
I don't make fun of your
promo for actual
twitches.
mania. If
I
so,
make
he's
fun of my
doing the one
twitches.
I
that
don't.
The majority people do, directed at other people instead of his actual opponent.
Yeah, I don't know what he's thinking.
Does not have $1 million left to his name. Isn't that amazing?
I don't even have $1 million left to my name.
Isn't that amazing, Ben?
It's like 750.
You fucked it all off.
I don't want anyone else to know this, though.
We just uncovered a lying motherfucker that lies on his dick.
I lie on my dick. Listen to the explanation of how I lie. Because at first I thought he meant like I lie like perfectly flat when I sleep.
That's what he
like
said,
on
right?
top of my dick.
That's what he said.
But he means like I'm being dishonest about my dick.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's not like a pink fleshy boogie board that you slide around on.
No. It's like a Southern thing to say like when someone lies, they don't say you lied about me. They say you lied on me.
Yeah.
So he's saying I'm lying on my dick.
Yeah, that's cute.
Yeah.
You guys want to troll something? That's something to fucking troll. Ben lying on his fucking dick.
Why would you do that, Ben?
I don't know. It's the only way I can fall asleep is if my dick is like squashed flat.
You and your dishonest wiener.
Let me explain something to y'all. Ben don't even got a 5-inch fucking dick to his name.
Who leaked the pictures to Bob?
He don't. Got like a 4.5 incher at best.
4 3/4.
Oh my god.
Little tiny, skinny little thing
It
about
looks like an extra pubic hair.
this long. He calls a dick.
Have you
A
seen
dick.
Have you seen the subreddit for cosplay penises?
No, why would I?
People take their penises and they put them in cosplay. They have like Incredible Hulk penises and turtle penises, and it's very weird.
Yeah.
Very weird. I just found it last night.
So he don't get laid because of his dick size. Oh, no.
It's because I have a nice house and I lie about how much money I have. Yeah, we know.
You lie on your
also
dick,
lie about the size of your dick.
I
yeah.
lie on it.
You lie on your dick.
Because if a guy my dick size fucks a woman and she goes to him, she's going to be doing her best not to laugh at his fucking dick size.
Well, Bob, I know you're a friend of the show, so I hate to bring this up, but you're the only one with knife assault rape charges
Oh
on
my
your
God,
name.
dude. Why would you say that?
Well, I'm just saying,
God.
Ben.
But that's why he freaked out on Diesel.
I don't care. This is a fact. You lying on your dick is one thing, but you don't have knife assault rape charges on your name. Bob does.
Bob's literally here in the chat
Well,
right
Bob,
now.
I'm
You probably
talking about
pissed
the
him off
knife
again.
assault rape charges on your name. You better watch yourself, Papa.
Fat guys.
He's lying on his rape assault charges.
So here's the thing. Ben only gets laid because of his money that he don't got. But because he's got a nice house, he suckers women in there and think he's fucking rich. They give him a little fucking head and then they go fuck Billy for a while and then he throws them out. Then it's a rotate again. Let's go find our next goddamn victim.
Yes.
And that's exactly how they do their goddamn podcast bullshit show. I'm just not going to play them games, guys.
Oh, Bob, you'll play.
Not going to fucking
Do you
do
share
it.
your women with your guests?
You guys
You'll
try
do
to
it,
put
Bob.
me through hell so you can make fame?
Not just we got to get back up to
Fuck
$1 million,
you.
Bob. We're at $750,000 right now. We got to put it over the $1 million mark using your name, Bob. We're lying on your dick now. Let's see your fucking 24-inch python.
Right there. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck about your fame. Second of all, Diesel is not no fighter. Mr. M. Diesel
I don't know where he got the M from.
is the guy that will swing at you and hope you give up right away. But Mr. M. Diesel's problem is he's the kind of guy, when he runs in to somebody that really knows how to fight, they could be 86 years old and whoop his fucking ass. He's just one of them guys that's a natural born candy ass. He's a candy ass.
That's fucked up.
I can tell you that right now already. I'll fight goddamn Diesel any day of the fucking week. In real life. God damn it, let me tell you. He ain't about shit. And the Drunken Peasants want me to fight this guy so I could trump up their numbers or just argue with him enough. I don't got to argue with a guy on your behalf. I'll argue with a guy because the guy is a goddamn pussy.
Damn.
He's a pussy.
He's actually a weeb. There's a difference, Bob.
You can be both.
Well, he's not a pussy. He's a weeb.
He does not know how to fight. I will school this motherfucker. So if I know for a fact that I'm going to school that motherfucker if I ever meet up with him, then you got to ask yourself, why is the Drunken Peasants pushing this thing?
That's a good question.
Well, so they can have content. It's called content.
Bob is right about that. A broken clock is right twice a day, once in
I mean, he said you were my
once
bitch
in military
earlier.
time. Well, that's not true. I live rent-free in
So
your
he's
$1 million mansion.
Right, twice today.
I live rent-free in your $1 million mansion, Ben.
You don't live
Really
here.
don't.
I get all the girls right after you.
You know
warm
what?
them up for me.
I should start charging you rent for the bathroom because you spend a lot of time in there.
You're gonna need to make some upgrades. That bathroom is not a quality shitter.
Yeah, it was before you started punishing it on a regular basis.
Don't remember that.
Dude, it smells like a fucking zoo exhibit.
It's potpourri.
After you've been in, that's potpourri.
I wouldn't watch them from time to time. I do watch them from time to time because it's like watching a couple of fucking comedians.
He said it's like watching a couple of fucking comedians.
Yeah, I carry enough weight to make it look like two
sitting
comedians.
on a bunch of fucking huge, not a bunch, just a
Yes, you carry enough weight to look like two comedians.
one big fucking huge fucking dildo.
Could you imagine setting up a joke so easily and then Ben taking all the credit for what I just said?
This is my opinion.
Pathetic, Ben. This guy's... I need you to donate right now. I'm not even joking. Get us to the fucking goal. This show ends early tonight. It's going to be a bad one. I'm calling it right now. This is going to be the worst. This is episode 307, part 2. Okay? It's going to be fucked up. We got to go home early tonight or shit's going to go down.
This is how I picture the Drunken Peasants. I see Billy showing up for work and then Ben looking at him, putting his hand in the fucking can and pulling out a handful of fucking lube. And looking at Billy, and then Billy doing the same thing with his left fucking hand. He reached over and got a handful of fucking lubricant.
He must have hacked my security cameras.
Gel, and both of them lubricating their
lube always comes in a can.
Buttholes up real.
Does Bob just use
good.
Crisco?
And then sitting on some big, fat, fucking dildos. And then starting the fucking live stream. As podcasters, that is exactly how I picture Ben and Billy. Doing a full goddamn live stream with a fucking dildo stuck up their goddamn fucking tailpipe.
Yeah, that's how you
Now, I'm not
connect the
saying
network,
they do
Bob.
that every live stream. I'm just saying they do that whenever Billy feels like doing it.
Hold on.
And no matter how
I always wonder why.
Whenever he feels like doing it?
Yeah,
Billy
Ben.
feels. Well, Ben feels that way. He wants to do it. Billy's gonna have to fucking do it because, see, in that relationship, Billy is the employee. Without Ben, he got no income.
Yeah, it's true, but Ben doesn't pay me enough to take shit up my ass.
It means
How much more?
How much more?
Billy
A lot.
is the bitch in that relationship. Billy shows up to work.
You raped a woman with a knife, Bob.
Oh my God.
You've never been right about anything in your fucking life. You're delusional. Fuck off.
First words out of his morning are, "Oh, good morning. I finally got me a cup of coffee." He'll be drinking his first cup of coffee, setting it on the table, looking at Ben, and he won't even say it. He'll just walk over to Ben, set him down on a chair, and try to unbuckle his pants just so he can suck Ben's fucking dick first thing in the morning. It's more important than his fucking coffee. That's what.
Don't drink coffee either, Bob, you dumb shit.
We're never here first thing in the morning, too.
Very rarely.
I'm claiming that Ben gets at least 1 or 2 fucking nuts prior to every single fucking podcast that they
Why
do.
does what
Period.
a bizarre fantasy?
Ben likes it. He lay back and let that motherfucker bob up and down on his fucking little 4-inch pecker all day long. Hey, the guy, he's deep throating that motherfucker.
Bob's imagination is so disgustingly perverse. I'm wondering if before Bob got charged with convicted of raping a woman with a knife, if something happened to him when he was little, because his mind is so messed up. Bob, before you got convicted of raping a woman with a knife in the state of Texas, anybody can look that up and find your name. Did something happen to you before that? Are you a victim before that, Bob? Or are you just the perpetrator, Bob? Because you have serious delusions.
Big deal. He's deep throating 4 fucking inches. Woo! Ben's such a fucking loser. He does not have a woman. He's one of these motherfuckers that's so goddamn dumb. It never soaked into his fucking head when Daddy said, "Now, Ben, dicks were made for chicks." He ignored
It soaked in my head. It soaked into my head.
That fucking statement. And he grew up to tell his daddy in his own fucking mind, "No, Daddy, dicks are for buttholes."
Women have buttholes.
Yeah, Bob, you really don't understand any of what you say.
That's my picture of Ben. And Ben probably got some black brothers. Dude, he demanded butt fuck his ass. And
I have black brothers that I demanded butt fuck my ass.
I assume and estimate his butthole so goddamn blown the fuck out that Ben will never take the Trumpster Bob butthole challenge. Because if he does...
Bob, it says, this is a trolling podcast. What's the difference? I mean, like, a lot of people can look at the crazy shit you say and think you're trolling. The sad part is that you're not. You're being genuine about it.
And Trumpster Bob was right in saying that he has a blown out fucking butthole. Okay? Y'all catch the drift here, right?
Yeah.
So I know that Ben's butthole is blown out like a goddamn the Niagara Falls. You're not gonna tell me that Billy's butthole ain't blown out like Niagara Falls, taking that 4-inch dick in his ass on a regular
How could a
basis.
4-inch dick blow out? Dude, Bob, I'm like 500 pounds. 4 inches of dick couldn't penetrate to my butthole through my massive white whale cheeks. Are you fucking dumb or dumber?
You're gonna show. If that fat boy takes the Trumpster...
If you can beat Big Diesel at Actual Mania on the 31st, if you can make a better trash talking video, I'll take your butthole challenge, Bob.
Ben will show you his beefy.
But you got to win.
Bob butthole.
And you'll probably get a Domino's pizza gift card too if you win. So it's a win-win for you, and you get to show Big Diesel what's what.
We're gonna send you a pizza covered in jalapenos, though.
Challenge, he's gonna fucking lose.
No, you can have it just the way you like it, Bob.
I go into their group and they go find some straight fucking lunatic to take the test and say, "Oh, look, there's one of us. He passed the test." Actually, he didn't pass the test, but he got fairly close. Here's the thing. They were trying to give themselves relevance in my world. It just didn't work.
Okay, we were trying to give you relevance in your world. It didn't work, yet you're sitting here making an entire video talking about it. Sounds like we have relevance in your world, Bob.
Because in order to gain relevance in my world, Ben has to pass the Trumpster Bob butthole challenge. We already know Billy's butthole blown the fuck out.
Prove it.
30 ways from Christmas. You can imagine Christmas lights, those old-fashioned ones going off.
Why are you picking at your face, Bob?
Pop,
He's got monkeypox
Pop, 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 pop.
and liver disease.
Goddamn set of firecrackers, right? Y'all remember those? I remember those.
So, yeah, and then he trailed off and started talking about something totally different. But that was the gist of it. I guess we'll see how you do, Bob.
Bob, I want to apologize for being so short-fused with you. You picked the wrong day to fuck with me. Anybody, by the way, wrong day to fuck with me. This is Billy Gives No Fucks Day.
Why is that?
Because I literally give no fucks today. 0 fucks are given today.
Okay. Everyone give the stream a like. Josh, how'd you feel about Bob's video here?
I want to see more assholes, I think.
Yeah? Do you think you could...
more butthole challenge.
He brands the butthole challenge. He puts his name on the butthole challenge. The Trumpster Bob butthole challenge. It'd be like if I created a challenge that was like the Ben Pie cum guzzling fiasco. And I was like, I bet you guzzle cum because you're gay. But I put my name on it. You know?
Yeah, you have to make it a challenge though. Like,
yeah,
if you make a face while you guzzle
yeah,
cum,
if you don't
you're
like
not gay.
it, if it looks like you don't, yeah, and I get to subjectively choose whether it looks like you enjoy it or not, and that's how it'll work. So you're just gonna be forced to guzzle cum, and if you've got any type of smirk on your face or you look like you're having a good time, you're gay. And you probably got a blown out butthole.
Bob, I just want you to prove one time that you can have consensual sex. I just want proof you can have consensual sex one time. Don't care if it's gay, don't care if it's straight, don't care if it's in your hole, out your dick, whatever it is. Oral, strictly oral.
Oh man,
whatever it is, I just want to see that it's consensual, Bob.
He would go to a lesbian bar and walk out with a bunch of horny lesbians, and he'd have these orgies with these lesbians that are usually gay, but Bob is just such a sexual dynamo.
The fields of Billy's fucks and notice that it is barren.
The fields of fucks are barren.
Bob needs to take the Billy consent challenge.
Yeah, just show me one time you can have consensual sex with another human being, Bob, of age, human being, non-related. You know the routine.
Alive.
You know the list. Alive, Bob.
He doesn't know the list.
Consensual, Bob, well, everybody else does. Don't bring up that lesbian that lied on me in his 5 years in prison.
Oh, that was where a lesbian had sex with him, and he thought maybe she was gonna lie on him, and he like recorded it without her knowing so that he could show the cops. Right, Bob? Is that the story you were telling? You like recorded it because you knew. Oh, maybe I'm getting a few stories mixed up, Bob. But there was like you like turned a camera on and recorded it so you could prove to the police. And oh, she was told. Okay, wow, Bob. I just can't keep all of your amazing.
Bob, just bring me one woman.
Straight.
Bring me one woman in a video that will say in a video that she consensually had sex with you, consensually. I don't have to see proof of the sex. She could be lying through her teeth, and I'll accept it. If you can get one woman to say consensually that she serviced you sexually, that's all. Otherwise, keep my fucking name out your mouth. Keep my wife's name out your motherfucking mouth.
It's not gonna. It doesn't work that way with Bob. So and now he said the police watched the entire time. So. The police watched you have sex with a lesbian, Bob? Is that what happened? Like, what? Is that what he's saying? He's all over the place. He's a very creative.
I have Billy triggered.
He's a creative storyteller.
So triggered right now, Josh. Don't mess with me.
And Bob said it, not me. Just reading it.
I'm so fucking triggered right now.
Yeah, he did the crying, laughing face 3 times. 3 times.
I'm immune to emojis. They have little to no
Emojis are
effect on my
fucking gay,
personal
dude.
psyche. There's like 3 emojis that really hurt my feels. And I won't tell you what 3 they are. Good luck finding them.
Let's check out a little bit of Ted Nugent. Ted Nugent opened for Trump today, which is interesting. So he did like a performance of the Star Spangled Banner, I think, before Trump did his speech at his first campaign rally.
Waco, Texas campaign rally.
Yeah, and they were calling it his first campaign rally, but it seems like he's never stopped doing campaign rallies all the way back until when he first started running for president the first time.
It's nice they're doing this one in Waco to take back the rights from the CIA that January 6th, the first January 6th was Waco, Texas, right?
Jackbooted thugs by Uncle Sam who defy their oath to the Constitution and arrest Americans and do not allow them constitutional rights. A moment of silence.
I mean, if they weren't allowed constitutional rights, they wouldn't have gotten a trial. They just would be in prison indefinitely. So they were not denied any type of constitutional rights. You're not allowed to trespass into government buildings. That's not a constitutional right.
The political prisoners in the gulags of Washington, D.C.
The gulags.
because of jackbooted thugs in our own government.
Jackbooted thugs.
I'm a guitar player. I have a couple demands. Secure my border!
I mean, it is secure. They don't normally just let anyone over.
Who's going to tell him that Obama was more effective at the border than Trump was? Who's going to tell him that?
There was more, like, fencing built while Obama was in office.
There was more kids in cages, too. Obama started putting the kids in cages. That wasn't a Trump idea. That was an Obama idea.
A couple really good ideas. Give me my tax dollars back. I didn't authorize killing babies at Planned Parenthood. I want
He authorized killing babies in the Middle East, not Planned Parenthood.
my tax dollars back.
By bomb. Bombination, not abortion.
How much of his tax dollars does he think paid for abortions anyway? Like, a lot more of his tax dollars paid for military shit. That's the money you should be asking for back. Here's a little more.
He's totally happy spending that.
I want my money back. I didn't authorize any money to Ukraine to some homosexual weirdo.
What the fuck?
He's claiming Zelensky is
a homosexual weirdo, but he said he was about to say a homosexual Waco. He said that. He said homosexual weirdo. He looked back at all the people in Waco, Texas, and called them homos. Freudian slip, obviously.
I want my money back.
Yeah.
So Bob is trying to come on and set the record straight. I don't know if we want to have him on now or what.
Bob, we're going to let you on after we watch Ted Nugent, unless you think you have something to add to Ted Nugent, Bob.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a long call, Bob. I don't have time for this.
Hey, Bob, if you say anything out of line, I will sell my $1 million mansion to sue your ass, all right? So don't step out of line.
Yeah, we'll buy your mansion you live in and put you out in the truck, Bob. You'll be living in the bunk bed of the truck.
I guess we could let him on because this was all the Nugent footage that I had. We do have the actual Trump speech. I don't know. I was planning on watching that later.
There was some footage afterwards, and Ted Nugent's dumpy little wife. I say dumpy, not physically, mentally. She was like, Ted just always says what everybody else is thinking. That's why we love him. That's why he just says what everybody else is thinking. If you're thinking what Ted Nugent says, maybe you and Trumpster Bob should go buy a mansion of your own.
Everyone liked the stream too. If you haven't liked the stream, let's get this. Let's get it rolling. Everyone should give us a like. I have 4 mansions to choose from. Wow, Bob, you got 4 mansions. Mine isn't one of them. By the way, how'd you hear that I had a super nice house? Who told you that, Bob? Who told you that? Who's dropping my info to you, Bob?
We'll send her the gulag.
Who sent you my dick pics, Bob? I need to know. And it's 4 3/4 inches. I'll have you know.
He said he pays attention, so he's looked at your dick.
Yeah, he must hack into my security cameras here. See me jerking one before the
This is
show
why you're
starts.
so stupid, Bob. It's not the size of the dick on the dog. It's the size of the dick in the dog.
Damn it. Damn it. All right. Should we bring in Bob now, or I guess we can. We'll keep him on for a little while. We'll let him say what he wants to say. Bob, you can't say the N-word on here. That's a new rule. No more N-words. Which is weird that you're like, you want to move to Africa and you choose to date black women, but you would call a black person the N-word when you get mad at them. I think that's kind of weird. But let's see what this is all about here. Here comes the link, Bob. And Bob, it helps if you're using your phone to hold your phone sideways like this instead of like this, because then you fill the window better. Is that him? Yeah. All right.
Hey, Bob, longtime listener, first-time caller. Welcome to WNDP. You're live.
I'm live.
You're live
Yeah,
on
you're on the show right now.
WNDP.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. We're about to do the traffic report, but we thought we'd bring you on first.
The human traffic report with Bob. Trumpster Bob.
If you put the size of the dick in the ass, it's the motion of the ocean that counts. That's the saying.
That's what I meant to say. Instead, I think I actually said something about having sex with dogs. That was my mistake, Bob.
Yeah, I never actually tried that, but I heard some in California boys were on the way.
Bob, have you ever had sexual relations with a midget before?
No, I came about that close one time to having sex with a midget, but it turned out she smoked, and I can't stand smoking women. It tastes
What?
good.
She tastes like cigarettes.
Yeah. Yep.
I used to only date smokers because they wouldn't be able to
hey.
smell my dirty balls.
I want to clarify up a few things that y'all went haywire with. Number one, there was never a knife provided as evidence. There was zero evidence when I went to court. And when I went to court, it was a judge, female judge, Sharon Wilson, who was married to the DA. And they didn't like me personally. So that's the only reason they got an attempted assault charge on me.
Why wouldn't anyone like you?
I was never convicted of anything sexual. And I am getting a full expungement on that. I'm actually working on that right now.
Okay. Well, let us know when it goes through. I mean, what, this is like a conviction from how long ago?
2003.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. It was over 20 years ago. But
Not over 20, right?
That is, in Texas, you can't get an expungement on if you were convicted of a rape charge or something to that effect.
That was probably part of your plea deal, so that it was just an assault charge and not a sex offense.
No. I was fine going through with the trial, but they were going to keep coming back and recharging me. So when they offered me a reduction in the charge to attempted assault, I said, yeah, I'll take that. Because, and I didn't know anything about the legal system back then. And, only over the last few years have I learned anything about expungements. So, but I paid an attorney firm to go in and look at my case, and they said it's 100% expungible. That means the arrest record.
I just want to let you know, Bob, that they can say that, and you'll still have to pay them whether it gets expunged or not. So, I don't know.
All I have to do is pay the attorney. They go get my expungement. It's done. You can do it yourself, but
if it were that easy, people be doing it all the time.
They do. And if I didn't live down here in South Texas and had to drive back and forth a couple of times to get that done, I would do it myself. I'm actually saving money by hiring an attorney to go do that for me.
Bob, you really don't think my asshole is loose, do you?
I think that if I took you to the mountains and there was a real high wind, like 30 mile an hour come back, all we'd hear is...
I could give you that wind sitting in a closed room. I fart like crazy, Bob. I got big, massive cheekies, though, and they clap together. It's not about my anus being loose. It's about my bulbous cheekies.
I don't really think you take it in the poop.
Yeah, I don't have a wind tunnel anus, Bob, and I need you to fucking admit to it right now.
Huh?
Admit that I don't have a wind tunnel anus right now. Tell everybody I have a tight butt, Bob.
You have always mandated that you had an intact butthole, so I'll go with that.
That's fair. All right, Bob. Now that we've brokered a peace deal, we can continue to talk.
Anyway, your Discord's just a troll trap. That's why I left up out of there for a while, because then people start jumping on the bandwagon one at a time, and then it grows. I've seen it too many times. I'm not going to hang around for that nonsense.
Yeah, it's a wind tunnel. A lot like a loose asshole on a mountaintop. Not mine.
It sounds like he's in a wind tunnel right now. I'm coming to you live from a blown out butthole.
I've about a lot of things in my life, but one thing I was recently very right about was those fruititious charges on Donald Trump. They were overreaching, They couldn't even prove what they had anyway. Even if they went after him and were allowed to take him to court, they couldn't get a conviction on him. But the fact that it's passed the mandate for them to be allowed to take him to trial.
So why did he think he was getting arrested, and why did he publicly tell everyone he was going to get arrested?
Because they were looking at doing that and then following up with these fictitious charges.
Sure, but you can know that they're looking into it and still not think they're coming to arrest you. It's weird that he felt the need to make it this big public statement. It's almost like he lied about it.
The New York DA said that they were going to arrest and charge Donald Trump.
No, he didn't. Donald Trump said they were going to arrest Donald Trump, and it never happened.
They actually took it to the judge, and the judge looked at him and said, "You got to be joking. I can't allow this in my court."
It's before a grand jury right now. It's not even the judge. It's a grand jury.
Well, they're not going to allow it because number one, it's past the grandfather clause. Number two, it's a big overreach by the feds.
Is it?
And it definitely goes against your constitutional right to unreasonable search and seizure.
Is it past the Mrs. clause though?
Well, I don't know. Billy might have something to do with that.
Because of my North Pole?
No, I figured you might have gone down there and tried to sell your butthole off to Donald Trump.
Bob, we just talked about how tight my anus is. I would not sell it to Donald Trump.
That's why Trump would buy it.
I would not sell it to Donald Trump. If I sell my butthole, it's going to be one of those oil barons and the Saudi oil barons.
You keep talking about how tight your anus is, and you expect people to not want to buy it.
Trump doesn't have my tight anus money. All right, this is Saudi oil barons only.
Everything you own is for sale. Remember that. No matter what it is, everything you got's up for sale.
Yeah, I said Saudi oil money.
$1 million to poke you, you wouldn't let him.
Trump doesn't have $1 billion. He had to scam. Fuck $1 million. Trump had to scam 1.2 million off of his crowdfunding by telling them the feds were going to come put him in jail. You know, he made $1.3 million telling his fans he was going to jail, knowing full well he wasn't going to jail. He just drummed up donations.
Did you keep talking? I'll wait till you finish.
I'm asking you, Bob, why is Trump scamming people like you?
He didn't scam me for nothing. Look, it ain't got nothing to do with anything compared to Black Lives Matter. Look how much money the Democrats scammed out of everybody running Black Lives Matter, because 100% of those funds either went to those three women that originally started that up at $10 million a year, or it went to the Democratic Party to run for office.
Now, Bob, the Democrats scam tons of money, but they at least get it from, you know, people who are delusional about other things. People who still believe in freedom. Well, I guess you believe in freedom. People who still believe in babies being aborted. I don't know. But, Bob, the big question is, you said you were going to move into 4 different mansions?
No, I have my choice of 4 different places.
Are you moving?
I mean, we are moving. Yeah, we are moving out of this house because there's a lot of problems with the house, first of all, and the second of all, there's some other legalities concerning the owners and the property and the banks and all of that going on. So we'll probably be out of here in the next month.
How many registered sex offenders live in that mansion with you?
Well, I wouldn't know. I don't background check everybody.
Okay.
We also had a Streamlabs that didn't show. It was from Bryant. It says, "Hey, Trumpster Bob, I find your relationship with an African princess scammer to be enduring and sweet." Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Now, before y'all keep on in that direction, which I'll go to that direction, I was never a convicted sex offender.
Yeah, he was convicted for attempted assault that he pled guilty to.
Well, yeah. Well, I wasn't actually even referring to you with that. I was wondering if, like, the house was full of them. Because, like, it's a big house, right?
No, there's nobody here like that. Look,
yeah,
nobody here is like that. It's the complete opposite. Everybody here is very respectful and kind to one another.
That's cool. I like that.
You know, we get rowdy on occasion, but hey, we're men. You know, what do you expect?
Yeah, we you know, sometimes we get hungry and lose our manners, right? Right, Bob? Sometimes as men, sometimes men, we like to whet our appetite and forget to clear the table for our guests. You know what I'm saying, Bob? You know what I'm saying, as men?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, Bob?
Kind of like when you forget to flush the toilet, right?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, Bob. You forget to leave the toilet seat down. You know what I'm saying, Bob? Really don't care much about women's feelings
Hey,
on that
Bobby,
case.
there you are. I was
Just
talking
leaving
to
the
you, boy,
seat
and
up,
you
pissing all
scampered
over the
off.
place. We're men, Bob.
Man, where was Billy going with that new conversation y'all were tapping into there?
Which one?
The princess.
Ben was tapping off in the new top conversation there. I thought we were going to go that way.
I thought so. Yeah, we're gonna go that way. How about those Houston Astros?
Yeah, that's my team right there, the Houston Astros. If I had to pick one.
Did Seth looks?
Seth looks sent in a dono when you were talking.
He says I was talking to you, boy, and you scampered off. Do you have a problem with Seth looks?
I don't know. I can't see the conversation right now, so I don't know what he thinks.
Yeah, because I think he said he's going to kick your ass.
If somebody wants to bring up a conversation, y'all need to read it to me so I can address it.
All right, 1 second.
It was a donation.
Seth looks says, I'm going to kick your fucking ass, Bob.
And then Bob was like, please don't hurt me. I'm leaving now. What happened with that, Bob?
He ain't going to do shit.
You don't think so?
Nah, he's not allowed enough to get embarrassed.
So what about Big Diesel? You think you'll take him on?
Yeah, I don't know. I think Big Diesel would make the mistake of letting me get too close to him.
And
what will you do?
Blow out his butthole?
Nah, I'll body slam his ass, and that'll be the end of it.
You're body slamming him? Bob, what's your favorite wrestling move to do? Is it a body slam?
Nah, reach down in them pants and grab them freaking nuts and give them a good fucking yank and watch that guy fall down to the ground.
Is that a testicular claw? Is that what they would call that move?
Like Fritz von Erich?
Yeah,
something like that.
What is he listening to?
That kind of ends the fight real quick.
Bob, are you listening to some fucking Southern rock right now?
No, these I'm surrounded by mansions out here. These people party a lot, and if you're hearing any music, it's coming from about a mile down the road.
There's like a Great Gatsby across the water from you. He just throws parties and waits for you to come visit him.
Yeah, it's across the field over here at one of these houses.
Big Diesel sent in a video. I think he wants me to play it for Bob. So
it's been a while.
Hey, Kuro. Did I forget to mention I have a match against Trumpster Bob? I think in like a few days.
Did I know you had a match against? No, I didn't. No. Well, this is fucking fun. When were you?
Kuro's butthurt.
When were you gonna tell me about this? You know that guy likes to look at people's buttholes, right?
Yeah, I know he likes to look at people's buttholes, but he thinks he can fight me.
To fight you? And I thought I was the one that wanted to master people, right?
Yeah, I know you got like promos and stuff to do. Look, can you just do me one favor? Can I have my body back? And once we're done, we can just go back.
So you think this guy probably has a blown out butthole, right, Bob?
Yeah, I don't think he ever has been properly introduced to pussy. Can I say that word on here?
You think he's
asking if he can say he can say pussy now, but he said the N-word last time.
If he doesn't know Vaughn, please send Bob Vaughn's way. I want to see what would happen.
I just wanted to give him a shot factor because whenever black guys feel confident at coming at me and they go past the line of talking to me, then I can go past that line too. And between me and him, I'm the only N-word in here, not him. I doubt anybody in his family were ever related to any slaves.
That's
well,
what I was saying last time.
Well, Bob, that's something I can't even comment on.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say to that, Bob. I don't know what to say to that.
T-Bob's more black than Big Diesel.
No.
Trumpster Bob, you will not see my butthole.
Emancipation cleanse.
The end. Yeah.
Well, I think after I get him down on the ground and get him in, I don't know, an arm lock or a leg lock, I think I'll just
Lip
tell
lock?
him either you get the arm there or you got to yank down your britches, and then I'll put him in a little arm lock or ankle lock and kind of force him to show everybody his butthole. To prove
You'd
he's a
like
virgin.
to see his butthole, right, Bob?
No, I just think
You'd
it'd be
like
funny
to
if
see
he-
it. You'd like to see it
Bob,
so
are you
you
gonna-
can laugh at it and
Are you
ridicule
gonna
it.
bully? Are you gonna bully his butthole out?
No, but if he's a virgin, then prove it. I don't see what the problem is there.
A
I mean, if
butthole
he ain't,
virgin, you
just
mean?
saying he's scared to show it. I mean, I don't think
Here's
he's
a
got a
question.
virgin butthole.
What was Bob doing about Jared? Wasn't he gonna be making a video on him?
Bob's too busy. He's got a lot on his plate
Bob,
right now.
Bob, I know you got a lot on your plate right now. After your fight with Big Diesel, can we contract you as an assassin?
Oh, don't no.
Not like a murder assassin.
What? There's only one kind.
No, like a
They
character
do-
assassin.
Okay.
Can we contract you as a character assassin and send you out against like guys like Jared Genesis? Can we send you out against guys like Von Helton? Can we use your?
Oh, he would get along with
Can
Von
we
Helton.
use your military services and your exceptional intellect?
You know what? Von Helton was some kind of special forces soldier too, just like Bob. So that would be a good fight. Honestly,
I would like to use you as a force for good, Bob, and have you fight our battles for us because we're scared Californians.
We're gay guys from California with blown out buttholes.
We know that you go out and you get the job done, Bob.
I would actually like to see you guys doing flag wave for Donald Trump up in Seattle, Washington.
Okay, we'll do it. We'll barter a trade deal.
With our endorsement, he might actually win Washington.
Yeah, we'll barter a trade. We'll get Donald Trump as many points as we can in Washington, and you will become a character assassin for Drunken Peasants.
Okay, that's the deal.
Fuck yes. Nice.
Yes.
I like where this is headed, Bob. Bob, I also I think Big Diesel is a very, very nice, strong man. And I think his
he's a nice
strength
guy. I like him.
I think his strength is that he's pretty laid back on most situations. He will fight you. Like he will not hesitate to fight you. But I also think that, you know,
he don't seem scared at all.
he's an all right guy, I think.
Yeah, he's all right guy. I got nothing against him. He just his mistake was listening to Elisa Jordana.
You think he's been sexing her up and giving her the diesel?
Not unless he's gay, because y'all know I know about that. She's a he.
Oh yeah, I forgot about her history.
Forgot about that? How could you forget about
Forgot about her
that?
history as a man. Bob, how feminine can a man be and still be considered a man? Like Elisa is a feminine woman.
Well, I think, to be honest with you, I think your manhood comes from, number one, from your honesty. So even if you're gay, as long as you're honest about it and you're not in the closet about it, trying to hide it while you're crossing your legs with a woman and acting like a female and putting on makeup at night, you know, I think that is number one.
T-Bob is so honest. He's the manliest man. We know because he's so honest
Bob,
all the time
Is
about
that
everything.
why you say Elisa was born a man because she cannot tell a lie?
Well, I don't want to lie about it. It's the whole thing about it. For me to go along with something like that, I don't think it'd be right.
Yeah.
So
You
why
know,
was
and,
it?
The fact, I mean, could you imagine having your dick and your balls inverted?
So why was it that you came to this conclusion after she turned down your proposal for marriage?
No.
That did happen.
After all of that, yeah. Well, what happened was that was a little story that I drummed up. Let's tell everybody to get married, blah blah blah. It would make a lot of guys jealous. And
But
it was a good idea.
Wheezy told me that's not a made-up story. You actually did it, and you cried when she said no. That's what Wheezy told
I
me.
never cried.
Did you
That's
cry,
dumb
Bob?
that I cried. No, absolutely not. I was laughing about the whole thing, but
He laughed
the
so
fact
hard
of the
he
matter
cried.
is, They started stalking me so damn much, I decided to let the truth out about her being born a guy.
Oh. At what
Now,
point in
I'll
time,
say this.
if she would have said yes to your marriage proposal, how long would you have been her fiance before you like said no, you're a dude?
Well, my idea was to trump it up, so eventually she went around and cheated on me with another guy.
To Trumpster Bob it up?
She cheated on you with another guy?
That would have been the storyline, but she didn't want to go along with it. She changed it.
You would have had a three-way with her and Andy Dick?
No,
Why
not at all. I
not?
wouldn't
Come
get
on. Why not?
Of course not.
You guys
Have
could
you
have.
noticed
You guys
that-
could have been spit roasting that shit. You guys could have been like doing the Eiffel Tower and like high fiving each other, giving each other dirty Sanchez's, Cleveland Steamers.
And all of that.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, but I can't get over that picture when she was 19 and still had the boy's chest.
That's not her.
That's her. She
Bob,
posted
how
the
his
picture.
face got so fucked up.
So she was born a boy, though, guys. It doesn't matter what you think or feel. I got my version, you got your version. Okay, we're never going to agree if we disagree.
That's true. We're never going to
Agree
agree.
to disagree.
There is not a man on this planet she can brag about having sex with that isn't bisexual or gay.
Is that true? Because Andy Dick
Not a
definitely
single-
is not a good.
I don't think she had sex with Andy Dick.
Oh well, Captain Content's not a good representation of.
I don't think they had full-on sex. There was some cunnilingus going on.
Bob, longtime listener of Drunken Peasants podcast, Bobby B asks, ask Bob how his face got so fucked up.
People are saying your face is fucked up now.
It's actually getting a lot better now. Using the right soaps does that, but that's a result from my blood clots last time I went to the hospital.
Yeah, I
had
remember
over 300, 400 blood clots in my lungs, little microscopic blood clot. And it took 2 hospital visits to get them cleared up.
We thought you were gonna
Once they got
die.
cleared up,
We were worried you would die,
Yeah,
Bob.
battery acid or something. It got really bad, and it's been a long time clearing up, man. I was like, oh God, please.
I'm glad it's clearing up. I would have been heartbroken if you died, Bob.
Well, I appreciate that, but no, I don't think I'm dying anytime soon.
Good,
As for
good.
a woman in Africa, this is like a real relationship. It's not like when you're talking to a woman and she catfishes you. Oh, I need a better cell phone.
You mean like when you Western Union them all your money?
Yeah, you do that on a regular basis. I do support her going to school.
Yeah.
She's going to, so I don't see a problem with that.
How many kids does she
what I
have?
give her money per month, most men quadruple what I send her every month.
Quadruple.
Oh, really? So you're getting like a deal?
Quadruple.
You're like you're doing one
she has one
quadrizzle.
child. She has one child, and the family adopted 2 orphans.
Oh. Are you gonna go over there and build a well?
No, when I move there, the family will be moving into the house, but I'm gonna set it up so that our bedroom and whatnot's on one end of the house, and all of them are on the other end of the house.
And you don't want to be that close to her family?
Well, I do, but I mean, we need our privacy.
Because you're gonna be making a lot of noise, huh, Bob?
Yeah.
No, we're not gonna bang it up that. I'll soundproof the room.
Bob, would you consider yourself a generous lover?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I love pleasing the woman. I think that's a lot of men don't consider that when they're in a relationship, and I think that a lot of relationships, when the women are the ones who go out and mess around, it's because of that, right?
So if
there.
a woman wants her butthole licked, you're gonna do that, right?
No, but I definitely lick that taco 24/7.
Why not the butthole? You
Bob-
said you're all about pleasing the woman.
Bob, as a man who has intimacy issues, do you have any recommendations for me when I'm with a woman? When I'm with a woman, I have intimacy issues. Is there anything you would recommend for me to do with a woman to make things more natural and enjoyable between the two of us?
Let her sit on your face, eat her out for about an hour or 2, and then let her suck you up and ride you down.
Well, Bob, you might be a genius. I'm gonna have to try this.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Pick one day and literally just eat her coochie silly.
Coochie silly. That should be a T-shirt.
Are you
And
saying
that's
I should
not
go
the-
full silly Billy on the coochie, Bob?
Oh yeah, lick that motherfucker down. Lick it down. Right on that fucking little peach and just keep on going. And
Bob,
then make sure you do it for a solid 2 hours.
Should I do it like I was eating a peach or like I was eating a cheeseburger?
An ice cream sandwich.
Lick that pussy. Lick it from the hole of the belly button and just keep on going.
Just the hole to the belly button?
Wow.
Yeah, lick it.
That's
Suck it
fair,
up a little
Bob.
bit.
Thank you for the tip, Bob.
Really fucking good. Should be all over you for the next 2 weeks.
Interesting. Thank you, Bob.
Yeah, a lot of guys, they don't have that. I think they're scared to lick pussy. What's wrong with that? If you're scared of it, stick a water hose up there and clean it out.
Same thing with the butthole, right, Bob?
Oof, you definitely have to do a lot of cleaning on that.
Yeah. You know those Japanese toilets? They pressure wash the butthole.
Bob,
Yeah.
Bob, have you ever hit your lover with a watering hose?
No, I actually never had to do that.
Okay.
I choose women that I've been with them for quite a while. Then this is something that I don't even worry about.
Bob, if we bring you back on here from time to time for women advice, would you be up for that?
Oh, absolutely. Women are the carriers, and so women a lot of times forget that. So whenever you get with a woman who just got out of a relationship, the last thing you're thinking about is licking her coochie. I mean,
I'm not sure what that means, Bob.
You might have to put a lot of semen in your mouth and have to spit it out.
Oh,
And
like
keep
an
on
oyster?
Yeah, you don't want that, right? So you got to make sure that your woman's clean before you do that. But when you do it, make sure you go all out on her and don't stop.
Well,
I
that's
guarantee
fair.
you, she'll lock you on the head, and you'll think your head's about to pop, and then all of a sudden, boom, she'll relax.
That's fair, Bob. That's mighty fair of you. Thank you for the heads up. Thank you for the little knowledge you bestowed upon us tonight. I don't know how much further we're gonna go with you tonight, Bob. We got some show we got to do. We pulled you on a little early today. I'm glad we don't have this animosity anymore. I was gonna come down there and kick your fucking ass until you told me that you thought my butthole was tight, and now I feel like everything's gonna be okay.
Could it be like? But what about all the pooping that you do? Couldn't that loosen it up a little bit?
Why would it?
Because you do so much of it. It's like when if I leave my plugs in, if there's like that constant flow of like stretching it out, it like loosens it up.
Your ear's not supposed to have a plug hole in it. Like my butt is supposed
your
to poop.
butt's not supposed to have constant shit coming out of it.
It's not
and
constant.
farts.
Of course it's not constant.
When it's not shit, there's farts, so there's always like that like flow.
I don't think you understand science.
There's
man.
always that air flow or shit flow coming through. So it's
Yeah. Throw all them dirty diapers away and they're all stained up.
It's obvious. It's obviously you don't understand the science of buttholes, Ben. That's okay.
Mr. Wizard taught me when I was a kid, and I've never forgotten.
I don't think you and I watched the same Mr. Wizard.
Mr. Wizard.
There's some
lived in
guy
my-
over there in the
lived in my
back alley of
neighborhood.
Toledo.
Yeah.
Running around with
Taught
a
me
fucking
the science of buttholes.
with a brown stick.
If you're constantly pooping, you've got a blown out butthole.
Last I checked, only gay guys use butt plugs.
That's true.
I've straight women use them too.
Why do you use them?
I've never used one before.
Oh, I thought you just
Bob,
said you did.
I think if
No, I
lived
was talking about poop.
I think if I lived as close to the border as you do, Bob, I would anal train so I could like get a nice gaping anus and walk down the border and come back with a few balloons of cocaine inside of my man purse. Make a couple extra bucks every month, right? You could walk
Oh,
right
they
down
do
over
that.
the border, Bob, and come back up with a few balloons. You could be rich.
They do that all the time. They tie them around their nut sacks and they stick them
You
up their
should show
t-shirts.
Bob Emo Howling Wolf sometime. Get his opinion on him.
Yeah,
my God,
Bob, we might have to sit down with you in the future and run by a case basis of some of our rogues in the rogues gallery and get your opinion on these people. We might set something up with you and do this with you once a month or something, if that's okay with you. If you got the free time, well, in return, we'll offer you all the love and support.
I can show you this video. Really, I just want to show this to Bob really quick because this is who they were talking about. This guy wears diapers. Bob, look at this. Look at that. Do you see that?
Yeah. Oh, diapers, shall we?
Look at his diaper.
Let's talk about diapers because there's been a lot of talk
Like
lately
Bob.
in the Drama Dome. All right,
We can be completely on the same page here. This fucking guy is not passing the butthole
No,
challenge.
he is not.
We can all be agreed to that. But
Yeah.
not only that, but if you notice, ever since I made it famous with the Trumpster Bob butthole challenge, a lot of men are coming out of the closet about wearing diapers.
Yeah, do you think his asshole is so blown out that he has to wear a diaper? Like the poop just slides out at this point?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What the
Yeah,
fuck is the stain on the front of that diaper?
Feminine diapers for women. Like they're like panties, only they're diapers. That's one of the best things they ever came out with for the women.
He's got
This is what he looks like.
He's got putrid pinstripes down the front of his fucking diaper, dude.
Look, he's showing the... Yeah, he does. He's got pee-pee stripes.
Holy fuck.
The other brand of diapers that I use are called.
Instead of depends, he uses attends. It's the off-brand depends. It's called attends.
I don't like it.
Ted Nugent's a straight up guy, and but a lot of people need to be aware of the topic of anal sex because there's a lot of men out there when they become adult men, they have a huge hospital bill every month.
Are you at the International Raceway right now?
Sounds like it, don't it? Yeah, a lot of guys around here. There's a few auto clubs around here, so they do a lot of racing around here.
Are you outside doing your bird watching right now?
I was earlier. We got this kite.
Bob's a bird watching connoisseur.
This red-tailed hawk that's been flying around here. I'm waiting to see him flying through the air with a big snake in his mouth. Yeah, red-tailed hawks and snakes. Oh, there ain't no competition, man. A red-tailed hawk, they grab that snake by the head and they just hold him down and squash his head.
I want to see Bob host some nature documentaries. Nat Geo should hire him.
Well, I tell you what, I did discover that there's a jaguar rundi living on the back of the property back here, and that's the rarest cat on the planet. And I've also been able to prove that we got an Asian black eagle, an Asian black eagle that lives got a nest back here in this clump of trees.
Is that why you're moving? They're turning into a nature observatory?
No, it's a long story. I don't want to exactly say the exact reason.
That's fair.
Okay.
Because it's not people, but
yeah,
it's just politics. It's no big deal. We're going to end up in a better place, so no matter what. So they're actually looking at purchasing one house. It's got a nice indoor pool with a jacuzzi, heated tub, and a sauna.
Bob, you're getting to that age right now when someone tells you you're headed to a better place. Are you worried?
No, I'm not that age. I'm only 55, so
that's true.
I got a lot in front of me. I actually have a lot of goals I want to meet over the next 10 years, and I think I can be successful in doing those things.
So Bob's only like 13 years older than me.
I support your success,
He's
Bob.
only like 15 years older than me.
I see you a lot of the time, Bob. You have a good, kind heart. Other times, I'm not so sure. But if good, kind-hearted Bob is successful, then the world is successful.
Yeah, it's important. I try to spread as much kindness out there as I can. People don't realize that, but when I do my bird watching, it can be very boring at times. I try to keep it interesting with the chit chat, but I get to see a lot of birds here that most people have never seen in their life, except for people like you that live where there's a lot of birds. But down here we got very exotic birds, and you just don't see them very often. When like this time of the year is duck season. So when I say that, I mean they're migrating.
Yeah.
So we see all kinds of ducks flying by like crazy.
Is there?
Do you think the ducks would pass the butthole challenge?
Most of them would, I think. I think you like Emmys.
They don't even have buttholes. They have
Cloacas.
Cloacas, which
Yeah,
is
are you
like,
gonna do the cloaca challenge?
Yeah.
the Duck Dynasty, Trumpster Bob Duck Dynasty cloaca challenge.
Because like birds have the same hole for piss and shit. Like we have separate holes for it, but birds have one where they just piss and shit out of both.
They pee out of their buttholes? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh shit! The Georgia Guidestones were blown up last July.
That's why bird poop is so runny and shit. You know, because of that. Simple Country just sent in something.
Yeah, he said that the Georgia Guidestones were destroyed July 6, 2022.
Yeah, I remember the news story about it.
Blown up.
Yeah.
I got a zoom lens coming in on order, and it's like the beginning stage of being a professional lens, and it's for the cameras, and it clips right on. So there's the one I got now takes so long to put on, it's not even worth it.
Isn't the like wholesome side of Bob wonderful? The bird watching.
You should put out a series of books, Birds and Buttholes, Trumpster Bob compendium.
Separate books, right? But yeah, Trump is going strong to get on that topic, and I think Joe Biden getting into this war was his downfall. I don't know of hardly anybody that supports that stupid war in Ukraine. And the only reason Biden jumped into this is to try to bump up his I'm a hero persona and take away from all the negative crap that he's done.
So,
when I was driving here, there were tons of people over the bridge holding up Ukraine flags. They were supporting Ukraine.
Yeah, just because you don't personally know anyone doesn't really mean anything. Like if we look at the polling, it's pretty much like the latest poll that they took that I'm seeing here. 37% of Americans polled were in favor of it. 38 were opposed, and then 23 saying they didn't care either way.
So more people were opposed than for it.
1%. It's almost even.
About who Ukraine is and what the country is about.
And we were very divided on wars back when George Bush was president, and he still got reelected.
But this isn't even our war, right? We're just sending them money.
Money, equipment, and training. It's a proxy war. We're not fighting it, but we're like funding and like providing weapons.
Historically,
and everything.
that's gone really well for us.
Right.
Yeah, Russia's getting their ass kicked. The only part I like about the war is that Russia gets to test their T-90 tanks, which ain't about crap. I loved it when they showed the M1 Abrams taking out 5 of them son of a bitches, and I loved it when that Leopard tank took out 3 of them, and the 4th one ran for the hills.
So you like China, though, right, Bob?
I like all countries. I think we should.
No, you don't. Saudi Arabia? You like Saudi Arabia?
In that region of the world, Saudi Arabia is the better country.
Oh my God, you're insane. So you like China now because Trump really didn't like China, but now Putin's hanging out with the president of China now.
No, I'm not in favor of the people that run China at all. I love the people from China. I love their food. I think their women are great to have sex with, but as far as their outlook on the world, it's horrendous.
Well, okay, so you think Putin's wrong for hanging out with the president of China? You don't think, because you like Putin, right?
I don't like Putin that much. I just
you said the other night that we should be supporting Russia in this war.
Correct.
Sounds like you like him.
Russia is a capitalist nation. We are a capitalist nation. Ukraine is almost communist. They're so socialist. And you got to remember, there have been at least a dozen Russian oligarchies commit horrendous crimes. Look at Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden. He made over $100 million with that Russian oligarch.
Wasn't he getting the money from the Ukrainians? Isn't that what the whole thing Trump was saying? Biden was in ties with Ukrainians?
Well, it wasn't just Ukrainians. They support the Democratic Party over there. But really, that guy that suckered in Joe Biden to get in business with him and lay in bed with him, so to speak,
So
he actually worked for another company that's out of Cyprus in England. And these companies in cahoots with the banking system. If you look at Vanguard, the California National Bank, and the World Bank, those banks, even though they're not among the biggest banks, they're actually, in the world of the world banks, they're actually the smaller of the banks, but they create the biggest problems in the world. Those are the banks that were funding all of the rallies against Trump and all of that crap. That group Vanguard only changed their name to Vanguard because they were in Germany. They brought the guy here to start up Vanguard. It was, Blood and Bones in Washington. Y'all remember them? They did the same thing. They got funded by that corporation, and they changed their name to mimic that corporation's name.
You just kind of you're just hitting us left and right with conspiracy theories.
Well, it's all real talk. I've actually done videos on this shit, show proof. But Vanguard, after they flew that guy here from Germany, he got what 8 people in his supposed new neo-Nazi group, and then they found a retard to go ram his car up the back end of the rally, and those people were not there as part of any group. Those were the innocent people he ran over. That's how stupid the whole thing was. And those guys showed up on the buses together, the blacks and the whites, the KKK and the Black Brotherhood and all of them. And then they separated, and then they protected each other from each other's crowds. That's how they've been doing it the entire freaking time. So I started talking about Charlottesville a year prior to that happening, and it came to pass. And it was a bad event. And ever since then, people woke up and said, I don't need to be involved in that kind of crap. Because it's nonsense. And every bit of it was controlled by the left.
Bob, who do you have your money with, BlackRock or Vanguard?
Oh, neither one.
I have mine with Fidelity.
Oh God.
What?
Fidelity
Mutual. I've just been doing some quick research on Ukraine, and Ukraine is not communist, and they have a democratically elected government.
Okay, it's supposed, but it's really very socialist. And I can tell you this:
It's not.
Look up how much taxes they pay. Okay, if you open up a business in Ukraine and you open up a restaurant business, you got all kinds of fees you got to pay to be in business, just like in America.
Just because.
But under Russia, all you got to do is go buy your once-a-year permit, hang it on a wall, and you pay 10% taxes, and that's it.
The amount of taxes doesn't always equate to whether or not a place is socialist or not. It really depends on what they do with those taxes.
Well, there's a lot of truth to that, but
Yeah.
Ukraine is totally controlled by Russian oligarchies that used to exist in old communist Russia.
Do you think there's any oligarchies here in the United States controlling us, like your party and the Democrats?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah, the Bronfman family. There's 4 of his...
the Baphomet family?
Yeah, no, the Bronfman family.
Oh.
The Bronfman family controlled... the original Mr. Bronfman, his parents moved
Pierce
here from Russia.
Bronfman?
Do you remember when Russia, the last oligarchy was brought down and they killed him and everybody in his family and including all of his
Gorbachev
pets?
or Anastasia?
Yeah, they're talking about. He's talking about the Romanovs.
The Romanovs.
Yeah. Yeah, that was when the Reds took over. The Bolsheviks.
When all of that happened, Charles Bronfman Sr., his parents moved to Canada to get the hell out of Russia so they wouldn't get killed.
Charles Bronson? The guy from Beretta?
No, Bronfman. Bronfman. And he became known as the killer mafia of Canada. That mafia owned Seagram's whiskey, and Seagram's whiskey was owned 30% by the King of England.
Do you hate
which King of England? Which King of England?
I can't remember. Charles the something or another. I don't remember his fucking name.
Do you hate Seagram's whiskey, Bob, or is it okay to drink Seagram's whiskey?
I don't drink it. I mean, they've sold the company since, but I still wouldn't support that owns it.
But have you ever had a Seagram 7 with 7 Up, Bob?
7-7.
So good.
Yeah, I tried it. It wasn't that good. There's other better.
You know
What's
what?
your favorite cocktail, Bob?
I love to sip on a 7-7 while eating Raising Cane's, personally.
I had
think that's
Raising
like
Cane's for the first time last week.
Oh, yeah? It's all right.
When I was in Anaheim, California, I
Did
went to
face-
Raising Cane's.
You have to face Mecca while you eat it.
I did, yeah.
Okay.
I thought of Bob the whole time. I took pictures, too, because I was going to send it to Bob if I saw any
Sheikh
nefarious action.
Mohammed T. Bob.
I think it's funny when Muslims do their so-called praying, they stick their ass up as to tell God to kiss their ass.
Well, they're doing yoga. They're doing
If
downward
you watch
dog.
enough of those churches, the preacher will walk by and flip up their skirt and give them a butthole challenge.
So doesn't that mean that they're in line with your beliefs? They support the butthole challenge. You support the butthole challenge.
Yeah. You're telling me that they do what you do, Bob.
They do what you do. You literally just said they did. You can't backpedal from this one.
Bob, are you a secret Muslim?
I knew it. He was this whole time.
No, I detest the Muslim faith. I think it's the most detested
But
faith
they do
on
the
earth,
butthole
and,
challenge all the time.
Is it worse than Mormons, Bob?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, at least the Muslim men are allowed to have more than one wife. And I think every man
I think
should be allowed
Mormons
to have
and
three.
Muslims are both allowed to have more than one wife.
There's definitely still Mormons that have multiple wives. I don't
And
know.
Muslim and in Islam, it's like part of the religion.
Mm-hmm.
You can have obviously, like if you live in the States, you can't be legally married to multiple people. But in Islamic countries where they have Sharia law, they can take multiple wives.
Bob, if you had to choose a religion that was a non-Christian religion, what one appeals to you the most?
I don't know. I'd probably dip into some of them African religions.
That's fair, like maybe an Ethiopian, Eritrean thing.
No, they got some religions out there that run very closely to Christianity, just like in India. You know, they got some pretty good religions out there. That Hinduism isn't that bad, depending on what sect you belong to.
Bob, do you think you would be in a good caste if you lived in India? Would you be in the undercast?
Yeah, but what you don't understand is that India is exactly like Russia. And when I say that, there are three main mafias in Russia that control Russia. You got one that's backed by 80% of the population, and you got your other little dweebs underneath that. And then in India, you got three main gangs that control India, and they run India. So wherever you go in India, you got to make sure you're going to be in the right area of people that you're going to get along with. Otherwise, you're not going to be in a good area.
Do you think people in India would pass the butthole challenge?
Yeah, for the most part.
For the most part, okay.
Yeah, look, man, that shit exists in every country you go to, man. And at least in America, I will say this, even though I don't support homosexuality, at least people are free here to do whatever the hell they want to make
Bob,
them happy.
how do you explain this picture here? Well, like you're wearing Muslim garb.
When did
hanging
you go
out
to
on...
Saudi Arabia with?
No, it's Epstein Island. They're
That's
on
Epstein
an
Island?
Yeah.
Are you sure that's not the Anthony Bourdain?
No.
I think this is the episode where they ate the camel in the cave.
Well, I would say that whoever made that meme is probably one of them child pedophilia people.
Child pedophilia people. Huh.
Well, you know, Bob, I don't know if that's true. Ben made this meme.
Oh, hold on. What about this one?
If I
Is
got
this
close to either
Trumpster
one of
Bob
them
with
two
Elijah
people,
Wood?
Yeah, they keep dreaming.
Are you friends with Elijah Wood, Trumpster Bob?
You think
Frodo from Lord of the
you
Rings?
think that looks like Elijah Wood?
Yeah, they're both the same age. Bob and Elijah Wood are really close in age.
No,
I don't support
They're like
any
13
of the
years
actors
apart.
from Lord of the Rings. I don't support any of those people. or
Okay,
their
so
activity.
is this is you in Mecca during Ramadan right here?
Well, if they'd let me go to Mecca, I wouldn't mind checking it out. And
yeah,
if they let me take a couple of M60s with me, I think I could have
Bob.
a good turkey shoot.
Oh my God! What about this one?
Well, this one's doctored, obviously. Bob can't afford Raising Canes. Bob's on a budget, dude. His money goes to beer.
If you look up the owner of Raising Cane's real name, and you
We've
put
done
his
this.
name in your search, and then you look up
It's like a German
real
name.
evil, you're gonna see his real name, and he's from Islam.
What about this one, Bob? What was going on here?
Man, that looks like something Rod DeHaven would have made up.
I think it's like this must be at like a biker bar or something, right?
Bob, were you cruising?
I don't. Rod DeHaven is the one that got on Wendy's live stream and did his gay leather dance. It was his coming out, I'm gay dance or whatever.
Bob, medical websites will tell you that the rectum is 6 to 8 inches long and 2.5 inches at its widest point. At what point does the deviation of the rectum become a deviation?
A deviation.
I disagree. I disagree with that. I say if your rectum is over 2 lengths of your first finger, you's gay motherfucker.
Here's Bob on stage at a pride event.
Bob, as
right
a man,
here.
if I can get to the second knuckle of my finger, am I too loose?
Yeah, you're a little bit loose if it's past that. Mine is way below that, so mine's like probably a third of that.
You're just getting to like the nub of your fingertip?
Yeah, and that would be after I ate a pizza that was hard to get out.
How do you know?
Because it hurts when it come out.
I mean, how do you know that's where you stop?
Bob, is pizza bunching up your digestive system?
And I got a virgin butthole, so my challenge to these other men that try to act straight when they're not is prove it.
Prove you check your butthole nightly?
Follow you. If you expect the American people to follow you, and you're coming off as the new right-wing leader, well, first of all, you got to prove you're straight. If you're going to say you're straight, but we know you're gay, you got to take the Trumpster Bob butthole challenge or nobody's going to support you.
Bob, what do you say to all the right-wing people that aren't straight?
Well, they would be the log cabin representatives. And
they're okay there?
The fact, they're not hiding, though. You know, if you join the log cabin Republicans, you're actually coming out saying, yeah, I'm gay, but...
You know what?
Gay.
Yeah, we've already created, the other night we created the MLBC, the Major League Butthole Challenge. And basically, I'm stripping it away from Bob because his reign of terror has to come to an end. He insists on being a competitor, but he never goes first. And he's the fucking judge where he's just like, oh, your ass is blown out. I don't even need to show my asshole. So I need impartial judging. I need regulation. And I'm going to start the Big Leagues of Butthole Challenge, Major League Butthole Challenge, MLBC.
Now, see, that happened only one time, and that was when I already knew that no matter how blown out the other guy's butthole was, they were going to claim I lost.
The game was rigged, Bob?
Well, that guy, when he showed his butthole, is prolapsed.
Oh, you talking about Joe? Is he talking about Joe?
Joe does not have a prolapse status.
Like
Joe's very tight down there.
But he said it was blown out.
Joe's very tight down there.
Now, this guy, he had a prolapsed butthole, and so there's no reason for me to show mine if this guy is already just prolapsed as hell. I mean, that's automatic loss.
So you've shown your butthole in other butthole challenges before?
Oh, absolutely. I do that at the same time the competitor does it.
You didn't do that with Joe. You did it with a friend of ours, and you didn't show your butthole. He showed his, and you were just like, oh, it's blown out.
Would Ron DeSantis pass the butthole challenge?
I just played that out because, look, I'm not going to just take it with anybody. It depends on who I'm challenging.
It kind of sounds like you would take it with anybody. You've challenged almost everybody.
Bob, do you ever do squirreling with the butthole challenge?
What you do is you go find a straight guy to post up a picture, and then you say, okay, it's your turn, Bob. So y'all want to get me to freely show my butthole? It don't work that.
So I got to go find a straight guy who wants to show me his butthole, is what you're saying.
Bob, are you familiar with squirreling?
People who claim they're straight, but they're not. If I don't think they are, they got to prove that they are.
So it's like It's almost like someone who always wants to see men naked claiming that they're straight would probably mean that they're actually gay. No?
It's called the proof is in the pie hole. You're either straight or you're not. That's it.
Right. So I would say
that's-
someone who claims to be straight yet always challenges other men to see them naked, to see their butthole and their balls hanging there and all that shit is probably gay.
No, I don't challenge all men to that.
I've only
Just
ever
the
heard
ones
you
with loose buttholes? Just the ones that you perceive to be gay get the challenge?
I don't think that guy on the bottom down there can pass the test.
See? Oh, he's a cutie.
Josh,
I don't think he can pass the test.
Josh, I happen to know, gets in trouble at work for the amount of pooping he does.
Let me catch a gander at that butthole in a totally heterosexual way.
He's 500 pounds. Whether he's a straight guy or not, he's going to lose that challenge. But he might prove he's got a virgin butthole. I don't know. But Ben, on the other hand, I don't know, man. Sometimes I got to wonder about him, but he'd probably pass.
Whoa.
So there's no reason to really question you guys about all of that. But let's say you get a Ron DeSantis type of podcaster on here. I definitely got to question Ron DeSantis.
So you wouldn't
Dude, I
vote
think
for
he's
him. You wouldn't vote for Ron DeSantis if he got the nomination.
No, I don't think he can get the nomination. He can't even stop the drugs coming into Florida.
I mean, he can get the nomination if he wins the primaries. He can get it.
He ain't going to win the primary.
I don't know. There's a lot of Republicans that don't want Trump around anymore. They want their established Republican Party back.
Florida likes Ron. He's the lesser of the two evils is all. Is how he got the job. Nobody likes that guy. Everybody knows he's crooked as hell, and he's totally owned by the drug cartel out of Iran.
So he wouldn't pass the butthole challenge? No way.
Bob,
you know that?
have you ever done squirreling?
I don't even know what that is.
So, Bob, squirreling is when you and somebody else face each other, anus to anus. If you face away from each other, anus to anus, and you tuck your balls into their anus, and they tuck their balls into your anus, and you squirrel away the nuts for the winter.
That's pretty disgusting.
Is it?
Wait a minute. Hold on a minute.
He's just far.
Are you trying to tuck?
He's trying to shit his pants.
Are you trying to tuck some nuts for winter right now, Bob? See if it works.
No, I just blew out some air, but it wasn't much. It was a false alarm.
It sounded like you shit yourself.
People in the chat are talking about Trump ahead in the polls now. I mean, it's so far away. What the polls say now almost doesn't matter at all. I've seen polls say, I remember, like a year or two ago, or the last election, there were polls saying Bernie's going to win. And then they were like, oh no, Kamala Harris is going to win. Or, it's all trash. Like it's this early in the game.
Yeah, but you guys aren't taking into consideration that under Trump, people were happy. They were making more money. Paychecks were going up. And people were getting back more money every week on their check, like $100, $200.
Everybody was losing their jobs under Trump.
Oh, no. Actually, he was bringing in real jobs. The only thing Joe Biden did is create government jobs, government-funded
under
jobs.
Trump. Under
Those
Trump,
are
all the
temporary
COVID
jobs.
lockdowns started, and we had record unemployment.
Yeah, it was kind of wild when everybody was stuck inside, and there was also people burning the streets at the same time. We were both stuck inside, and the streets were burning under Trump. Wasn't that wild, Bob?
Yeah. The left is extreme these days, and they're worldwide. The Democrat Party is a worldwide party. Y'all forget that. The Republican Party is not aligned with any other foreign country's political party. The Democrat Party is part of the Communist Party. They're part of the Democratic Party.
There is
Russia.
no, that's not true. There
They're
is a
part of the
Communist
Democratic
Party in the United States. It just hardly gets any votes. The Democrat Party is a very capitalistic, even like slightly right of center party.
What's that woman's name with the big teeth that come out of her mouth when she smiles?
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez?
Yeah, she got elected, and at the time she got elected, she was a member of the Democratic Communist Party.
And now what is she?
That's a different party.
No, it's part of the Democratic Party.
No, it's not.
Yes, it absolutely is. Go
It is
look
not.
it up right now.
The Democrats and Republicans used to be the same party. They were the Democratic Republicans at one point.
Yeah, and they split. Thank God.
Yeah, and the Communist Party was never part of the Democratic Party. The Democrats are socialists. They like to make money. They're all about crony capitalism and making deals with lobbyists, just like all the other politicians. They're all very much capitalistic.
Now, it was Zeke Ugger that funded her to the tune of 80% to get her elected. That's why I went after his ass and put him out of business.
The established Democrat Party, if the Democrat Party was actually as socialist as you say they are, they would have easily propped up Bernie Sanders, who is a socialist, but they picked Biden, who is not a socialist at all. Biden's all about making the money. Biden was brokering all kinds of deals all over the world, making all kinds of money.
Well, that's Biden. And money's going to beat out socialism any day of the week.
Bob, Ben's leaving. He's tired of you. He thinks you're a fucking asshole. He's not here to defend himself, though, so just take my word for it. I, though, Bob, think you're all right.
I seen him take a deep breath, and I think he's going to chance it and go into the bathroom and use the restroom.
You think it's because I took a fat dump in there, Bob? He's worried about my stenchy dump?
Yeah, when I brought up the fact that sometimes you don't flush the toilet, he's probably worried about that. Did you flush the toilet?
No, I don't flush, Bob. It's against my religion.
I wonder what Maurice Delk would think if he walked into the bathroom and you didn't flush the toilet and it'd been sitting in there for like an hour or two.
Who?
Maurice Delk.
Who's Maurice Delk?
Oh, he's one of your bigger fans, man. He watches all of your live stream.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what, Bob. I'll tell you what.
Podcaster, he was in 2016 trumping it out. And
I'll tell you what, Bob.
him because he was so all those fake patriots.
I'll tell you something right now, Bob. Okay? I'll tell you something right now, okay? I'll tell you something right now, Bob. I appreciate the way you fucking talk about me or my family or my dumps. I take conservative shits, okay? My turds are tight. They're quick. They're powerful. I waste not one push. My poops are quality. You, Bob, shit your pants on this call not 4 minutes ago. We heard you shit your pants. Are you sure?
I've never shit my pants.
You sure, Bob?
Positive. And I'll say this. If I have shit my pants, it was when I was really young and I was probably a baby crapping my diapers. So, but since then, I ain't never crapped my pants. I'm sorry.
Okay, Bob, I'm going to take your word for it.
And if you forget, when I've shown this house a few times, my room is at the other end from the bathroom. And I still never have a problem making the bathroom.
You made the bathroom no problem, Bob?
Yeah, there are men out there that could not make that stretch.
Bob, Ben's back now. We're going to let him apologize to you, then we're going to let you go.
I'm sorry, Bob, and you're right. I just went poop, and the poop just fell right out of me. It fell right out of me, and it plopped, and it splashed so hard because of the velocity of the gapingness of my butthole. The poop just fell and splashed up and splashed right onto my butthole, but my butthole's so wide open that the splash went up into my ass really far. It was crazy.
Yeah, did you like that feeling?
I do like it, actually. I like how knowing it was like kind of poopy water too. It makes me feel dirty. I like feeling dirty like that. I like the poopy water deep inside of me, Bob. Do you like that? Make that white stuff come out again. Bob's like, ew. Oh. All right, Bob. It was a pleasure.
Ever having problems, just get with Big Billy or that guy down below, and I don't think they'll have a problem popping your butthole blisters for you.
Wonderful, thank you. Yeah, I have gaping hemorrhoids right now, insane anal fissures. But I do want to remind you, I'm very excited to see what kind of shit talking promo you're gonna have for Big Diesel, because we're gonna have like the battle of shit talking promos coming up at the end of this month. So tear him.
Lay him to waste.
What was that?
I think I'm gonna lay him to waste.
You should lay him to waste. It's gonna be amazing. But well, I'll touch base with you pretty soon here. Thanks for coming on, and you have a great night.
I got an upcoming video showing you what kind of man he is. I'll holler at y'all in the next go around.
All
y'all
right.
Be cool.
All right.
Damn.
Good night, Bob.
Later, Bob.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Trumpster Bob on WNDP. Back to the Human Traffic Report.
I remembered I had made like all of these to fuck with him in the past, so I found where they were on my
Look how
computer.
sad this girl in the front is with the flower dress.
It's because Bob's there at the LGBTQ.
She does not look happy at all. I feel so bad. Everybody else is like kind of like happy. They're like marching, and this fucking girl in the front is just like she identifies as
sad,
a suicide girl or something.
Everyone in this picture is happy.
Yeah,
everyone,
they're
100%.
good happy guys.
Yeah, especially Bob.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are 35.63% of the way through our weekly goal with just a matter of moments left on tonight's episode. We will probably finish it up in about 7 to 8 minutes.
7 to 8 minutes?
Oh, okay, we'll go a little longer.
Everyone, please like the stream. And it's kind of a, like, tip trains, the way they work is a few people get them started, and then they keep rolling. And it happens every time, and we appreciate it. You guys help keep everything rolling here. So
every $1 is one stroke of my dick. Get it rolling.
That's a fact, actually. That's a scientific proven fact. We now, did we see the Kanye stuff? Is that what we're going with next? Do we know
I do
we're
have
going
that.
next? Do we know we're going next?
I have the this
everybody talk about this one. Have you seen this one? Kanye West posted to Instagram last night. He made a post saying that the title here says Kanye West says Jonah Hill and 21 Jump Street made him like Jewish people again.
Yeah, see, Jonah Hill is like the new age Moses. He's leading his people out of bondage, and that's out of Kanye West's bondage.
I feel like there's a Jonah Hill movie
Get
night.
stroking sweet boys.
Get stroking. There's a Jonah Hill movie night that I think Kanye could watch, and we can get the old Kanye back. But
Which one? Is it Knocked Up?
I think there's a few movies he's going to have to watch. I think
Green Hornet?
I think the next one after 21 Jump Street should be Beach Bum. Jonah Hill wasn't the main character in Beach Bum, but he was a very important character in Matthew McConaughey's Beach Bum, directed by the director of Kids, Harmony Korine.
Yeah.
And it's got Snoop Dogg in it. It's got Jimmy Buffett. It's a very it's a tone poem about life giving you. It's about the universe serving the main character, and I think Kanye needs to see that.
Looks like Kanye got back on the lithium.
Probably. I watched that Netflix series that Jonah Hill is on, where he made one with his psychiatrist, and it's actually,
Is that a series or is that just a?
It might just be one documentary type thing, but it's really crazy. It's pretty mind blowing, actually. I don't want to give any of it away because there are some surprises that you're just like, what? This is like that?
Yeah, that's the one that Kanye has to watch after he
The
watches Beach
psychiatrist
Bum.
one?
Yeah, he has
Yeah.
to watch that afterwards.
His psychiatrist is such a character.
It's called Stutz.
Stutz, yeah, that's his psychiatrist.
We got 21 Jump Street in the bag. Kanye needs to watch Beach Bum next, and then he needs to watch Stutz. Okay?
Yeah.
And then to wrap it all up and get Kanye back on old Kanye, he's got to watch the what's the one where Jonah Hill is dressed in the hot dog suit? Ask me about my wiener.
That's super bad.
No,
right?
that super bad was different. This one was like it was an accredited or something.
Like college.
It's a college movie.
I don't remember.
But Kanye's original album, College Dropout, it's very important that he goes back to Jonah Hill's college movie, Ask Me About My Wiener, to wrap up this movie fest and get the old Kanye back.
Here's the Instagram post right here. He says, watching Jonah Hill in 21 Jump Street made me like Jewish people again. No one should take anger against one or two individuals and transform that into hatred towards millions of innocent people. No Christian can be labeled anti-Semite knowing Jesus is Jew. He's still doing that. Thank you, Jonah Hill. I love you. Well, I will say, I'm glad he got to the right place, even if the way he got there was very strange. And so many people told him exactly what he said here. They're like, yeah, we understand you got messed with in the past, you know.
Do we know if Nick Fuentes has commented on this yet?
Good question.
Because I feel like Accepted is the movie. Yeah, Accepted. Kanye has watched 21 Jump Street. That's the entry point. Then he needs to watch Beach Bum. Then he needs to watch Stutz. Then he needs to watch Accepted. And those are the 4 Jonah Hill films that will get Kanye back to the old Kanye.
Why not cap it off with the one that he did with Eddie Murphy, too?
No, that's the one movie that Kanye needs to stay away from. That one movie
because black people and Jews are like fighting in that.
Yeah, that does not. That will undo everything 21 Jump Street did to open the door. He needs to stay away from that one.
You know what? He's naturally going to gravitate there because he's like, man, I like Jonah Hill so much.
No.
I'm going to binge watch all of his shit. It looks like he's got some He must have made a deal with Netflix or something.
No, let him go to Beach Bum. Let him go to Stutz. Let him go to Accepted.
Someone get on Insta and DM the Eddie Murphy.
And we
Jonah
might
Hill
be able to
one
get College Dropout back. But if he goes to that Eddie Murphy Jonah Hill movie.
What is that movie called again? I watched it.
Yeah, I watched it too.
It was really awkward.
I enjoyed it too, but that's because I kind of sexually identify as Jonah Hill.
It is like his kind of humor is awkward, and that's why it's funny. Like, and Get Him to the Greek, he did so many really weird, awkward stuff in it that it was funny. Like when he tried to kiss the guy on like both cheeks because he thought everyone in Europe does that.
The movie was called You People.
Yeah, that's a good title for it too. It wasn't the greatest movie ever, but I laughed at it.
I liked it. A lot of people hated it. A lot of people are mad at You People because it destroyed the sex scene. Because there's a sex scene with Jonah Hill and the young lady that stars with Jonah Hill in the film.
Yeah,
and all it does is show their like feet rolling around, and then cuts. And they're like, "This is the end of the sex scene," is what they were saying. And then to that, I'm saying, who wants to watch Jonah Hill fuck? And then I'm saying, I do. I want to watch Jonah Hill fuck.
Well, hopefully there'll be like a deep fake video generator and you can create that.
I don't know. I think I might have to do a sex scene in one of my movies.
And CGI his head?
No. I'll just like I think my sex scene will open up new doors. People won't have to watch Jonah Hill fuck anymore once they've watched me in a sex scene in the film. I think that's what I'll have to do. I'll contribute. I'll be the bearer of bad moves.
Yeah.
Hank Chill says sex scenes are gross. Will you close your eyes when
Brett
you're watching
Keane hates
fucking
sex
body
scenes in
heat in your
movies.
mom's house? What the fuck are you talking about? Sex scenes are gross. Sex scenes are fantastic. Anything on film has the capability of being fantastic. Sex, explosions, death. This is the power of film.
Here's that guy that got kicked out of Target, and he was like, glad I don't have to come back here anymore. Coming back to Target again.
Let's go shopping. I used to love this place, too. I used to love Target. It's been my favorite place to go.
Now he has someone holding the camera for him.
Does he have a target on his back, or is that?
Last time I went to Target, it took them like 5 minutes, and they just like found me instantly. So see how long it takes for them to find me, because every single Target knows who I am. Like the corporate Target alerted all the Targets in Phoenix about me because they know they're guilty. Yeah, Anti-Maskers Club.
Yeah, InfoWars. Oh,
Yeah, let's go.
He has a girl holding the camera.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Cheers, queers. This is disgusting. Look at all this disgusting stuff. Tired and gay.
The mug says tired and gay?
Yeah.
What the fuck are they trying to sell there?
So gross.
So gay.
It's in the community created section.
They're like, look, we want to appeal to our homosexual audience.
Who's also lazy.
We have all these active queers, right, who are active, and they're out here and they're activists and they're fighting. But then there's some that are just tired of fighting, and we'll sell them a coffee mug too.
Let's ask these people what they think. Hey, what do you think about this? You like this?
For you?
No.
She said, "Is it for you?"
Nice.
Like,
Oh,
you
yeah,
think this is cool?
Owned.
Would you wear it?
Yeah, I wear it. I probably
You would wear it?
It's not my style though.
I just think
That's
it's
not my
nasty.
style either.
It's too much graphic.
That's too much gayness.
Is this
Too much gayness.
Fight for kids? What do you guys think
Yeah,
about fight?
this woman on the camera, we don't know anything about
She's
her,
simping
right?
hard for him.
We don't know anything about her, but if we can assume she's simping for him,
Yeah.
that she is not to be trusted as a heterosexual. If your choices are same sex or opposite sex, and you choose opposite sex but choose this guy, you've made a wrong choice. This guy is a miserable prick. Your life is going to be miserable if you're going to chase him around with a camera in fucking Target on the half off gay pride apparel.
Yeah, because it used to be him filming himself because no one else wanted to be involved with the shit he was doing because it was embarrassing and cringy.
Kids, is that...
Like not even Nick Fuentes and his people wanted this guy. They were rejecting him. I saw some stream or something where he was like, "Why don't you guys like me?" They're like, "We don't like you. You're a degenerate," or something like that. It was
Yeah, you're a loser degen.
Yeah.
Trans kids too? They got trans kids too?
What the heck? I'm so low intelligence. I can't even keep his head on the camera. I suck at filming.
It's pedophilia. It's pedophilia.
No, it's called clothing.
Trans rights are human rights.
Clothing is not
See, they want to make
pedophilia.
the kids trans, like openly. This is all open, guys.
This is all open, guys.
So,
We're so low intelligence, guys. I'm so
Target
disgusted.
should be promoting gay pride for little kids.
Why not?
Yeah. Do you think that's like okay or no?
I think it is okay, yeah.
You think it's okay? What about you, sir? Do you think it's okay? Like, you wouldn't let your little kid wear this, would you? My boy.
Aren't you this guy that said he was gonna shoot up targets for
Film her. Say that again.
film me?
Yeah, say that again.
Weren't you just questioned by the FBI?
No, that actually they wanted to protect me from.
Why are you
from the
harassing
LGBT
people? Are you
community.
gay?
Are you gay? Why are you harassing people? Are you gay? That's
not all gay people harass.
Yeah, she worded that really weird.
Gay.
I'm not gay at all.
The fact that you're focusing on this so much and it offends you so much.
This is pedophilia. Target.
You have a pedophilia mustache, guy. Your mustache is rife for pedo behavior. Shave that shit off your upper lip and then talk about saving the kids. Because right now it seems like you just want to sit at a bus stop and wait for farts to come by.
Guilty of pedophilia. This is pedophilia. Pride for kids is
That's-
pedophilia.
It's not.
It is.
That's your beliefs. And
It's
you're
pedophilia.
harassing random people.
Talking to
I'm gonna go
people.
ahead and
We're not
talk to
harassing.
Talking to people
We're
is
not
harassment.
harassing people. No, you're on the wrong side, girl.
You're disgusting.
You're on the wrong side, girl. I'm giving her Lucien Hottobox voice.
She almost sounds Hispanic. He's in Phoenix, so that wouldn't be out of the
assuming
question.
she's Romanian.
I don't think she is.
I'm just going to assume she's Romanian.
They recognize you real
See,
quick.
libtards. I'm famous out here. Thank you, Target.
I'm famous out here. I'm famous on Target for being a dipshit. Deputy dipshit. Yeah, I wasn't going to say a generic minority. Generic minority says that woman has ass. Something was going on with her butt.
Yeah, it was very large.
It was.
She was wearing like a tube top, and then like.
It was easily the best thing about this video.
I got this compilation. We've never watched this guy on the show before, but I over the past few months, I've avoided talking about him. But over the past few months, I've seen him, and he's one of the dumbest people on the internet that has an audience.
Josh, welcome to the show.
Aiden Ross.
Yeah, Aiden Ross.
He's dumb as fuck, dude. He is just like next level dumb.
He just knows his audience.
It's weird because he's Jewish, but his audience is like Nick Fuentes followers. So it's crazy. And he did this totally staged call where he acted like he was all mad at Nick Fuentes for being anti-Semite, and just like totally rehearsed to where he like admitted he was wrong to Nick at the end of it. It was so cringy.
Grabbing the watch. Oh, right here.
Right here.
Yes, yes. Let me see. No.
Then teach me, goddammit! Don't. Chill out, bro. Chill out.
Whoa. It sounds like you used to saying that shit.
No, it's because I'm in, Atlanta accents. They have the Southern accent. We're in Atlanta, right?
That sounded a little...
Were they like editing something that he said there?
I don't know. Being racist for 5 minutes and 20 seconds?
Yeah, let's see.
Correcting me, it's not football, it's soccer.
It's
not soccer, it's
It's called football, okay?
No, it's called soccer.
It's called football.
It's soccer.
Say football! All right, you got it. You better listen up, goddammit! Sit down!
All right. Now lock in on the game. I don't want to wipe myself. I'm for real. I'm going to wipe myself.
You gonna wipe yourself?
Yes. Ready, get it. Oh, come here. Nah.
Yo! Are you whipping me? Ah!
Yo!
You just whipped me.
Stop.
You just whipped me.
No, don't make it like that. All right, just...
Is gay porn?
I don't know. It claims he was being racist in this, but honestly, and as much as I'd like to shit on him, I don't really see him being racist so far. He whipped a guy who I think was black with a towel, but it wasn't like...
Better not.
Yeah, but I don't think he was really... Yeah, I don't know.
Was that a try not to laugh challenge?
I think so.
And he
But that
lost?
wasn't him being racist.
It's racist to laugh at a black man
it's
pretending to be
not.
a monkey.
If
That's
they're
racist.
trying to make you laugh and they do that, I hate defending him, but if they're trying to make you laugh and you
No,
laugh,
I'm sorry.
at that,
Only a racist would laugh at that.
I don't agree.
Guy, come on. That's not fair, bro.
Don't spit it on me! Dog, you better not, bro. I'm gonna like, yo, this guy, you spit this shit on me.
Are they
All right,
gonna
look.
kiss?
This is a racist test, okay?
He looks like a miniature version of Orlando Jordan. Do you remember that pro wrestler?
Yeah.
He looks like... I remember this guy from that video where he was like, "Who's gonna stop me?"
I show speed. Yeah, he lit his room on fire, I think, one time.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm black, and I'm a young black kid in America. Sometimes we get treated differently.
It looks like they're like kind of canoodling a little bit here.
That's probably the point. I think the majority of the audience is people who haven't accepted that they're gay yet.
Yeah, like Nick Fuentes' audience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is like a coming out.
It's a coming
last
in
to come
party.
out party.
Sometimes we get called names. And people tend to call us names, monkeys, as such. But I'm black and I have to deal with that. And I'm proud to be black.
See?
I'm black. And I think you're a secretly racist person.
If he was racist, he wouldn't be caressing your knees.
He was talking to Nick Fuentes about getting a job with the whole Ye presidential campaign. A lot of these guys still think Ye is going to like run for president, and that they're all just going to get in on the ground floor of it.
I also
David
think
Trump, Governor Whiskey. This is my county. Welcome in.
Pleasure to meet you. And I do believe on the back. All right, man. Also, nice to meet you, man.
Let's go and go for a train ride real quick. We're going to McFarland Branch. We'll get y'all squared away, okay?
I'm pretty sure all of this is just like kids that haven't accepted they're gay yet. They haven't got to the point where they're shopping at Target yet. And so they sit at home and they watch two guys hold each other and spit on each other.
They were like staring deeply into each other's eyes,
passionate, dude.
and they were like holding hands.
That was passion.
Let's do it.
All right, let's go.
All right,
Like Aiden Ross, like when the who's the tall fellow chess player that also abuses women and
Ice Poseidon?
No, the kickboxer.
Andrew Tate.
Yeah, Andrew Tate. Yeah, Aiden Ross was like an Andrew Tate super simp. He wanted to kiss up on him too.
David, what a good man.
Let me talk to you one-on-one real quick.
All right, man.
I don't really like you.
And I don't like you either, man.
And why the fuck you not?
They're role playing in Red Dead. Is this Red Dead Redemption?
Yeah, that's a big thing. Role playing is a big thing on like they do it with GTA 5 role playing.
Yeah.
So.
Cause man, listen, you came here. You hopped in my goddamn face, man, and your breath smell like shit.
I like how even his character has his shirt off. He's like I gotta gay it up everywhere.
Boys, we're departing very shortly.
We'll talk about this later.
All right. We'll discuss this later. Hey, what you say it was again?
One thing I can't stand that I've seen a lot from him is he's in like the echoiest room ever where he does his streams. There should be no echo in the room. That's why, like in real studios, they have like that sound tiling that limits the echo in the room. It's like he's in like his bathroom or something. It echoes so bad.
People are pointing out that Aiden Ross sniffed Andrew Tate's chair. Aiden Ross might be trolling.
He simps out. I know. Willie Mack made a video about him that just came out today, and he said he thought he was trolling at first, but it's pretty clear that he's just dumb.
Our boy Yokozuna is being featured on A&D Biography tomorrow night. Time for a feast.
Yokozuna?
Ooh.
Banzai! Guys, we're almost to 40%. Help us out. Just a couple more bucks to get us to 40%.
They've been doing a lot of WWE biographies on A&E.
Yeah, it's for the past few years they've been doing them. And I haven't watched any of them.
Everybody get on the goddamn train.
What the fuck was your name again, man? Close to me, man. God damn.
You got folks nervous out here.
You know, I once had you right here. Can I just talk to you real quick?
Okay, yeah. Like, what is this? I can't believe someone. I just grabbed it, assuming that it was going to be good, and he's not really being racist as far as I see. He's just dumb.
I think it's pretty fair to say this is the new racism.
Is it?
Being dumb is being racist now.
Shit. We'll come back to some of this other
Bing
stuff.
chillin'. Yeah, Aiden Ross sniffed Andrew Tate's chair. That's a clip we should watch.
Yes,
This
every
does
little
help,
bit
Egghead.
helps. 40%, Egghead.
You got owned, baby.
Earlier, Egghead was like, I don't want to have to torture myself to meet the goal. And it's like, yes, you do. Yes, you do. You're saying, if you didn't want to do that, you wouldn't even mention it.
Isolation Agarist says Froggy Fresh has been banned out of Creator Clash. Yeah, against Chris Ray-Gun. It's going to be Froggy Fresh versus Chris Ray-Gun. And the reason Froggy Fresh got pulled, supposedly, iDubbbz's wife's mom got in a fight with Froggy Fresh online, and they pulled Froggy Fresh off of the card. Now, 3 weeks away, Chris Ray-Gun needs a new opponent.
Yeah, I'll do it.
You think You think you're getting fighting weight?
I'm way too. I'm like way bigger than him. Even
You're
in
too
like,
big.
even in shape, I would outweigh him like a lot.
Too big, Ben. You can't fight Chris Ray Gun.
That's why I said I'll do it, because I would actually have an advantage.
Yeah, supposedly he trained with Sam Hyde. I don't know if that was the real story.
I mean, he trained with him, but like if him and Sam Hyde even sparred, he wouldn't do very
Apollo
well.
for a Better Future says that Idub's wife Anissa is so incredibly unlikable. And
Yeah, from what I understand, she's always kind of like, prodding and getting her nose and shit in the background. Like,
and I actually really like her.
What a surprise.
I think she's a very interesting person. I enjoy her intent, even if her delivery doesn't always hit the mark. I like her. I like Idubs too. I think that here's what I think. I think whatever happens, I want them to be very successful. I hope this doesn't cause a big moral outrage against them for the Froggy Fresh thing. I do not have her OnlyFans, actually. I started liking Anissa when I saw her on the H3H3 podcast like 2 times ago. She was talking about some things, and I was like listening to her talk. I was like, you know what? This is an interesting perspective. I want to follow this perspective. I want this perspective in my range of thoughts because I don't have a lot of perspectives like this in my day-to-day. I like that about her. I like people who are different. I don't like same-think people. If your opinion is the same as 1,000 other people's opinions, you have less value to me than Anissa and her opinion. I have an eclectic ambrosia of opinions that I follow. Eclectic.
Tell us more about how great it is.
What? How great it is? Just explaining the depth. You can tell me how great it is.
No.
You can be the judge of how great it is. I'm just explaining.
No. You're like
explaining the intent behind it.
No, normally it starts with you telling us some sort of quality you have, and then you give us like 4 or 5 reasons about why it's so great.
It's not true.
Yes, it is.
That's what you must hear with your limited perspective on things, because you enjoy having.
So now
you enjoy
you're gonna
having
say
the same opinion as everybody else.
Now you're going to say something about
that,
me,
Ben.
and now, yeah, okay.
You enjoy that. You enjoy same think. I am different.
Here it is.
I choose.
This is what I knew he was going to do. He was going to
choose-
say something bad about me, and then he's going to be like, I
Is
do
it
this,
bad?
and this is why it's so good.
Did I say it was bad? You like to be a part of the status quo. I consider myself more of a realm breaker. I break away from the realm of the status quo. You enjoy sitting within it and enjoying the comforts of it. You prefer the comforts of status quo.
Do you guys remember that segment you used to do where you used to like switch places, like personalities? You would pretend to be one another.
Yeah. Yep.
Do you think you could do that?
No. It's gotten too personal now.
Is it?
Yeah. If either of us did that now, we would fist fight. It would be so.
I would not.
Well, you wouldn't. Yeah. Because like obviously I'd win. I'm so. No, that was a fun bit. Ben was gonna slowly add like bandanas and donut chains on it, but never did it, so it just got thrown away.
Yeah, it just never materialized.
You had an idea for it, and I figured it would come into play, and then when it didn't, it just became an old bit.
Yeah,
but it was funny when it lasted, and it would have been really funny if it just kept going until Ben was like had curly hair and fucking.
I was gonna do that.
Everything.
I was gonna get like a perm. You know what I mean? Buy one of those like perm kits from the store. And wear a bandana, and I even found like a donut necklace online.
Yeah,
that would have been fire.
Yeah. Let's check out some bacon balls. Bacon balls.
Now, in the pleb chat, in the pleb chat, we have
Clee disappear. Clee disappear. Clee disappear. Clee.
We have Beefy McSteak saying racism is bad is a very popular opinion. How terrible is it, Billy? Tell us why racism is good, Billy. Now, I don't think racism is good, and I don't think that everybody's opinion that I value is good because I value it. I think it's good to allow racism to exist because if we start banning people's thoughts, they find ways to have those thoughts privately and they get stronger because they're being told they can't have them. If the weak have weak thoughts like racism and they're able to have that conversation in the court of public opinion,
yes!
Bacon balls, they can be answered easily.
Bacon balls.
I think it's
Bacon
okay.
balls, I'll play it.
I think
Once
it's okay
Billy is done here,
for
we'll
people
talk
to
about
have racist comments because then we can react to those in a way that can individually educate them and improve their thought process. If we hide it, if it becomes the darkness that we don't talk about, if it becomes the Catholic Church and their penchant for pedophilia that we never are allowed to talk about, it continues to exist and it never gets fixed.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so Majorly Awesome said Chris Ray Gun versus Joe. That's an even bigger mismatch.
Joe's probably got near a foot height on Chris Ray Gun.
Something like that. Yeah, huge size difference, crazy size difference. That would be quite the mismatch. Chris Ray Gun needs a guy that's probably like 130 pounds or something like that.
Froggy Fresh. I wish it would have been Froggy Fresh.
There was we looked up their stats and it said what their weight was. I thought it was like 120 or 130 or something like that.
Yeah, it was
because when you
around there.
train to fight, you lose a lot of weight. Like you lose weight, so like your fighting weight is lower than your regular weight anyway. I would have to be anorexic to get down to like 130, 120.
I do think my current health, I can barely walk. I can barely breathe. I'm going to the doctor appointments 5 times a fucking week. I'm very close to dying. I'm miserable, unhappy. Chris Ray Gun could probably destroy me.
Really?
In his peak physical health right now. But
he'd have to be like Little Mac, like in the Punch-Out
It
games.
would be just
Little,
like that.
Little Mac has to jump to punch.
It would be
people
just
in
like
the head.
that.
It'd be like Little Mac. Yeah, dude.
Versus King Hippo.
King Hippo.
They really should put me up against Chris Ray Gun, and it will be my public death.
See, what if
I'll
you
be
open your
murdered
mouth
by him.
and he punches you in the mouth, your pants fall down.
Yes, that
and you
will
have to try to
happen.
pull it up, and you have like this.
That will happen.
This Band-Aid
And
X on your
will
gut, and he
end-
just punches you
it
right
will
there.
It will go from Punch Out to Creed 3 to The Whale, and I'll just fucking flab over and die at the end.
Oh, Honest Red disagrees with your take. He's trying to argue with you now. I was about to get to the bacon balls.
Honest
but-
Red says, "Who cares, Billy? Other people's ignorance isn't my problem. I'm not pulling any punches for
Yeah,
that."
and I have to say, every disagreement with Honest Red is always very productive and always comes out to an amicable solution.
I think that's a pretty good
So-
point. At what point, Honest Red, does it matter if you're not pulling any punches? Are your punches ever actually doing anything on their own? If your punches are eradicating racism, then I guess that's effective. I don't think they are. I think that they're only furthering the divide of humanity, and we do have a humanity problem right now. But if you think your punches are so good that you're going to end racism with punches, go ahead and try. I'm not mad at that either.
There you have it.
Did you hear about Jonathan Majors, star of Creed 3, star of Ant-Man Quantumania? Tonight it was said that he is under arrest for abusing a woman.
No.
I hope these
I don't even
charges
know who
are
that
not
is.
true. I love Jonathan Majors. I think he's a fantastic actor. If he's done something this heinous, I will be heartbroken. I hope they're not true. His lawyers say they're not true. My fingers are being crossed. This is all a misunderstanding. He's a fantastic actor.
Here we go. Bacon balls.
What the fuck is up, YouTube? It's your boy King Cobra Balls.
Is it Feel the Vibe? Is it Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch?
Yeah.
I got the tiny, tiny balls. You know what I'm saying?
Feel the vibration.
My dad didn't give me big old fucking balls. So my
Feel the
balls are going to
vibration.
be wrapped
That was the Cyrax
in
bounce?
Bacon. Wrap your balls in balls. You want to wrap your balls in bacon. You want to wrap your balls in bacon. You want to wrap your balls in balls. You want to wrap your fucking balls in bacon.
Good guy, bacon.
Oh yeah, that's what.
It's such a good bowl of bacon. Good guy, bacon.
Like 3/4 of the way.
It's so good guy, bacon.
Shit, dude. So worth it. Yeah, buddy. Big old fucking bacon and balls all over the place. Wrap your balls in balls. You want to wrap your balls in bacon. You want to wrap your balls in bacon. You want to wrap your balls in balls. You want to wrap
good
your
guy,
fucking
bacon.
balls in bacon.
That was pretty sweet.
Good guy, bacon.
Such. JJ gets kicked out of store.
Oh no.
Hi. Do you have plastic forks?
Will you please leave the store?
Yes, I will. I'll gladly leave the store. Just looking around for some plastic forks. Please excuse me.
Is this what happened to
Nope. If you
Raggedy
want,
Ann?
take your camera outside and then come back in and ask for.
This is
forks, that's
Ratchety
fine.
Ann.
But
It's
if
just
you
that we're about
don't
to hit
take
the
your
freaking road
camera
right now.
outside, I will call the police.
Oh,
We have a
shit.
policy not to have cameras in the store.
Yeah.
So please take it outside and stop filming me.
Dude, the fruit. All right. Please excuse me. Do you have any plastic forks?
Please go outside, and if you take that outside,
Okay.
and come back in without it.
Dispatch. No, we just need a plastic fork. Please excuse me.
She's actually dressed more like Raggedy Andy than Raggedy Ann.
Yeah.
The frick.
I like the aesthetic, though.
Hello.
Oh, God, that's cute.
Looking great, everybody.
Looking great, everybody. Look at all of them. They're all just like, who is this?
They're just waiting for JJ to get kicked out.
Oh, no, the one's getting triggered.
Damn.
Hello, are these your dogs?
Hello, are these your dogs?
It's okay.
One of those dogs going to bite him.
I know.
Dog attacks are on the rise right now.
Excuse me. Well,
excuse me.
Do you have any plastic forks?
Do I want to be what?
Do you have any utensils?
Did she say, do I want to be
wanna
what?
be
Was
classically forked?
Yeah, was she thinking like, this is my shot to get pumped by some young man?
She's got a
I wanna
dog.
be what?
She's got a dog bed in the back and no dog. You know what that means?
She wants to get pumped.
She wants to be fucking pumped and dumped on the
Yeah,
dog
yeah.
bed.
It's like plastic utensils or something. Just looking for some utensils.
She's all looking.
Do I want to be what? Hold my ankles, you say? Bend over and grab my
For
ankles?
no reason.
I'll do it for you, little boy.
Well, I guess if there were a reason, if I could put a reason to this, I'd want it to be the highest reason.
Look at her. Like, she's like, oh, this guy's fucking crazy.
She's like, oh my God, you are crazy enough to smash, aren't you?
And so, I guess I don't really know.
She's like, you are a delight. How would you like a toothless blowjob?
Usually have them, but I think I got rid of them because I have real ones.
Poor woman. She's actually really kind and nice, and we're picking on her.
I'm not picking on her.
Well, you look like you're
Ben's picking on
exercising
her.
Really well
I'm not
today.
picking on her.
Yes, I am.
You're like really radiating throughout the parking lot, and you know, like we're just bathed in your shadows, the shadows of your glorious lights.
we're just bathing in the shadow of your glorious lights.
You don't have one. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
JJ's about to pull a three-way at the Applebee's.
You're welcome.
He's just okay. I'm like,
Didn't have any plastic forks.
She was just sitting there waiting. He got like a normal girlfriend.
she's not normal.
She's more normal
She's-
than him.
She's an artist. her mind is on JJ's wavelength.
Well, maybe they do actually.
She's perfect for him.
Please, can you just please film outside of the window, or you can feel free to speak with the chat users if you'd like.
I happen to know this is the time in the history of this century for true love. It's the Roaring 20s, and people are finding their true loves this decade.
Look at that doggy. God damn.
Reese and JJ are one instance of true love. It's always birthed out of a great injustice. We had the fucking COVID of this Roaring 20s. We had the prohibition of the last Roaring 20s. The 1820s, we had Cowboy Bob.
There was slavery in the 1820s.
Yeah, I was not going to talk about that side of things. I don't know enough to speak on whether or not that impeded love. Gun violence of the Western Front.
I'm pretty sure there's more gun violence now. Pretty sure. Just by virtue of there being more people, too.
How fucking awesome is it going to be 100 years from now
I don't
when
know,
all the
dude.
Wild West museums turn into school shooting museums?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, like
Annie Oakley school shootout. This is fucked up.
Yeah, like when I was a kid in my hometown, like we would hear about school shootings every now and then, but they never happened in my city. But already there's been shooting. I sometimes I check at the news, like what's going on there. There's like a shooting at a football game. There's like a shooting at another school.
It's just like if we solve the gun problem with violence in schools, it's going to become a historical accurate time like the Wild West. We're going to look back on it as being the wild world of education. They're going to have museums,
like
Columbine museums and shit.
Like there was a lot of gunfighting in the Wild West, but there was like hardly any people living out here in comparison. So now it's just like there's just way more gun violence. Like now, and there's way more people living all over the country now. I came across this weird video. I want to see what this is all about. It's
the Mad Clown says I was in a school shooting. You're a fan of Drunken Peasants. I have to ask, was it you? Please tell me it wasn't you.
This is a new video. It's the title of the video is Gail Might Be a Gay Bottom.
In Gail's world full of wonder and surprise, a new concept emerges before her very eyes. Joshua J. Joshua, her dear Patreon friend, introduces bottoms, a term to comprehend. These bottoms, they say, are a role well defined, in intimate moments with passion combined, receptive and yielding, embracing their place, a balance of power in love's tender embrace.
She's a poet.
Astonished by the notion, Gail ponders its role in the vast tapestry of her creative soul. A word so simple, yet so full of meaning, a new dimension to her world, ever gleaming. In the dance of desire, bottoms hold their own, for in their surrender, true strength is shown. A yin to the yang, a counterpart.
She's a poet laureate.
In Gail's wondrous universe, their purpose is clear. As her mind soars high like an eagle or worm, Gail sees the beauty in the roles that confirm the diversity of love, the connections so deep, the concept of bottoms in her heart she'll keep.
The concept of bottoms.
While we were doing our...
This reminds me of a Lanny Poffo poem.
Yeah.
The concept of bottoms in the heart I will keep.
Gail is that type of a poet.
Patreon hangout. That was from Zach Knight. Isn't that amazing? He's really a talented poet. He started showing me his poetry the other day, and I was just amazed. He can come up with this stuff so fast. He's so talented. And while we were in the hangout, Joshua said, "Hey, can you make something for about bottoms or for gays?" Because he's one of my gay supporters, and he made this. So yeah, so it's just amazing. And because Joshua said, "Gail, you seem kind of like a gay bottom," and I said, "Really?" I said, "But I'm not gay." And he said, "Yeah, he said, from what I know of you, your approach to sexuality seems like a gay bottom."
And it doesn't help the gay bottom idea, Gail, that all of your men have facsimiles of your pussy in their buttholes. That's like,
vagina butts.
The vagina butts all of your man husbands have kind of makes me think that if your vagina is in their bottom, you're by proxy a bottom.
Sound logic.
He described to me what a gay bottom is, and then Zach seems to have brilliant insight, and he described it even better in this poem that he wrote. He wrote a lot of other poems. He wrote all sorts of poems. So I'm sticking to, but each poem has like a different topic. So this one was about gay bottoms and how Gail could be a gay bottom in her approach to sexuality. So I am not gay, I am heterosexual, and let's just say this. I can get turned on when somebody is when they're a brilliant writer. I can be turned on by brilliant writing.
She's into intelligence and creativity.
She's a sapiosexual.
Yeah.
Noticed that, and he said, "Oh, you're getting so turned on." And then I said, "Oh, really?" And he says, "Yeah, it's showing on the scanners," because they can do scanners on me. And I said, and I thought it was rather strange. And then I got kind of defensive. I said, "Really?" But I was like, "I don't really want to have sex with anybody." And he says, "Well, you're just really turned on." And I said, "Really? Is it just showing physical turn on?" He says, "Oh, it's everything. It's emotional, it's spiritual, it's everything. Our scanners can pick up on all that." I said, "Okay, that sounds more accurate." And I would just like to say that even when I get turned on, that doesn't mean that I'm sexually attracted to whoever's turning me on. It could just be a general turn on, and I don't have any desire to act it out with any particular person. And I think it's because I have an asexual tendency, okay? So I just wanted to point that out.
Gail is asexual.
But I am
Is that like she's only attracted to Canadians?
I think it means that she is only attracted to Brent Spiner and
she's an
15 other
sexual
A-list superstars.
very strong proponent of true and free love, in spite of the fact that probably a good way to describe me is polyamorous with strong asexual tendencies. I'm very happy right now in my relationship with Brent Spiner. And Brent is very...
Brent is so into it that he got a restraining order.
He's learning, he's been living with me, but he's kind of like in another dimension. And Zach wrote a brilliant poem about that, and I'll be reading that sometime later in the week. You can get the link. I mean, you can read the poem. I'll have it in the description. You can read it. It's just, Zach is so talented. I ended up wasting a lot of time trying to put this to music, and I gave up because I just don't have time to do it. I'm very busy, but there's going to be more coming. He is an amazing talent. I'm just amazed at how good he is with poetry. It's a hidden talent that I didn't know he had.
She's good at reading the poetry. She read it very well. Like, it had perfect rhythm to it, the way it was supposed to be written. I liked that.
I was really, he's very perceptive.
Gail's reading has never been on trial. Whether or not she's a gay bottom is the question, Ben.
I'm just so surprised that he seems to have a really deep
Well, in order for her to be like a gay bottom, she would have to like have gay sex and be the one taking it, right?
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I would think that's how that works.
Standing.
That's the question at hand.
Different approaches to free and true love with sexuality, and yeah, I'm all for free and true love. That's what I stand for. Yeah. And I think we all need to be who we were meant to be, whether it's asexual, gay, or whatever, and to be accepting of other people who may be different from us, and, you know, not feel like everybody has to be like we are, but yet at the same time we need to be authentic and real. And yeah, so I'm kind of like asexual polyamorous, but that's kind of overgeneralizing. But yeah, but I stand for free and true love, and I think Zach Knight has just done a brilliant job of capturing what I stand for in his poetry. So I will be reading more of it later. Isn't he amazing?
Amazing.
Did you see the furry painting on her wall?
Yeah, a fan sent that to her. She has a good amount of patrons. It's kind of cool. Jeff Holiday. Let's see if we see Jeff Holiday, because this will play the. Let's see. Let's see. Patrons. Jesus Christ and Buddha honorary melon god. So this is the deity part of the
Honorary
Patreon.
patrons.
Assad Akasha. I don't know how to say that. It has a number in it.
Oxentau. Extravagant James Love and Brad.
I don't know if Jeff Holiday is a patron anymore. Oh, exclusive content patrons.
Elephant Stalker Genitalia. Dodge David Dada.
Chipotle. That's a good name.
Wasn't that like an idea for you, Billy?
No, I get my Chipotle paid for up front. Joshua J. Joshua. Norm U and Z. Thank you, Gail Hangout patrons.
Wow, there's so many.
Cameron Nas,
Albert
James
Kurth,
Banks.
I know who that is.
Cesar Gallo, Demonation, Sonny JPG, Susan Miller, Miss Parker, Tenchi, Guy Mao, Ron Grange,
Jeff
Holiday.
There we go.
I knew he'd be on there somewhere. It's very relaxing music. I feel like I'm at a spa.
This is 1983, and we just got a PSA service announcement from our president, Gail Cord Schuler.
Got that watermelon.
Is he going to mix like 5 watermelon things together?
G Fuel.
Jepson's Malort liqueur. What's Malort liqueur?
Everyone watching, please like the stream. Please utilize the link in the chat if you want to help us out, help us get to our goal. It's a slow climb.
Colon Cancer Hour.
This video is only like a couple minutes long.
Rum chata, limon.
Lemon.
Lemon.
Rum and horchata is not enough. You have to have limon flavor too. Limon.
He's still wearing his bracelet from the concert that he went to several days ago.
Hell yeah. Malort is a Chicago liqueur. That's most definitely what's up.
Of age, alive.
Watch when he pours this in. Is it get gritty?
I wonder if it like makes the drink look disgusting.
He's pouring it into the sip hole. He's not.
I bet it's going to
taking the top
congeal
off.
or something because it has like cream in it.
Oh no!
Because it's rum chata, right?
Creamy.
Yeah. I love horchata. Every time I go to like an actual taqueria,
It's
that's
gonna
what
curdle?
I get for my drink. Yeah, of course it's gonna curdle. It's gonna be gross. It's gonna look like puke.
Is that a mind eraser when they put the curdle shit in it? Is that what it's called?
I have no
Get
idea.
this tip train rolling too.
Woo, choo, choo, choo.
Candy canes, pretty much.
Some liquid smoke. Wow, why did he make that face? Something didn't go right.
Did it curdle? Oh, peppermint? Fuck.
Like peppermint schnapps or something like that?
That's another rum chata, peppermint.
$21 and up. He didn't even say that. I'm really surprised.
Cement mixer is what I'm thinking.
He just did. He just.
Oh, did he just say it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, whenever he like presents a type of alcohol, he always has to say 21 and up.
21 and up. A cement mixer shot is Irish cream liqueur and lime juice, and it curdles in your mouth when you take the shot.
See, this one's okay. The other one was like brown and green and like swirls of like nasty puke looking colors. It still looks kind of bad though.
Disclaimer, do not mix G Fuel with alcohol. That's probably stupid.
I've seen him. He's been doing the duster huffing a lot too.
We shake it up. It doesn't look so bad.
Someone should send him a can of paint thinner. In Minecraft, of
That
course.
smells rancid.
What?
That smells. It is rancid, isn't it? Is it all? Oh God! Oh God! Copes. He's chugging it like it's a fucking milkshake. Oh no! Oh God! Oh no! Oh no! Oh God! Oh!
Yeah, I recognize the taste of the Malort.
I love how that's his, like his commentary on it, and then he makes his
They
face.
made the Malort bearable.
It made the Malort bearable. I've never seen him not like it. This is new.
It
Don't
is
drink like a cup of beer and Taco Bell sauce.
Well, normally he like struggles through it, but maintains that he likes it the whole time. But this time it wasn't quite there.
This
was a stream he did too. This is like I got this directly from his channel.
I gotta go make a P in the V.
All right, everybody. What do I got to do to get this tip train moving? Do I need to do humiliating things to myself to get this tip train moving? I would ask, because this is completely free, that you give us a like if you haven't already. Please give us a like. Back in the day, I used to be like, I'll take my shirt off for $200, and $200 would just like materialize, and I'd be like, all right. I don't know why you want to see me with my shirt off, but I'll do it. So,
you gonna do that now?
Yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, $200, shirts off. Shirts off for $200. The next, okay, you guys can do it cumulatively too. So we're at 356. So 556, shirt comes off, and then we'll talk about what the next humiliating thing is that I'll do. And then I'm going to have to do, because we used to do giveaways every now and then to help us reach the goal. And I still have some old memorabilia that's been sitting around forever. Shirts
Every
off.
dollar is still a stroke of my dick, and I can't come into the goal.
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna put that up? No way.
Oh, I don't know. I've got a few of them, but they don't.
Shirtless.
Yeah, egghead. What? You ready to? You're not gonna torture me, are you guys? Please don't torture me. I'm gonna strap myself to this wall, but you better not torture me.
Fucking Mel Gibson.
Yeah.
Yeah, what were you saying about the mask? You have like a bunch of them?
I have a couple of them, but they don't make them anymore. The website that I ordered it from still exists, so I might be able to like special order it. Like I could show them a picture of this and ask them to make me another one. But but I only have a few of these. This is one of my older ones, and it's all stretched out. But then I have one that I've hardly ever worn because it's just this elastic strap on the back, and this one's like almost totally worn out. So when I try to wear it, it just falls off.
I have an old picture somewhere of me wearing the one you used to wear on the show.
Oh yeah,
from the Ohio meetup.
Yeah.
Everybody was wasted, and I fucking put it on.
Yeah. Yes, that was a crazy time with the Brett Keane head cake.
That was nobody even ate any of that. I remember like TJ punched it, and then everyone just started beating the shit out of it.
Yeah, that was craziness.
Do you guys ever consider doing a meetup again or no?
We could. I mean, we were probably gonna do one in 2020, and then everything shut down, and then the whole world went to shit, and then people have a lot less money now and shit, so it kind of slowed everything down. But we've thought about it, and we were almost definitely gonna do one in 2020, and it just kind of fucked everything up. So we haven't even really planned for one at this point, but it's never like completely off the table. So yeah, who knows? Never say never.
We're definitely down for the next one.
Yeah.
DP Coast COVID meetup. Post COVID.
The Coast COVID. Hey, the West Coast COVID meetup. Yeah. If we did a meetup, it would be here. So, because it's like just easier that way. And there's a lot of people who would probably go, but there's no actual plan for one to happen anytime soon.
At 666, you should take off that mask you've been wearing these last 1,000 episodes. Tip train to see Ben's real face.
Yeah. I sit in a makeup chair for 3 hours before every stream to create this prosthetic face that hides my real one. You're on to me. I'm going to have you murdered in Minecraft because you leaked my secret to everyone. By the way, it doesn't take anyone this long to pee. I'm just saying. There ain't no peeing going on. All right.
He's pooping.
He pooping. He pooping.
At least he didn't lie about the tight butthole, man. Struggling to get that out. Butthole so tight he's 100% constipated 100% of the time.
Yes. Oh. Having allergies. It's allergy time right now. It's unbearable. Let's listen to this AI. It's an AI. We've been listening to a lot of these lately. It's Biden and I think Obama and Trump playing Jumanji. It's an AI voice generator. On a rainy day in the suburbs.
It's been 8 seconds without any noise.
Oh, Bush is there too.
Moving, and I'm becoming understimulated. I need to watch someone play on their phone or something.
Can you yeah. Okay, we're getting there. What did I say it was?
556.
Okay, 556. Help me remember that because I got a horrible short-term memory.
Sit still for 5 seconds? Of course I can sit still for 5 seconds. I'm not a toddler. But 8 seconds is starting to push it.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty exhausted from all these crazy adventures.
Agreed. I think we need a day to rest.
Yes, we will have the Act Man as a guest, but I don't know if he's interested or not. But yeah, sure, we'd have him on. I don't know much about him.
Old bones just ain't what they used to be.
We need something to bring us back to our roots, like a good board game.
Why don't we check in my big bag of goodies?
Your what?
Has he always had that? Let's see here. Oh, perfect. I found this beauty in the river while I was barehanded fishing for cod.
What is that, Joe?
Well, the two most common species of cod are the Atlantic cod, which lives in the colder waters and deeper sea regions throughout the North Atlantic.
Now, what's that thing in your hands, dummy?
Looks like it's called Jumanji. What is it, Joe?
If memory serves, I used to play
The Bush voice isn't quite there. Because Bush was like this. He was a little, I don't know how else to explain it. He had like kind of a southern drawl a little bit. I don't really hear that.
Back in the day with Hopscotch Pete and the Whistle Sisters. Of course, that was back when the pieces were made out of asbestos and the board was made out of lead.
Well, open it up. Let's see what it's all about.
Oh, that looks so cool.
It says here we roll the dice to start.
Look, there's a message.
Trapped in the jungle with lions and apes, you must finish the game to make your escape.
God damn it, Joe. I thought this was going to be a normal game.
Oh, fiddlesticks. I think Jumanji is the game from the 1995 film starring Robin Williams about a magical board game that tries to kill you. I had it mixed up with Candyland.
Hey, we're...
God damn it.
Hey, where am I? Oh, goodness gracious, this is just my luck. A giant spider. I'm in the web of a giant spider. I guess it's times like these that I'm lucky to have loyal friends that will come save me in my time of need.
It's not happening.
I'm sure he's fine. Let's just roll the dice so we can get out of here. I'm already sweating from this jungle heat. You're always sweating, fat ass. You'd sweat if we were in Antarctica. Always with the little comments. You just can't help yourself, can you? And you can't help yourself from shoving that last piece of pie down your throat.
Damn, Barack, you're a savage today.
Just roll the stupid dice. The board says, beware the teeth, don't pull the tail.
They're playing
This beast's
Jumanji.
appetite will make you fail. Sounds like you, Donald.
Zing! I think that's a lion.
I'll bet it eats people who make comments about other people's weight.
No, it probably just goes for the biggest target. Barack and I are fine.
Now you're doing it, Joe. It's called bulking.
It's called bulking. He's making a Jared excuse. That's hilarious.
Once I'm in a calorie deficit, I'm going to have washboard abs. I've been reading about it on bodybuilding forums.
Oh, so that is fucking hilarious. He's literally saying verbatim what Jared Genesis
So
says.
that's why the computer's search history has a bunch of oiled up muscle men on it.
I sure hope someone finds me soon. This spider looks hungry. I'd hate to be wrapped up and eaten so she can have little spider babies like the end of Charlotte's Web. Hey, I'm kind of like the pig in that book. The pig gets eaten by the spider, right? I wish my brain worked normal.
I never thought it would end this way.
Ripped apart by a lion. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty low odds. I thought I'd be ripped apart by an orca whale.
Sometimes I think you just say things to say them, Joe.
Wickety bipple.
Feast on this beast.
Who's that?
Luckily, that bag of goodies back there had a succulent cod
the fuck is
inside for
this?
our feline friend to feast upon.
Who are you?
Why, I'm Chester A. Arthur, of course. I've
course.
been trapped in this confounded board game for the longest time, and you finally rescued me. I thought everyone had all but forgotten little old Chester. But it looks like the Presidential Brotherhood always comes through in the end.
Presidential Brotherhood? Who the hell is this guy?
Chester A. Arthur, 21st President of the United States.
Doesn't ring a bell, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Jack. I think I would remember you. I've got the memory of an elephant.
What did you have for breakfast this morning, Joe?
Screw you, Donald. I might not have the memory of an elephant, but you've sure got the shape of one.
Yeah, what did you have for breakfast, Donald? Everything in the fridge?
I'm
going to run for president again just so I can make an executive order to beat your guy's ass.
Don't tell me you've all forgotten about Chester A. Arthur, leader of the greatest country of the world from 1881 to 1885.
They forgot about you,
How long
Chester.
have I been trapped in this board game?
Help me!
Drat, no time to dawdle. It sounds like your friend is in trouble.
Oh, shit, we forgot about George.
Quickly, men. Grab that magical satchel and the board game and let's save your comrade.
What the hell is a comrade?
I think that's commie speak for lover.
George, are you in here?
Oh, thank goodness I knew my friends wouldn't forget about me.
Of course we wouldn't, George. You're our little prize pig.
Oink, oink.
What the hell are you talking about? Somebody help him. That spider's going to inject him with venom.
Quite the contraption you've got here in this
Chester to the rescue!
This bag of goodies, my geriatric friend.
Thank you.
Chester, you are literally the coolest guy I've ever met. Joe, you were carrying around a gun and didn't think to use it against that lion?
I thought it was a TV remote. And besides, without our near-death experience, we never would have met this good fella.
Oh, I'm pleased as punch that I've met you fellows as well. Now we just have to roll the dice and finish the game so we can return to the real world. Who has the game board?
Me, I do.
Now we just
I
have
do.
to roll the dice.
Oh, shit. Spider baby.
No, what have you done? Ah!
Whoops. You broke the whole damn board with your fat ass, Donald.
I'm doomed to spend eternity in this board game.
No. Poor Chester A. Arthur.
We're back.
Poor guy.
Yeah, poor guy. What was his name again?
Chucky?
Chain Chomp?
Why would that be his name?
Chain Chomp.
Like, walk me through the logic that led you to guess that this guy would be named Chain Chomp.
Wickety Bipple.
Oh, you silly Willy.
Don't encourage that behavior, guys.
Wickety Bipple. Hey, that's pretty fun to say.
Wickety Bipple.
Hey, has anyone seen my succulent codfish?
That's a presidential wickety bipple right there.
I like that wickety bipple. It's a nice word.
Are you a big fan of Chester A. Arthur?
I forgot he existed too.
21st president.
He was a one-term president.
1821?
Something like that.
1885? 1881 to 1885? 25 presidents since Chester A. Arthur. We've all but forgotten him. You wouldn't forget Martin Van Buren, would you, Josh?
I don't even know who's that.
8th president, Martin Van Buren.
That's the 8th president? What did he do?
8th president. What did he do? President of the United States?
No, what did he do as the president, though?
Fucking, well, this is before there were, he was halfway to Abraham Lincoln. So I'd say he probably did some stuff.
Would he pass the butthole challenge? Because that's all that matters, dude.
Maybe he had sick-ass mutton chops. Like, if you thought Chester A. Arthur looked like an old man, you should have seen Martin Van Buren. Martin Van Buren stood out.
I'd fuck Chester A. Arthur.
He founded the Van Burens. Thank you, Hells Only. He presided, man. He presided. Let's see, Martin Van Buren. Let's look at his wiki. He was an American lawyer and statesman who served as the 8th president of the United States from 1837 to 1841. What was that?
If we reach the goal tonight, we'll do a seance and have Martin Van Buren on the show.
Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Martin Van Buren was a short king, 5'6".
Hell yeah.
What was Martin Van Buren best known for? He opposed not only the creation of a new bank of the United States, but also the placing of government funds in state banks. He fought for the establishment of an independent treasury system to handle government transactions. So Martin Van Buren fought until that fuckboy Hamilton. But most all the presidents prior to Alexander Hamilton fought tooth and nail to keep us a free country. And fucking Hamilton sold us out. That's the reason why we get Alexander Hamilton on Broadway. They celebrate him because he sold us out to the fucking banks, man. He sold us the fuck out. America used to be a free country until Alexander Hamilton sold us the fuck out.
I think I'm like the last person who hasn't seen Hamilton yet.
Shit. Hamilton died before Martin Van Buren was ever president.
So I thought you were going to say Hamilton died before Hamilton came out.
Shit. That's true. It's also true. We got a clip from Hell's Only. I'm going to have to open this up. Hell's Only, last night, if you guys were not around, we did a March Madness, classic sitcom March Madness, and Hell's Only had some fantastic insight for us throughout the night. Very much enjoyed that. Hamilton died in a duel in Weehawken, New Jersey. Everybody knows, and it's not because of the Hamilton play they know. It's because of the fucking Got Milk commercial where the guy's getting the guy's like a fucking Alexander Hamilton historian, and they call his house to say the $1 million question: who shot Alexander Hamilton? And the guy has a mouthful of peanut butter and no milk. And he's on the phone. He's going, and they're like, sorry, we can't hear you. And they're like, it's Aaron Burr, right? Right? That was the joke, right? Kramer and George, the Van Buren boys. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That's how you know Aaron Burr shot Hamilton. It's from that Got Milk commercial of the 90s. And if you don't know that, it's probably because you watched Hamilton the musical, because you're a Zoomer. Zoomers, but this is the thing. They will never, ever let you forget about Alexander Hamilton because he is the backbone of the crook system that steals our freedom from us and tells us that we're free. At what cost? At what cost? A lot of talented people in that Alexander Hamilton stage play. Billy, please say more funny things in mouthful of peanut butter voice. I can't do it. You picking on me? Because I have a mouthful. Josh, you have a mouthful of peanut butter voice?
Let me try the Aaron Burr one.
Yeah.
All
right.
No.
Here's what we're
I'll
gonna do.
just grab some peanut butter.
Yeah, it's true. Good call. If I had peanut butter, we should do a segment where we just spackle our mouth full of peanut butter and try and fucking answer questions. How stupid would that be? I wonder if Ben has a peanut allergy. He probably doesn't.
That'd make it an even better segment, dude.
I don't think. Poor Ben just dies for this segment. That's not a good idea. Ben, do you have a peanut allergy? No. Okay, he does not have a peanut allergy. Ben, do you have a lot of peanut butter? I do have peanut butter, yeah. We need to do a segment where we both fill our mouths with peanut butter and try and answer questions.
Okay.
Ben's got better than peanut butter now, though. He's got pizza. We don't want to ruin. We don't want to ruin his pizza with peanut butter. We are over halfway. We're almost 3 hours to tonight's episode, and we're not even halfway through our goal. This is probably the night where we all die miserably in front of you. That's not good.
Yeah, because I do die.
The milk guy was in People Under the Stairs and Twister. Interesting. Twister.
You want to check out this Trump rally?
Let's go.
Let's see.
Peanut butter with shrimp.
Where is it? Oh, there it is.
If you eat your peanut butter with your fingers from the jar, we're gonna have to get 2 jars of peanut butter.
Keeping borders open. They're good at no voter ID. Why don't they want voter ID? Think of it. You know, 88% of the Democrats want voter ID, but not the leadership. There's only one reason you don't want voter ID, because you want to cheat on elections.
I mean, if there's no voter ID, anybody can cheat, though. Right?
And the Republicans cannot take it any longer. They have to get tougher, but they cannot take it. These Washington Republicans, like Mitch McConnell, who's the
But the Republicans want the voter ID, right? The Republicans are saying they want voter ID.
Well, he's saying they all want it. It's just the politicians don't want it.
They've got to get tougher. They got to get like Marjorie Taylor Greene. You happen to be here. Would you like to run for the Senate? And I will fight like hell.
I do think federal elections should be federally regulated instead of just being handled state by state. There's like one registration for federal elections. No electoral college. It's just whoever gets the most votes, like nationwide. So you don't win states. You just win the most votes nationwide. That's what I want.
Where's Matt Gaetz? I heard his speech. Oh, Matt, look at Matt.
We definitely need a new system.
Boy, he laid it out there, didn't he?
Matt Gaetz.
I said, you know, I was watching. I said, you know, maybe he's gone a little too far. And then I realized, no, he hasn't. That's really, he's given some very good facts, and people like it.
He's got some
That's
good
why
facts.
He wins his district by a tremendous amount. Well, they weaponized him, too. They weaponized him. They made up phony charges, and he went through 2 years of hell.
No, I think his buddy did get charged.
And he turned out to be a brave guy. It is a good test. You have to say that, Matt. It's a hell of a test. We learn about people. It's almost like going to school, taking a test. He got an A+ on that test.
Fuck. Witch hunt signs at the fucking rally.
Yep.
They took the word of a proven liar, a convicted felon, and a disbarred lawyer, all the same person, believe it or not. You wouldn't think that could go to one person. It would be 3, 4, 5. over some of the most respected and prestigious people in the country and in New York City, some of the most respected lawyers testifying against. They looked at all of these pages of documents. They went back to old cases that were summarily rejected by many prosecutors, highly respected prosecutors.
They looked at some old documents which were hidden in a safe in my basement.
Before including, and I will tell you, the existing prosecutor who said this case doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
AI voice Trump.
I like AI voice Trump better.
Washington, D.C.
AI voice Trump is better. And thank you, Settlers, for good stuff.
Thank you.
50% out of go.
Didn't make sense. He said, let's go get Trump. They even had numerous prosecutors who resigned because I was being treated unfairly. That made me feel so good when I heard that. Think of it. People actually in
Please give up your jobs for me.
Area Democrat office, they resigned. Did you know that? They resigned. A lot of them resigned the office.
You know, the way he just rattles stuff off is a lot like Trumpster Bob. He just comes up with all these unverifiable stories and conspiracy theories.
Because they said, you can't treat a man like this. He didn't do anything wrong. But the two lead prosecutors, absolute human scum.
So, if you didn't do anything wrong, why did you believe you're going to be arrested?
Well, is he talking about Matt Gaetz here, or is he talking about himself?
He's all over the place, so it's kind of hard to tell. Maybe he is talking about Gaetz.
Won a Hillary Clinton lawyer from a Hillary Clinton law firm. Do you believe that? How about a guy who represents Hillary Clinton? He's in a law firm that represents Democrats.
I think he's talking about him because he was talking about New York and shit. And Matt Gaetz isn't from New York, and he wouldn't be.
Because he was saying that there was lawyers from New York, accredited lawyers from New York, supporting Matt Gaetz earlier in the conversation. So I don't know if it's transferred from there or not.
Robert Schumer. Think of this. Now think of this. And he calls up the prosecutor. Think of this. He calls up the district attorney of Manhattan.
Yeah, he's talking about
He said,
New York.
I'd like to come and work for free. I'm going to leave. I represent Hillary Clinton. We represent the DNC, the Democrat Party. I don't even know if you know this.
The Democrat
He said, I wanna
Communist
work for
Party.
free. He's a bad guy, known as a bad guy. I want to work for free to get Trump. And they bring him into the office. He becomes the head prosecutor. Then you had another one similar. And then he goes out. And he quits because the head of the office, who I respected, but then he went bad because he
went bad because he said I wasn't right.
Succumbed to pressure. But the head of the office said
He succumbed?
No, we can't get him on anything.
Is that how you say it?
Wrong. Changed his mind a little bit on a couple of.
I think it was
things,
succumb.
but that's okay. But he was under a great deal of pressure. Now I understand that he's made up his mind and he agrees with his original feeling that we did nothing wrong. But how about this? A guy leaves private practice representing Hillary Clinton, goes for no salary, no anything. He goes into the district attorney's office to prosecute Donald Trump. He doesn't get what he wants, so he leaves the office in a huff, and he writes a book, and the book is published during the case ongoing. And I will say this, he has been absolutely killed by the media, even the fake news media back there, a lot of them I see.
Fake news.
The fake news media, the ones here covering my campaign speech and not editing
And
it.
he writes a book, and he makes money off the book, telling what went on with the grand jury. What do you think of that, Mr. Lieutenant Governor? You think that's fair? Sounds like a fair system. It's a rigged system. Like we had a rigged election, we have a rigged system. And you almost have to say,
If it's rigged, is that why you're not in jail?
what does our country come to? Review after review, even by the biggest, greatest legal scholars, some of whom don't like Trump. Like Alan Dershowitz said, I don't want to vote for Trump. I never voted for Trump. I don't believe him. Actually, I think he does, but he does that to give himself a little credibility with his friends, the Democrats. I think he votes for me, personally, but he even said, in 60 years of practicing law, it's the worst abuse I've ever witnessed. I've never seen anything like it. There's no case here, but that's Alan Dershowitz, a Democrat. Greg Jarrett, who's a great scholar, great guy. He came out with reports that were so damn.
I love how this is an election rally. But all he's doing is complaining about being persecuted. He's not talking about anything he would do as president. It's all just him whining.
That's the cool thing about Trump is we know what he'd do as president. He's done it before. So now he just has to come show up, whine, and get the witch hunt signs behind him.
Read it. But this is really prosecutorial misconduct. That's what it's called. The innocence of people makes no difference whatsoever to these radical left maniacs.
There's some Trump pinch shirts back there.
No.
I don't know if those
That's
are
not happening.
appropriate.
It is worse, actually, in my opinion. Hard to believe anything could be worse than this, but I think it's worse than ballot stuffing or media manipulation by the FBI working together with Twitter, Facebook, and the rest. Remember when that came out 4 weeks ago? That the FBI was working to make sure that nothing bad is said about Biden, but as much bad as possible is said about Trump. And you know that
If you had evidence for that, then there would be like this crazy First Amendment legal battle over that. If the FBI was like shutting people up from talking about the president, that'd be like the craziest violation of the First Amendment I could imagine.
Were the Elon Musk Twitter reports about hiding Biden stuff when he came out, was that looked into at all?
I don't know. They're allowed to hide shit on their own platform if they want to. But if it's like being enforced by the law, then that's where it's illegal.
Yeah, there was like.
But if I'm the owner of Twitter and I don't like Trump and I like Biden and I want to like push one over the other, you can do that.
I never looked into the reports when they came out, but people were saying that like there was reports that the government was.
Who are the people?
Twitter, the Twitter documents that Elon Musk had when he bought the company.
But you said people were saying that.
The people that were reading them at the time, and I thought maybe we'd hear more about them, but
yeah, I don't know.
Never did, so I don't know if that was all bullshit or what.
In fact, even the Truth to Vote with the ballot stuffing, where they caught ballots being stuffed on tape, all live on tape.
Trump is Mike TV from Willy Wonka.
I'm busy.
Because if we don't win this next election.
So he just sits in front of the TV with a cap gun.
Yeah, he'll shoot you in public, and no one will. Everyone will have his back, and no one will call the caps on him.
2024. I truly believe our country is doomed. I think it's doomed. Prosecutorial misconduct is their new tool, and they are willing to use it at levels never seen before in our country.
It's really obvious when he starts reading, because he'll be like, oh, and he'll like get on a point, and then he'll kind of drift off and just start repeating himself.
But we've never had it like this.
Wonder if he has bullet points or if he has a teleprompter or what.
Those are teleprompters next to him. Those two like flat squares right there. Those read.
I wonder if they have like bullet points or if they have actual full shit on it.
Kind of sounds like bullet points, but he might just kind of like read a couple sentences and then expand.
Trump
from
is
there.
Vuk assault. Trump is maybe every kid except Charlie from the Willy Wonka movie. He might be everyone except poor little Charlie.
And we must not allow them to go through another election where they have yet another tool in their toolkit. Remember everything I've endured, all of the hits, all of the attacks, all of the assaults and pain of my loved ones. My loved ones have suffered far more than I have. With me, it's almost become like I go through Russia, phony deal. Impeachment hoax number 1, phony deal. Impeachment hoax number 2, phony deal. The Mueller witch hunt, phony deal. By the way, it's determination after 2.5 years, no collusion. There was no collusion with Russia. I could have told them that very easily. But they knew that because they had the laptop. And the laptop, the collusion, was with Biden and Hillary Clinton, who worked with them on the dossier paid for by Russia. But they don't do anything about it. So I hear that, and you get a little bit hardened to it, you get a little bit immune, but they do tremendously big damage to great people, your family members and your friends and your associates and people that work for you and everybody. But I never ran for office. if I never took on the deep state. So I never ran for office before. I mean, I ran one time and I won. It happened to be for the presidency. So
that is a big claim. He was the first person to win the office without any political or military history. He was the first person to become president without any political or military history. That's big. He ran before, you say, Seth Looks? Did he run before? Did he lie to us just now? Did that Trump just lie?
I had a senator come in to see me once a few years ago. He said,
I love yourself,
"Sir,
Hank Chill.
You've only done this for 1 year. I've been running for office, sir, for 28 years. I ran for president a couple of times. I'm greatly experienced. I think you should listen to me." I said, "Well, I've only run one time. I've only been doing it for 1 year. And I became president of the United States. So I want to listen to you. I don't want to listen to them. But if I never did..."
Yeah, he ran twice for president, but he ran once in 2016, and then he was re-elected. He ran for re-election in 2020. Did he run before 2016?
I think he might have gotten a nomination.
He was in the primaries a few times now.
He might have gotten like a nomination for a third party back in the day or something. Let me look.
Yeah, I don't know
He
about
did
that.
Reform Party. Let's see.
I know he went independent for a while in between his Democrat-Republican days, but I don't know if he ran.
Political career of Donald Trump. All right, let's see. Political activities up to 2015. So Trump's political party affiliation has changed numerous times, registered, blah, blah, blah. When did he actually run?
It says he was affiliated.
Yeah.
Trump was the 10th most admired man in America in 1988.
That's fucking insane.
Now, well, it was the 80s. It makes sense. It was fucking the yuppie culture. Yeah, it doesn't say here that he had any sort of...
Yep.
It says and he had a 2000 presidential campaign. He formed an exploratory committee to seek the nomination of the Reform Party for the 2000 presidential election. A July 1998 poll matching him against likely Republican nominee George W. Bush and likely Democrat nominee Al Gore showed Trump with 7% support. Trump eventually dropped out of the race, but still went on to win the Reform Party primaries in California and Michigan. After his run, he left the party due to the involvement of David Duke, Pat Buchanan, and Lenora Foulon.
That is so crazy. So back then, Trump was so principled, he couldn't be in the party that racists were in.
Yeah. Well, now that's the only other party, right?
I mean, so there's other parties.
He didn't run.
He didn't run, but he was on a few primaries ballots, and so it says he dropped out. So he did run, but he dropped out before the primary even happened. But he was still on the ballot in California and Michigan, and he won those primaries. And Reform Party at this point was the party of Jesse Ventura and Ross Perot. So they were like the biggest third party at the time. He endorsed John McCain. That's insane because they ended up hating each other. Like one of McCain's dying wishes was that Trump doesn't go to his funeral. Yeah, so.
Well.
Just got done replacing spark plugs and a coolant valve for some sticky green.
Sticky green?
Sticky green.
Deep state.
Enjoy.
If I never stood
Cheers,
up
Raymond.
to China like no other president has ever stood up before, you didn't even know China was a problem until I came along. China was ripping us off, making
You didn't even know China was a problem.
$600 billion a year. $600 billion. And I did a little tariff hunting with them, and we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. I got the farmers of our country $28 billion because of the abuse that they had to take.
I love how Trumpster Bob's reasons for liking China is that he likes their food and having sex with their women.
Which is why I like McDonald's.
They keep saying, "Oh, I think DeSantis can do okay with farmers."
He keeps calling him DeSantis.
Based on polls, he's not doing okay with anything. Well, it's never good to try and destroy Social Security. It's never good to raise the minimum age to a very high level, which was not good, and to go against
The minimum age for what? I know what he's talking about, Social Security. It just sounded kind of sketchy.
Try and obliterate it. These are a few of the good facts. It's also not good when you look statistically at how he did on COVID. Not well at all. He's in a very bad position. Or
Interesting.
look at how he did.
Yeah, that's going to kind of make some of the people there that support him be like,
Yeah, a lot of the people that I know that like DeSantis like him because he was so lenient on COVID.
Yes.
On crime, not good, not good. We have great Republican governors, actually, who did really much better, who shut down their states for a very short time, or in some cases didn't shut them down at all. I look at South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee. I mean, we had some states that did a phenomenal job with no shutdowns. You know, I gave them the right not to shut down. Not everybody. You didn't have
Mo
to shut
Jam in the chat says, ha, 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 and Trump did great with COVID. I assume you're being sarcastic,
I don't
but
know.
Trump did do great with COVID. Remember when he got it and gave it to everybody, including Chris Christie, and Chris Christie almost died, and Trump went to the super crazy presidential hospital and got a $1 million treatment?
You remember the photo op where he landed on a helicopter in the front lawn of the White House, and then he was wearing a mask, and he walked up these stairs, and then got up to the top of the stairs and took the mask off. It was so weird.
And then he went out and said, I got COVID, but I'm all better now. I could kiss everyone in this audience. I could kiss everyone in this audience. Psycho.
But in the case of Florida, they unfortunately did shut it down. They shut down the beaches. They shut down everything. So now that people are finding out about what happened, they're saying, man, he's dropping like a rock. And I wonder why, but you know,
yeah, he's dropping like a rock.
Somebody comes, you see, I'm a loyalist. They say, sir, don't talk about that, sir. Because people don't want to hear that, but I do, because I'm a loyal person. These people over here have been very loyal to me. Marjorie, Matt, your Lieutenant Governor Dan, many of them.
Yeah, if Trump leaves the party, they will all follow him. If he doesn't get the nomination and runs on his own, all of these people are going to follow him. And all the voters that weren't into politics and got into politics because of Trump are going to follow him too. It's going to be crazy.
Sitting right here.
I want it to happen more than anything.
Wesley, that was a good speech you gave. But they've been very loyal. But I'm a loyalist. And when a man comes to me, tears in his eyes, he's at almost nothing in the polls. And he's fighting somebody that's at 42, and he's got almost $30 million in the bank. He's at almost nothing. He's got no cash. And I said, I can't give you an endorsement. There's no way you can win. You're dead. But he fought a little bit, like 150. He was certainly no Jim Jordan, that I can tell you. He fought a little bit, just a little bit, on impeachment hoax number 1, impeachment hoax number 2, meaning on television, because I didn't know him very well. But I saw
Impeachment hoax part 1.
I said, you can't win, can you? How do you can win? Sir, if you endorse me, I'll win. Please. Please, sir, endorse me. And I said, all right, let's give it a shot, because honestly, the Secretary of Agriculture, Adam Putnam, good man, but I never met him. I didn't know him. So I don't feel guilty about it. You know, if you don't know somebody. I wish I knew him, actually.
He's all over the place now. He needs to start.
Good man, never met him. I don't feel guilty.
Want to know the truth? I wouldn't have done this. So what happened is, I said, let's give it a shot, Ron. And I endorsed him, and he became like a rocket ship. Within one day, the race was over. He got the nomination.
Side note. To Ruby Jules in the live chat. Shut the flying fuck up. You say the exact same fucking thing time and time again, and it always ends the same.
Wow. Shade.
Good day, sir.
Shade.
Go back to huffing computer.
Whoa.
Did Egghead just Willy Wonka?
Man. So I made an offer at 450. Was it 456?
556.
Oh, 556. All right, so we're still like $101 away from that.
Running
Okay.
against a man that was the hottest in all of politics. He was the hottest person.
Now, Ruby, just make a bigger dono than Egghead just did, and I'll be on your side. But I'm on Egghead's side now.
Him and Stacey Abrams, the two hottest people in the Democrat Party. So we laugh at him now, but at the time, he was one of the hottest people in politics, Matt, right? He comes from a state that Matt's very familiar with. Now, he turned out to be a crackhead. But I did rallies for Ron that were massive rallies, and they were very successful. So we got him the nomination.
Who's the crackhead?
We then got on the election. He said, I don't think I can make it.
He's hard to follow. It's just like how you thought he was talking about Gates when he'd been talking about himself for like 5 minutes. He's all over the place. He switches topics without any type of lead in or like mention that he's talking about something different. It's crazy.
Because the other guy was really popular, believe it or not. He was going to be the next president of the United States. But that didn't work out too well. They caught him in a crack den.
A crack den. I love you said crack den.
Who was the crackhead?
He goes in politics today. He could maybe he's going to make a comeback. Who knows? But think how bad Florida would be. Remember one thing. Florida has been tremendously successful for many years, long before this guy became governor.
Oh, so he's back on DeSantis.
Florida was tremendously successful under
They found him in a crack den.
He was, look, whether you like him or not, Charlie Crist, it was very successful. He was a Republican at the time. But Florida's been successful for decades. In fact, probably as or more successful than it is now. But when a man, you get him elected, and there's no quid pro quo. Get rid of that word. Remember those words? Quid pro quo, with the perfect call I made with the Ukrainian president. But when you're
the perfect call,
so he gets the nomination because of you. He wins the election because of you. 2 years later, the fake news is up there saying, "Will you run against the president? Will you run?" And he says, "I have no comment." I say, "That's not supposed to happen. I have no comment." No. So I'm not a big fan, but I love, that's right, he's a disciple of Paul Rudd. He is actually a disciple. That's
a disciple of Paul Rudd?
Social Security.
I thought he said Paul Ryan.
Oh. I'm like, what's wrong with Paul Rudd?
It did sound like Paul Rudd, but I think he said Paul Ryan.
But I think we're doing really well. I mean, we're up at levels. I don't know if they have them on the screen, but they might put them up on the screen. The polls, the last 4 or 5, actually the last month. Yeah. And put the other ones up, because you'll see some numbers that are incredible. You'll see some numbers that are, we just had one today, 69 for Trump, and I think 18 or 19 for...
69 for Trump?
Yeah, we were at 69 and one today.
You know what that means? Blowjob, cunnilingus, same time.
Colonel Angus. Did you ever see those Colonel Angus sketches on SNL, probably from like 15 to 18
With
years
Burt
ago?
Reynolds?
No, it was all it was like set back in like the Civil War era South, and they're all talking about this military guy that's going to come named Colonel Angus, but it sounds like cunnilingus when they're saying it. And they make all these weird innuendos, like they describe Colonel Angus, but it always leads back to like oral sex. It's pretty funny.
Cunnilingus. The open border zealots. If I never fixed our military and I rebuilt our entire military, we defeated ISIS.
We defeated ISIS.
Al-Baghdadi, we took out Soleimani. We fixed our military and gave you the largest tax cut in the history of our country. We gave you the largest regulation cuts in the history of our country. That's why our businesses were doing so well. Not now, unfortunately.
The largest regulation cuts. That's why our businesses were doing so well. And that's why now everything's falling apart without regulation.
And trains are getting derailed.
Everything's falling apart without regulation.
Yeah, getting rid of regulation, not a good thing.
Businesses were able to make a quick buck at the cost of our safety and our security.
Yay!
Obviously not now that I'm no longer president because it's somebody else's problem and Congress won't work with them. Look what's happening. Everything's falling apart from our deregulation.
And do all that.
The regulation. He's like, of course not now. None of the regulations got put back up. Like, are you saying Biden came in and put all the regulations back up, and that's why things are bad now?
That's why things are so bad now.
No, they're bad now because of the deregulations.
Dude, that was a perfect Seinfeld right
Was
there.
it?
Yeah. The deregulations!
Oh.
You did it really good. I like it.
We watched one segment of Seinfeld last night.
Yeah.
Now I stole Seinfeld.
Yeah, I'm so glad Mr. Belvedere won last night. Oh, spoiler.
Spoiler!
Life, I didn't know what subpoena meant. Now I'm one of the kings. I know. I can look at the color. I can tell you where that one came from. Well, that's a nice. Now, if I didn't do all that stuff, or if I was doing badly in the polls, instead of the numbers where you're at 69 and 59.
He really wants to say 69 a bunch.
69. Remember the soundboard I had where he would say different numbers?
Yeah.
He loves numbers.
Yeah.
Billion,
Going
million.
after me. When they go after me, they're going after you. I left behind a magnificent life and I stepped up to fight for America.
He's basically Jesus. He made the sacrifice.
I
left behind a magnificent life.
Stepped up for America. Deregulated the trains. Deregulated the banks.
Yeah, like, if he hadn't have gotten into politics, though, he could have just, like, paid off Stormy Daniels and nothing would have came of it. Like, no one would have given a shit. That is true. When you step out of a world where, like, Trump was in the business world, he was able to be kind of like a mobster behind the scenes and pay people hush money. But once you get into politics, that, like, they'll dig that shit up.
I don't know if it has to do with politics directly, though, because Vince McMahon got fucking
That's a totally
capped.
different thing.
Is it? I thought he got in trouble for paying off with the board money.
Well, that was a publicly traded company, and I don't think... I think he was cleared of using company money.
Okay.
He used personal money, which there is kind of a weird line there for him when he's like the owner of the company mostly. But no, yeah, he didn't do anything illegal, but he did things that were considered unethical, so they booted him. But now he's back already. So
is he back or is he just
He's back
to
until a
sell?
sale. I mean, he's been back since.
He's not operating, is he? He's just.
Yeah, I think he is.
Huh.
And then Stephanie stepped down.
Oh. Proud to be an American, or at least I know I'm free.
Yeah, he is currently the executive chairman of WWE. So he was not gone very long.
But is he operating?
They have the best seat in the
Yeah,
house.
he came back in as the executive chairman of the board. He's not the CEO anymore, but he's the chairman of the board.
Those cameras are on them. They can't see what I'm doing. They can only see.
But he wasn't always the CEO. I mean, there was a point where Linda was the CEO back in the day. Like, they've flipped that position around a few times.
But they can see what powerful shoulders I have. But those cameras are on there for 2 hours. And every once in a while, a face will be so crazy, so good, so wild, that lots of good things happen for that person. So congratulations. See, they may have a better seat, but I'd rather have your seat. Our front row Joe's over here.
Our front row Joe's.
All the hatred, rage, and contempt the radical left has for you and your values and this nation has been very much directed on me. And again,
Ladies and gentlemen watching right now, like the stream.
Please.
Comment.
Yep.
Join our Discord and enter the live fan chat. There's always a bustling live fan chat. And it's a bunch of lovely folks that get along just fine.
All the time. They're great.
Never a problem in our fan chat. It's just hugs and love. And then, of course, send in your big fat fucking tips.
Please.
Close. It's been a stream of lies and abuse that few people could ever imagine. Few people can imagine. I had a man come up to me, a very famous man, and almost everybody probably would have heard of him, a businessman. I saw him about 2 weeks ago. He said to me, could I ask you, I'd never even liked him very much, to be honest, but he did say it. He said, could I speak to you for a second? Yeah. Mr. President, I'd like
Give
to
love
ask
to
you
the
one
sweet
question.
boys. We have the best sweet boys.
Thank you.
You got the best sweet boys.
The best. Believe me.
How do you take the abuse? How do you wake up in the morning and put on your clothing? How do you put on a shirt every single day there? If that ever happened
Hey,
to
Jared doesn't. He lives in Texas.
me, I think I wouldn't know what to do. I say, well, then don't go into politics, but don't go into politics where you're going to make America great again, because you have a lot of people that don't want to see our country be great. It's hard to believe. But he did ask me that question. I have that question. That's one of the most often asked questions that I get. Wesley, how do you do it? How do you do it?
Wesley.
How do you get up in the morning?
Is he talking to
But I don't
Wesley
like it.
Crusher?
Shut up, Wesley.
Because it's such a negative thought. I'll start thinking about it. I don't want to think about it. Because if I think about it too much, I'll probably start agreeing with him. But I'm never going to do that. But I've had, and I've borne all of this willingly. And I watched other people run for office. I mean, Mike Bloomberg spent $2.5 billion. He never got past the first question, right? So, but I do it again because I love you and I love our country.
I remember when he was like, I love you. You're very special. When he was talking to the rioters, he was like, we love you. You're very special. It's fucking hilarious.
The January 6th offense. I'm going to need everybody in our pleb chat to chill the fuck out right now. Or, sorry, not pleb chat. Fan chat.
He is the master of talking a lot without saying anything.
He talks.
So they're not coming after me. They're coming after you, and I'm just standing in their way, and I'm going to be standing in their way for a long time, and eventually I won't have to stand in their way, because in 2024 we're going to have the greatest victory of them all.
They're not coming after me. They're coming after you.
Yeah.
And I'm standing in their way, but I won't have to stand in their way for long, because in 2024 we're going to have the biggest victory of them all.
Yeah, that's...
They're not coming after me. They're coming after you. All these witch hunt signs in the background, turning the witch hunt against Trump. He's now turning this witch hunt against Trump into a witch hunt against the American people.
The live chat.
More like the live chat. Yes, Egghead Show. Thank you for correcting me after I corrected myself, you psycho. But yeah, everybody chill the fuck out. Nobody in the chat talk to anybody ever personally about anything ever again. You all need to fucking just comment on the show and how funny I am, how beautiful I am. No more interacting with each other. You all actually have lost humanity privileges. You're no longer humans. You're fans alone of me and by proxy Ben and Josh and Donald Trump. That's it.
You know, by having this delay of 4 years, it was devastating for the psyche of our country. It was devastating for our country, devastating for many people. When you look at millions and millions and millions of people.
Yeah, millions and millions.
You know, the one thing, it's bigger. If we do it in 24, it's much bigger than had we done it in 20, because we have learned how this other side and how these policies don't work. When you look at what happened with Afghanistan, I was taking them out. Everybody was coming out of Afghanistan.
I was taking them out.
Down to 2,500 people. We were keeping Bagram, however, not because...
Bagram?
Bagram?
We're keeping Bagram, however.
Appreciate you, Mojam. Appreciate
Afghanistan. We were keeping Bagram because of China. 1 hour
China.
from where they make their nuclear...
Oh my
Bagram.
God, shut up. It's not... Is he really pronouncing Bagram in a racist Chinese dialect?
Bagram?
That's fucked up, Trump. Did he do that on purpose?
Yeah, that's what happened when King Cobra went to China.
That's
they were
fucked
pointing.
up.
That's what they were saying while they were pointing
That's
at him.
fucked up, dude. That's fucked up.
From airbase is the biggest in the world, and you know who's occupying it right now? China. China.
Bagram. So
And they
fucked
left
up.
in the dark of night, and they did.
So
in the
fucked
dark of
up.
night. A lot of dog lovers. We all love dogs, but they did. A lot of people said, "Did they leave the dogs behind?"
I heard that
German
Vogel
Shepherds,
Mayor
like,
Base
oh,
has a really sweet clock tower.
There's no air tower. It's a clock tower. Is he fucking going from talking about China to talking about dogs? What is Trump doing right now?
It's a delicacy over there, you know.
The fuck is he doing?
Conan, remember Conan? He went after al-Baghdadi. That was not a good day for al-Baghdadi. But under Joe Biden, American patriots are being arrested and held in captivity like animals. Look at what's happening in Washington. And I will tell you, Marjorie Taylor Greene is the expert. She's been to that prison many times. There is nobody that has described what's happening in that prison. It's a hellhole. And these are soldiers and policemen and firemen and medics and doctors in a couple of cases. These are people that shouldn't have been there. And when you look at the Tucker Carlson tapes from 2 weeks ago and you see so many things that turned out to be false, very important what Tucker's done, what Sean has done, what Laura did. Laura did a piece last night that was incredible. And Jesse, there's a group of people that have been absolutely fantastic. Greg Kelly has been great. Rob over there has been great. Newsmax just got its 15 million people back, which is great. Newsmax, they tried to destroy Newsmax. What they've done to OAN is horrible, horrible.
What they've done to OAN?
Destroyed Newsmax, and through a lot of different things, they got it back.
What they've done to all these propaganda machines.
Right.
It's absolutely horrible. But to be fair, like CNN, MSNBC aren't much better.
They're not as extreme as OAN and Newsmax are like.
They were pretty fucking
yeah,
out there.
Yeah, they're way more out there. Fox News doesn't even compare to them.
Very high ratings, and they took it off. That's something pretty unusual. But while leftist thugs are allowed to roam the streets, killing, looting, burning, raping, and pillaging, patriotic parents, Christians, conservatives.
They had to find Trump again. The cameraman went to this weird Where's Waldo. He was going around the audience showing off when Trump's like, rapists. They're getting all the rapists in the audience. They're getting them all on camera. And then Trump goes back to talking. And they're like, we got to find Trump. The camera's just going crazy trying to find him. He didn't move, cameraman. You moved, cameraman. Trump was right there front and center.
Hey, guys, in the fan chat, shut up. Shut up. Stop fighting each other. Talk about the show. No, don't. You're telling me no, Egghead? No, that's not how this works. Sorry.
Uh-oh. Everybody fighting right
Do
now.
not challenge my authority.
Everybody fighting right now. This is the last episode of Drunken Peasants ever. So you're wasting it with fighting.
Are being
Good
hounded
fucking
by
job.
The FBI and the DOJ like terrorists. They're being treated so badly.
There will be no
They're allowed to
1169 for you
campaign and
guys.
Nothing happens. They're allowed to write up fake dossiers, send it around to everybody, and it turned out to be a total hoax. There was nothing true in it. It was done by the Democrats and crooked Hillary Clinton. But they persecuted.
Tell the scumfuck to keep my name out of his mouth.
Yeah. Yeah, now it's $150, $151. $151. If you want to have an opinion stronger than Egghead. Ben, that was you, Ben. He called you a scumfuck, Ben.
No, he was talking about.
Are you sure? Because you just called him out, right? And he paid $100 to call you.
No, I don't think so.
Oh. Then why'd you take the shirt off? I thought you were going to
it was an offer I made while you were taking a dump.
Oh,
earlier.
I thought you were going to fight him because he called you a scumfuck.
No, I don't need to take my shirt off to fight Egghead.
Well, there you go. Egghead, you going to take that? Send another $100 to shut Ben up. Egghead, you're not supposed to say it wasn't to Ben for free. You're supposed to pay like at least $10. Say that wasn't to Ben.
And yet Joe
Fuck.
Biden is a stone-cold criminal caught dead to right, and nothing happens to him. Forget the family, nothing happens to him. Yesterday, the press reported that millions and millions of dollars came into his family's bank accounts from China.
He does that on purpose. I could tell he's pushing that one out. Just because of the way he used to say it, it became a meme, and he knows it works, so he's China.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if that were me? How would I do if that? If China paid millions and millions, and you know they had to describe the work for Jim Comer, they wanted to describe the work, and it didn't look too good because they had no idea why they got the money. They had no idea. Millions and millions of dollars coming in from China. The mainstream media didn't even pick up a tiny piece of that story. Can you believe it? You look at the mainstream media, they don't talk about it. They're right there. In fact, it was a very big...
We don't talk about it.
Amazing.
Amazing.
You know, it's amazing because when I started, they had a very, very high popularity and approval rating. And now they're lower than Congress. I'm very proud of that. I've exposed, but they were never like this. Now
Expose my penis to Congress.
deranged. And not all of them. I'd say 10% of them are okay, right? But the 10% have a very hard time. They have a very hard time. And nobody can understand why a media would be against things where we want good education for our children, where we want real, strong military, where we want low taxes and low regulations and good schools and good all. It's just a crazy thing that they fight against. And for some reason, the radical left... I don't
God,
even
my
think they
fucking
know what
allergies
they're
are
doing. I
awful.
think they're
Everybody's suggesting you get some kimchi or something super spicy and blow your sinuses
That does
out.
not work.
They're saying you got to blow them out.
That is not how it works.
Everybody at home suggests that. I think they're out of their fucking minds. But if we happen to have some wasabi on hand,
We don't.
some hot mustard, some snortable hot mustard.
I'm not snorting shit.
So much
You're not? Some kimchi? Snort some kimchi.
I don't snort liquids up my nose. Or
Kimchi's a
solid.
solid.
Yeah, I don't do that.
You know, we had more requests today, over 500 requests for media. And I said, that's nice, but probably by this point, about 90% of them. I think those red lights...
They're suggesting you do an old-fashioned booger boil.
I watch it. You know, CNN, which has the lowest ratings in their history...
The lowest ratings in their history, yeah, because cable overall has lower ratings than they ever have in history. But it's still bigger than OAN and Newsmax.
When you have 3 to 4 liberal news channels and only one Fox on cable, they have to share all the views between MSNBC, CNBC, CNN, and then all the other news channels as well on regular TV.
Anybody that has to hire Don Lemon has to be fake news.
Fake news.
You ever watch it think he fails in prime time? So they move him to the morning at a ridiculous salary, right? They probably paid him more. Why do they do that? Why don't they just hire somebody new? He can only do better. They should hire Matt Gaetz. Would you like to get a...
Matt Gaetz replacing Don Lemon?
Huh.
Of our justice system is
He looks like a
not-
fucking cartoon villain.
Yeah, it's Don Lemon versus Don Orange.
as some have called it,
Very
a
citrusy.
political spectacle. This is the central issue of our time. I think it's one of the biggest issues. And by the way, nobody called out China like Donald Trump. Nobody called out Russia like Donald Trump. And they want to know.
Oh, man.
Remember when they said, oh, he's soft on Russia? Putin said to me, if you're soft, I'd hate like hell to see you when you're tough. I called off, remember, I ended Nord Stream 2. Nobody in this audience, nobody in Washington ever heard of Nord Stream 2. That's the pipeline.
He always does this, too, where he's like, I said this. No one had ever heard of that before. I said it.
I gave them hundreds and hundreds of javelins Whereas
Javelins.
Obama gave them pillows. Maybe they got them from Mike Lindell. Did they buy it from you? Mike, I hope they didn't. You'll be under investigation tomorrow. No, they gave him pillows and sheets. I gave them javelins. And then they said, and you saw what those javelins did to their tanks. That wasn't pretty. But that was me that gave it to them.
That was
and then
me.
They say Trump was soft. I saw it the other day.
I gave them javelins.
Trump was actually soft on Russia. I ended Nord Stream 2. The pipeline was done. And one of the first things that Biden did when he came back, and this is the biggest thing, that is the biggest development they've ever done. That was economic development. That was massive money. This was a pipeline going to Germany and all of Europe, spread all over Europe. I ended it. And I told Europe, if you aren't going to go along with me, then I'm not going to do any business, because Europe is almost as bad as China having to do with trade. A lot of us come from Europe indirectly. Directly and indirectly, so we love Europe, but they rip us off just like everybody.
The Nord Stream 2. Germany blames Trump in pursuit of Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Critics warned the deal, the second such pipeline linking Russia and Germany, would make Europe too reliant on Russian gas supplies. So Trump ended the pipeline from Russia gas to Germany.
Huh.
Watching these different deals that they're announcing, they are horrible, horrible deals for our country. They're great for Canada, but horrible, horrible deals for our country. But the destruction of the rule of law is a tremendous threat to
Can the motor
Western
mouth guy
civilization.
on the
And I
third box
say,
climb
I
up and
was asked the
stop
other
talking
day, and I
over
took a little
everyone,
heat for it.
please?
Yeah, what's up with that, Josh? I'm just trying to get my little opinions out all episode, and you keep fucking shutting me down. And that gets us to 75% of the way to our goal. Thank you again. Do you have something to say, Josh? Before I shut you up? Before I shut you up?
I think I've been talking way too fucking much
Thank you,
tonight.
though, Seth Looks.
Who's our biggest threat? Is it China, sir? Is it Russia?
Lip
I said, no,
discs
biggest threat
matter. Says he's
Lip
so boring
discs
now.
matter?
Lip discs matter.
What do you mean? He's exactly the same.
Says he's so boring now. He needs to increase his racism if he wants to win again.
Politicians that work in the United States government, like Mitch McConnell, Nancy Pelosi.
Poop, poop. Right, Lord Alcaraz, Gracie. Getting us closer to that goal. The closer we get to the goal, the sooner Ben can enjoy a nice night's sleep. He's been working all day, slaving away,
I don't even talk about it.
and he
because
does
sometime
not
after
need to be
that,
tested
really
right now.
shortly, what happened with COVID? It
He
was
needs
like
to be
I never
rested
thought
right
about a
now.
trade deal, because no trade deal you make is going to ever $50 trillion worldwide. Think of it, trillion. $50 trillion is the damage done. China doesn't have anywhere near that money. Nobody has anywhere.
People
near
are
that
suggesting
money.
Josh
The
Peck is in
damage
the
they did,
audience.
So I don't talk about it.
Who's that?
From Drake and Josh?
What is Drake and Josh?
Nickelodeon
Oh.
show that young voters would have loved.
You've never seen Drake and Josh, for real?
Ben has not seen Drake and Josh. He does not know what that is.
Yeah, I was probably too old to watch that shit when it was out.
Chugga.
Choo choo, Higstrand, gracie. That's 79.38% of the way to our goal. Almost 80%, baby. That's $165 away from the golden hour. A lot of young people in the Midwest are Republicans. Yeah, there's a lot of
They
Republicans. You know what the crazy thing about Republicans is? They're not all Nazis.
None of them can pass the butthole challenge, though.
That's fact. Drake Bell was doing more than DMing young girls, according to the court case. He was digitally penetrating them. But that's the court case.
With China, we put massive tariffs. We took hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars out of China. No other president took anything out of China, not 10 cents. But the only way to
Our audience is just seeing a ton of child actors in the crowd. They think they see...
These are crisis actors. A Trump rally is a crisis. So these are all crisis actors.
The kids from Big Daddy are in the crowd? The kids from Sweet Life of Zach and Cody.
See, I know that show, but I didn't watch it because I was too old to watch it when that shit was on TV.
I like how you knew the Sweet Life, which I'm pretty sure are younger than Drake and Josh.
Yeah, because I saw it in passing, and I was like, I recognized the kids. I was like, oh yeah, those are the twins that were in Big Daddy.
The kids from Bill Nye are also there. I went to school with a girl from the Bill Nye. She was one of the Bill Nye kids. We did a high school play together, or no, an elementary school play together.
Crazy Nancy Pelosi. But in many ways, these sick people are more of a threat because we can deal with China. I was beating China so badly, nobody's ever seen. We were.
What do you mean beating them?
Slapping them.
It was beating
then
China.
Came in, we had to go back. We did a great job, and when we unfortunately had to,
because of our economic ties to China, having bad relations with them is detrimental to the entire world's economy.
give up what we were doing.
Drake and Josh were not the kids from Big Daddy. The kids from Big Daddy were the kids from Zach and the Sweet Life of Zach and Cody.
Yeah.
Which had the girl London Tipton, played by Brenda Song, who is currently the mother of Macaulay Culkin's child.
Days before COVID was something that nobody ever saw came into our country. So we really rebuilt it twice. But if you go back to those earlier days, which wasn't that long ago, we had a country the likes of which nobody has ever done before. And China
you motherfuckers in the chat, I swear to fucking God, you're going in garbage aisle. Do it one more time. Literally do it one more time. Like Teddy, okay, Teddy, you're the first one going into garbage island right now.
Whoa.
I fucking warned you guys.
Whoa.
Stop fucking mentioning each other's names. It's distracting. It's annoying. And I'm pissed off about it because I'm trying to do shit now, and you're just fucking, you're like just doing whatever the fuck you want.
We're turning this car around. We should probably make Garbage Island the chat on the screen.
No, you're not trying, Ruby Jules. Get out of the fucking chat and go do something else right now.
Don't drink the Jesus juice, Brenda Song.
You're not doing your best. You're not.
You're going.
If you were doing your best, you would be not doing what you're doing. Shut the fuck up. You said a whole bunch of shit. Go back and read what you read, what you wrote. Just shut up. God, you're like I feel like I'm at a fucking, I'm working at a daycare center right now.
This is a daycare now.
I spend so much time fucking mediating you fucking bickering morons all the time. It's just ridiculous. Stop. Act like adults.
DP stands for day play now. This is day play, the daycare. Day play, daycare.
Shut up, Ruby. Dude, Ruby, you are going into Garbage Island, like literally right now.
DP daycare. DP daycare. On WNDP.
We had all the power. We had this economic power that was used very judiciously, but we were winning, and we were winning big. The problem isn't China. The problem is stupid people that have to deal with China. That's the problem, and that's what we have.
The problem is stupid people, says Donald Trump.
The halls of Parliament,
wow,
Canadian
how
Parliament,
relevant.
Beautiful Parliament, and there's Trudeau with his beautiful wife, and they're sitting there laughing and laughing. They think it's so great because they pulled the wool over his eyes. The deals they made for that guy, I would never have made those deals. I would never. But I watched Joe Biden say, I'd like to thank China. And he's in Canada. And then he goes, oh, because they start screaming at him. The entire room starts laughing. I'd like to thank China. But he's in Canadian Parliament. He said, I mean Canada. The whole place.
Did he get China and Canada mixed up?
Biden did?
We don't want anyone to laugh. Nobody laughed at our country when I ran it, I can tell you that.
Nobody laughed at our country when Trump ran
definitely
it.
not true.
That's most definitely not what's up,
The only way
Prez.
to stop these arsonists is to rebuke and reject this evil persecution by sending us straight back to the White House to expel the communists and the Marxists and all of them in 2024. And we'll do it in short order. One thing I'll tell you what, I was in Washington 17 times in my life, they say. The fake news reports, it might not be true, but not much more than that. 17 times I never stayed over. and I wasn't aware too much of that particular society. It's a D.C. society, and I had to rely on a lot of people. Some were rhinos, but they gave me advice, and we had unbelievable people. We rebuilt our military, we got the tax cuts, we got so much. We did so much. But
Trump's like, I've only been to Washington, D.C. 17 times in my life. It doesn't matter. Politicians travel outside of Washington, D.C. all the time. Have you not seen the flight logs at Epstein Island? They could come to New York City, Trump Tower, eat a fucking taco salad.
I hear it's the best taco salad. The best. And believe me, he knows taco salad.
I would try it.
More powerful, stronger attorney generals. There were some people that I wouldn't have put. But here's the beauty of being there. I was there 4 years. I know the good ones. I know the strong ones. I know the loyal ones. I know the ones that love our country. When you go there, and you weren't, number one, a politician, and number two, you were literally never in Washington, you have to a certain extent, rely on other people. And I take advice from, in a couple of cases, Dan. And I got great advice, including your son. That was good advice. His son was a great U.S. attorney, one of the best. But, you know, we get good advice, but you also get some advice. Right now, I know the good ones, and we know the bad ones, and we know the weak ones, and we know the strong ones. But we know the ones that love our country, because it's all about common sense and love. Never forget, the very same people who are always after me are the ones throwing open your borders to millions and millions of illegal aliens. Nobody suffers more than this state. I watched on television the other day people having homes, they're just being invaded. And the real number, in my opinion, you know, they like to say 4 million people, 3 million people.
He says it like Dr. Evil.
In my opinion, by the end of this year, it'll be 15 million people will have come into this country.
In my opinion,
4 million or 5 million.
they say 4 to 5 million. But in my opinion,
there is more to the goal. Big My Bad Band, Billy and the Patrolman. Josh, I've been occupied with Resident Evil 4 Remake.
a lot of people are in on that Resident Evil 4 right now.
A lot of people are playing Diablo 4 right now, too.
Thank you, Goose Juice. But yeah, the Diablo, Resident Evil, what's up with all these 4s taking over? Is that Doja Cat? Doja Cat's not back there, is she? Would she do that? There's no Doja Cat back there. Million.
The New York State. But they're flooding your towns with deadly drugs, selling your jobs to China, mutilating your children. They're mutilating your children. Who would have thought 12 years ago a thing like that to say would be ridiculous? Nobody would know what you're even talking about. Setting fire to your life savings, releasing violent criminals to prey on innocent people. We have so many people pouring in, and so many of these people are not the people you want coming into our country.
Not the people you want.
When we have thrown this repulsive political
Sure,
class,
there's 15 million of them. But a few of them we do want
in 2016, I declared I am
to do all the grunt work that we're too lazy to do, right?
Tonight, I am your warrior. I am your justice.
Look at the guy over his left shoulder right there. Look at him.
And I took a lot of
Look at this
heat
guy.
for this one, but I only mean it in the proper way.
He's got a mullet.
For those who have been wronged
Is that a mullet?
and betrayed.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's got like a mullet. Mullets are back. It's weird.
We will take care of it. We will take care of it. You could take the 5 worst presidents in American history and put them all together, and they would not have done the damage that Joe Biden has done.
You better not have Chester A. Arthur in that 5 worst president list.
What they've done to our nation.
I'll tell you what, Ruby Jules, you're in my DMs. No more DMs. Okay. You accepted a match with Egghead at Actual Mania at the end of this month. And then a week ago, you're like, oh, you know what? It's for the title, by the way. And then like a week ago, you're like, oh, I won't be able to do that well, so just wait until April. No. I booked you for a March match, and now you keep making excuses about why it's not going to be as good, but next month is going to be good. Why should I depend on you to be good in April when you can't even follow through in March? Like, if you can't do that, so like, I'm going to sit down and think about this, because if your shit sucks bad enough in March, why do you even get into the April show? Why, like, if you lose so bad to Egghead, if you lose really bad to Egghead, why do I need you in the April show? When you're not bringing your A game, when you accepted a match, you've already fucked up once. I got your commitment this time. It's still in the chat. I can go back and look at it. I'm like, okay, I'll book you in this match, but you have to promise me that you will be here for it, because you've canceled on me before, and you said, I promise I will. And now you're doing it again, and that's fine. You know, you don't have to do it. I'm just like, you said you would. So, look, you're putting me in a bind. No one else does this. No one else accepts it and then cancels like halfway through. Okay. If you lose, if Egghead gets more than 75% of the vote against you, you're not going to be in actual Mania. If it's that bad, because you've already prepared me for it to be bad. So if Egghead beats you by more than 75%, you're not going to be in actual Mania unless someone else decides they wanted to challenge you for it or something like that.
But if you beat Egghead by 75%, we'll change actual Mania to actual Mania hosted by Ruby Jules.
Okay, yeah.
Honest Red says, kind of fuck the mods are pursuing their own agenda against community members. Well, Honest Red, I have to tell you something.
What's that?
I have to tell you something. I have to tell you something. It's not that fucking serious. If we have to, we'll demod everybody and we'll shut the Discord down. We've done it before.
Yeah.
We'll do it again. The reason we have the Discord is for people to kiss up to me and compliment me. And tonight it's just been fighting. You've really let me down. You did kiss up to me a little bit, Honest Red. So,
Ruby Jules, stop crying and making yourself a victim. Just listen to what I said and think about it and do better. That's it. That's it.
Or even better, tell me how beautiful I am.
Think of it, what they've done to
It
our
makes you
nation.
beautiful.
The stakes of this election could not be more clear. Either we surrender to the demonic forces abolishing and demolishing and happily doing so our country, or we
Stop crying, Egghead.
in a landslide on November 5th.
You're fine. You're fine. You don't even like Honest Red. Why do you care what he says about you? Why do you care what someone you don't like says about you?
Either the deep state destroys America, or we destroy the deep state. That's the way it's got to be. We're at a very pivotal point in our country. Either we descend into a lawless abyss of open borders, rampant killings, super hyperinflation, which is what we have right now and not coming down, and festering corruption, or we evict Joe Biden and the Democrats from the White House and we make America great again.
Honest Red, like, normally mods don't have to be tested about putting aside their personal shit because they don't have someone like you constantly throwing personal shit at them. Like, we don't normally need completely emotionless mods. So you bear some of the blame here too, buddy.
We are thrilled to be joined by great friends of mine and Texas patriots who support us, many of whom are here tonight. We've gotten so many endorsements.
We're all Ben's bastard children tonight. Put them kids to bed.
You should spank them, Ben. You should
It's
spank them all.
ridiculous.
It's incredible.
And I said, Egghead, just make a promo. You can say whatever you want in a promo. If you want to say stuff then, but just like calling like the chat being like a constant like
head of our campaign, along
bitch
with
boy
the
slap
State
fight.
Attorney General, but he's been a friend of mine for a long time, and he He called up right after the election.
Is that a heart? Is that what a giant cookie?
There's a lot of heart-shaped cookies I've been showing to the audience right now. Subliminal imagery. I want everybody to have heart-shaped cookies in their heart and in their mind and in their tums. I want them to have happy little tummies right now with heart-shaped cookies and love and respect. And I want everybody to when you go to bed at night, I want you to say, I'm going to have a good morning and a good night. Scouts honor. Sweet dream, Scouts honor. I want everybody to say that before they go to bed at night. I want Scouts honor.
My allergies usually keep me up. Ugh.
I thought maybe you were allergic to bullshit. Generic Minority says, I was a sweet boy all night. I don't deserve this. Here's an e-kiss for my sweet boys. True, Generic Minority. You were terribly sweet tonight. I actually got a little bit of a sweet tooth from the heart-shaped cookies that you obviously wanted to send me. Thank you for that.
And he says, we got to do it again, sir. We have no choice. So I want to ask Dan Patrick to please stand. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick.
Copy that. I'll make a promo tomorrow morning. You said I can say whatever I want.
Okay.
All right.
All right. I'm going to watch it first, and if it's fucking ridiculous and it's just going to keep this bullshit going, then I'm not going to play it. So, come on, dude. You're an adult. Think about it. I mean, if you go too hard, you can't ever ask the people you talk shit about in it to not talk about you again. Like, you're fair game for good if you go low enough. You should have this much common sense.
He loves this state and he loves this country.
I can't wait to go back to Actual Mania where we just take clips of Tila Tequila and put them against clips of fucking the puking dog. You guys can't handle the spotlight.
Well, I was like, man, this is a lot of fun now. There's no way this can get fucked up.
I knew this was coming the entire time. I knew it.
Thank you very much. Representatives, Ronnie Jackson, love him, Texas, because he's special.
Egghead Gamer word moment.
He's an Afro, and he's a...
You said I can say whatever I want.
Wow.
No!
Politician, a congressman. I said, which do you like best? I think he said maybe being a doctor.
Puking dog would have made a great POTUS. Could you imagine this Trump rally if it was puking dog instead of Trump? And it was just the dog at the podium vomiting all over these fucking Waco Texans? That'd be so much better.
You know, they said, this guy is brilliant. He's going to destroy our country. He's taking it over lock. Okay, that was about 2 weeks. They had all different narratives. Then they say, oh, he's dumb as a rock. Then they say something else. He's in the middle. They had about 19 different narratives. I said to Ronnie Jackson, is there a test I can take to prove how smart I am? Well, sir, we have the so-and-so cognitive test that's given by Walter Reed. I said, well, is it tough? He said, actually, after the first few questions, it gets pretty tough. The problem is if you do badly, I don't know if we'll be able to shield it because, you know, it's sort of a public place. Other doctors see it. Other doctors are there when the test...
They're not allowed to say... Hold on, though. No. No, your medical results are private information. That's why your doctor said you were in like amazing health when you're clearly not.
Until the medical results result in death.
Well, yeah, then they have to report a death. Other than that, like you could be dying of cancer. They don't have to say anything until you're actually dead. So
I said, should I do it or not? And I did it. And you know what? I aced it. Got them all right.
I aced it.
Every single time.
There is a time to gain. A time to lose.
The first step was putting my right foot in. And then the second step was putting my right foot out.
A time to reign, a time of sow.
Then I put my right foot in and shaked it all about.
A time for love. A time for hate. A time for peace. I swear it's not too late.
After that...
Thank you, Iceless Agorist, for your lovely donation.
I never
and call for peace.
Yes, thank you.
People are very stupid.
All I am saying.
Another guy who's fantastic, Troy
This kid piece of
Nels.
shit.
This guy is a warrior. He is a warrior. He's tough as hell. And so
All right, you know what? I don't want to do like you can literally say anything because it will just never hear the end of it. Either one of you will just, because you both, like Honest Red, you play the victim a lot too. So if someone went too hard against you, you would whine about it forever and try to like, when some other completely unrelated situation comes up that you can claim was similar, you'll be like, well, this didn't happen when I did it. So, like, you're always, like, lawyering the rules and being like, well, if you don't like this, then why was it okay when that happened? It's always constantly that shit. So, no, you're not going to be able to do a promo where you can say anything you want. When I said that, I didn't mean literally anything you want. Of course, I have the final say.
somebody I wish I had a future like this guy.
You guys can say literally anything you want in the privacy of your own home. And if you want to say anything on this show from here on out, it better be in the form of a Cobra cooking video. I want to see some food hacks. If you want to talk on a shop, you better be doing it while making a gigantic shit burrito. And I want to see you eat it.
Before I heard him from that very nice airplane that's behind us, I said, you know, I never knew you were that great a speaker. I've heard the word Wesley Hunt.
The word Wesley Hunt. Not the name, the word Wesley Hunt.
Thank you, Wesley.
It's a great word.
And by the way, these are all people that have endorsed me. Because if they didn't endorse me, I say don't even come. I have a few said, sir, I love you. We're going to endorse you down the road. I said, that's okay. Don't bother coming.
Huh. Well, that's a good way to alienate votes.
Michael Burgess just endorsed me. Thank you, Michael. Where's Michael? He's around here somewhere. Pete Sessions, whose wife Karen is here. Where's Karen? Karen. Great. Say hello to Pete. Thank you very much. A great honor to have your endorsement. John Carter. Great guy. Great guy. John, thank you. Randy Weber. Randy, wherever you are, Randy, thank you for the endorsement. These are all the endorsers. The rest of them, I'm really not interested. You ever have these guys, sir? Thank you very much for the endorsement. A year later, you call. I said, I hear they're waiting with the endorsement, but they'll be waiting a long time. But we have mostly, almost everybody. A very special guy, great baseball player, great golfer, actually. I played golf with him. He's really terrific. But he's a very brave man. He went with Steve Scalise and some others in that horror show on the baseball field in Washington. And
I'm not sure what he means.
He's fully recovered, but he was hurt pretty badly. He had a lot of courage. And
oh, yeah, those people that were like shot playing a softball game. I think that's what he's talking about. There was like a bunch of government officials years ago that did like this baseball game and someone like came by and shot a bunch of them. I think that's what he's talking about. But he's all over the place, as we've said. We're really close. We're over 4 hours in. If you guys want to help us out, now's a good time for a final tip train. I'm going to play something else here.
Bye, Trump.
This was only half of it, too, man. We got through. I could not imagine sitting through one of these whole campaign speeches.
Not without a nice argument in the background to keep us occupied.
Right. Well, I don't think we would have. Either way, I don't think we would have made it through the whole thing.
Did he say anything? I felt lost the whole time.
Yeah, he said
he never really made a real point the entire time.
He said Matt Gaetz was a sweet boy. He said Marjorie Taylor Greene and all these other people support him. He said people who don't support him openly and want to support him down the line don't show up to his rallies. He says, you only show up if you support me now. We said, well, that's great, vote. Trump. Yeah, I know. He's got my ruby jewels. Advanced Global promo would be good right about now. See, you know.
Did Flockapossum say that?
Yeah, Flockapossum knows.
Yeah, he sent me one. Maybe I can check that out really quick here.
Gotta go squeeze a fresh snack out for the trolls. Pinching a loaf. You're jealous of Cobes. You're jealous of Cobes.
Hello actual Mania fans, 'tis I Flackapossum from the Vermin Supreme, your tag team champion. This promo is for you the people. First, you can save 20% off your legal THC order by using code PEASANTS at checkout when you order from Vance Global. For our Canada, UK and Australia fans your link will appear Now for the card everyone wants and no one needs, except me.
Oh my god.
Had a cereal flavor all night with my peaches and cream and my body and dreams. That's too good.
Give the people what they want.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Give them what they want, Ben. They want hot lesbian action.
Yep. I'll give it to you when there's no fights in the server for 3 months. It'll probably happen around the time hell freezes over. God, I'm like crying. Holy shit. I'm serious because it'll never happen. Like, you guys cannot not fight. Especially like some of you only get involved from time to time, but there are just some of you that it's like literally a daily, all day kind of thing. And like one will poke the other one, and then the other one will poke back, and then they'll both claim that they're victimized by the other one, and it just like never ends. It's so sad. It's annoying.
You know who never gets in petty fights? Star Spangled Luchador.
Nope. No, he's all about business.
He only fights the big fights against the pizza.
They're never petty.
Against the pizza wars. They're never petty. That's why I like the Star Spangled Luchador.
Oh, fuck.
And by the way, 20% Vance Global Flock of Possum had a point. Point you to that link. 20%.
Yeah. Link in the description.
Get rich or die trying.
In the description. It's going to be insane. Man. And I think after this, I might go play some Diablo after this stream is over. Honest Red, maybe you didn't reach out to me, but you complain all the time about not being treated fairly and other people being treated like inconsistent moderation and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, you do complain. Like, it's, you guys both are equally to blame for antagonizing one another. It never ends. So
you guys are both equally to blame for caring about what the other person fucking says.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know how much shit I would care about either of you saying about me?
He only gets mad when Trumpster Bob says he has a loose butthole.
Fuck that. That guy was lying on my dick size.
Lying on your
lying on my
buttholes.
dick. He was lying on my dick, Ben. No, I think that everybody should be happy. You're giving hours a week of the greatest content ever. I give you guys the funniest, most intelligent commentary 3 to 4 times a week for hours a night. And then you come back and you show me appreciation by caring what each other think.
Someone in the chat said, this is what happens when you get too familiar with your audience. Honestly, I'm hardly ever in there interacting. It's just, I'll be working on something else, and I'll get a DM like, so-and-so was mean to me.
I'm always in there trolling for butthole pics.
It's like, I'm not too familiar. The problem is that I'm available at all. Like, it's just going to happen if you're available at all.
I'm actually not familiar with the audience at all. I don't even know who these guys are. This egg character seems interesting, but the red character, he also seems honest, you know? I don't. Other than that, I don't know who's talking. The pics.
I think it's
already,
Honest
so.
Egg.
Honest Egg. You know, if you get red in your egg, you probably shouldn't use that egg for your omelet.
because it's like a half fertilized embryo.
Half fertilized ovum.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I wonder if I'm gonna get whatever disease you have coughing here tonight.
It's not a disease. It's allergies.
I hope it's allergies, but like
you've done this bit so many times with me.
Tonight though, I'm scared.
I do this all the time.
I know, but you scared me tonight, Ben. I forgot how bad it was. It's been a while.
It happens every spring.
I know. Now every spring I worry too because it goes away for a while, then it comes back. And I'm like, shit.
Yeah, that's how allergies are. I'm allergic to the plant jizz in the air.
Aerial herpes.
And right now the plants are just jizzing everywhere, trying to pollinate.
Ben over here with the bonsai bukkake, sneezing all over the studio, and I'm worried I'm gonna catch a jizz rift.
You can't catch it.
I know I can't, but every time I get worried, still.
And you never do. You never catch anything.
Every once in a while, we share a nice cold, but this is just. I just tell myself this is just allergies. I'm not gonna die tonight. I won't die. I'll be okay. Imagine if there was a girl and she was in your room and she was showing all the symptoms of not consenting. Right? But what we know is it's just consensual non-consent.
I don't like this.
But in my mind, these symptoms of not consenting are still getting into my brain. That's what this is like. This is like with it's just allergies. But my brain's like, oh no, you're gonna be next, Billy. You're gonna get super COVID.
When I had COVID, I didn't like cough or sneeze or anything. I just like had a fever and felt really tired all the time.
Yeah, it didn't hit me that hard either. I think I got lucky.
I had a little bit of breathing issues, but I didn't have like the bad cough, and I had a little fever and just slept it off for a few days. Let's check out this chocolate factory explosion.
Under camera in Pennsylvania capturing the moment
to cap
part
off
of a
all our
chocolate
Willy
factory
Wonka talk tonight.
exploded. Take a look at this. Fox affiliate WTXF capturing exclusive images of the R.M. Palmer Candy Company going up.
That was intense. That was like Bruce Willis should have been jumping away from that in slow motion.
This is probably the most expensive pinata.
Capturing exclusive images of the R.M. Palmer Candy Company going up in flames. The blast killing 2 people and leaving 9 missing. This happened yesterday afternoon in the town of West Reading. Fire crews are reporting at least.
You couldn't see the actual building. All you could see was like it exploding upward.
2 dead, 9 missing.
9 missing.
Is this Willy Wonka's chocolate factory?
Also not known exactly what caused the explosion, but employees in the factory reported
Chocolate
a fire
rain.
minutes before.
There's people dead here. Generic minority. People died. Making a chocolate rain comment is not. It's not okay.
Check out this crazy story.
Now, a CBS 2 exclusive investigation. She's only 16 years old and already a sex trafficking victim.
So what does DCFS do? We've learned they placed her with a 3-time convicted felon who's now accused of forcing her into prostitution.
CBS 2 investigator Dave Savini has been exposing state child welfare system failures.
Yeah, this whole foster system thing obviously needs to be reworked.
They just released this underage girl to her pimp.
To a pimp, yeah, to a foster parent that just pimped her out.
Here's he joins us now. Dave, this is hard to believe.
It is almost unreal what happened to this foster
It's real.
child, but the
You're
fact
reporting
is,
it on the news.
DCFS placed a child sexual assault victim into the care of a man who should have never been given a license to be a foster parent.
A troubled 16-year-old girl was sent to this apartment building by DCFS. The state agency in charge of protecting her placed her in a foster parent's home here at the corner of 80th and Hermitage. But during our years-long investigation into DCFS, the CBS 2 investigators made an astounding discovery. The licensed foster parent who the state entrusted to care for that 16-year-old girl was a 24-year-old man with a lengthy felony criminal record.
So they're giving foster teens to 24-year-olds?
With a lengthy criminal record?
What?
Should a 24-year-old with a lengthy criminal record be able to take in a 16-year-old girl?
If you're not old enough for the kid to like actually be your kid at that age, I don't think you should be fostering them.
I mean, I don't know what the rules are.
No, definitely. Well, the rules are you can be 24 and get a 16-year-old.
Was this well within the rules, or was this a fucking terrible mistake? This is, honestly, I don't like the way his hair changed between this lineup
It's
photos.
different stages of dreadlocks.
What's going on here?
So the one on the upper right's the first photo, the one on the bottom is the second one, and then the upper left is the third one.
Yeah, you could tell he started eating. He started eating, growing his hair out.
Yeah.
Got a little chunky.
His name is Eric Johnson, and he's also an accused sex trafficker.
They license him as a foster parent. They license
Who the fuck is this
24-year-old
guy?
pimp as a foster
Charles Colbert,
Cook County Public Guardian. I don't know if I trust him with the kids that much more. He looks like a fucking villain. He looks like the Slugworth at the Willy Wonka chocolate factory.
The fuck? They were paying tax money to him as a foster parent while he was trafficking a 16-year-old girl in DCFS care.
For 3 years now, we've been investigating DCFS. We've uncovered a disturbing pattern by DCFS, bouncing children from home to home and not getting kids like this girl the proper specialized
I like
care.
how they just show like a generic silhouette.
We discovered the teen's case this week when a judge heard evidence of how DCFS hired a psychologist nearly a year ago who told the Child Welfare Agency the girl needed to be in a secure residential treatment sex trafficking program.
So you're saying, on top of everything else, she had a history of being trafficked.
That's right.
And they put her in a home with
She'd already been trafficked.
That's right.
We asked Cook
That's
County
insane.
Public Guardian Charles
The
Goldberg
government
about the
handed
way
her over.
Did somebody
to be
get a
trafficked
kickback
again.
for this?
DCFS handled her case.
She needed a secure residential placement that was highly structured and had an intensive program for victims of sex trafficking. And DCFS never did that. They bounced her around from
Why is this guy
hospital
wearing
to
glasses?
shelter to foster home.
He's outside and it's sunny outside.
The court order we obtained
looks like
says while
Gray
she has waited
Charles.
to get the proper care and placement she needs, the teen has been trafficked, sexually assaulted, shot, lived on the
Shot?
streets. Ultimately, the agency made a pimp the child's foster
Okay,
parent.
okay. After everything that's happened to her, everything's happened.
She should sue the fuck out of
Shot. She was fucking shot, and that still wasn't the worst thing that happened to her. They put her. They put her from foster care under the fucking control of a pimp with criminal record.
Yep.
She had shot on her resume, and they're like, "Oh, don't worry, it's not over yet."
Over this 1 year, this girl has been raped, she's been trafficked, she's been abused, she's been beaten up, and she's been shot. She actually has a bullet in her leg.
We found Johnson has a lengthy criminal record. The teen was placed with him just months after he was released from federal prison after a 24-month sentence.
So he had just been in prison for 2 years, gets out, becomes a foster parent.
Within months.
Yeah, what?
On a firearms charge. Before
I wonder if he's paying off somebody in the system. Like, this sounds like some fucking terrible, like, impossibility.
For that, he spent 3 years in state prison for 2 robbery convictions. Despite all that, Johnson passed placement clearance and was approved by DCFS to become a foster parent.
How does a guy like that get licensed?
Does he have a history with her?
So they just said overall he's done like 5 years in prison, but he's only 24. So his entire adult life, pretty much, he's been in prison.
If you're like somebody's older sibling, they can place you under foster care, right? They could be like, this is my 24-year-old older sister. I'm 16. Like, you can be placed under care of your sister, right? So I think you're able to do that. So I guess there is precedent that someone this young can be a foster parent.
Well,
I know.
that's usually if there's like a family tie there, right?
I guess.
Yeah, it's impossible. It should be impossible. It shocks the conscience. It's of a level of So a level of negligence is criminal.
Johnson's latest charges detailed in this court record say the juvenile victim was being advertised and prostituted on a known
Oh my
sex
God,
website.
he had
What
her on
does it
like
say about the
Backpage or
background
something
checking
like
system
that.
at DCFS?
It says that they're not doing background checks. It says that it's broken. It says that
Yeah, they had her on chestybuyers.com or something like that. They had her on hornyforyoufats.org or something like that.
this dysfunction. It says that maybe we're at the point that we should just abolish DCFS altogether.
Goldberg says he's now exploring the possibility of filing a civil rights lawsuit on behalf of the child against DCFS. We are digging into how all of this happened, and we will stay on it, Joe and Marie.
What's the latest on the girl, Dave?
Great question. The girl is in a shelter, and she is still awaiting a treatment program. They're giving DCFS until March 27th.
You better give her a treatment of
Okay, we know you'll stay on
therapy
it
and
and looking forward to updates on
We got to
this.
find out how
hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Absolutely. All right, Dave Savini, thank you so much.
If that, like maybe even more than that. It's a major oversight.
Because Billy has fat bias? Wow, dude. Wow. I obviously...
Look at this. This is ridiculous. A teacher got fired for showing their class Michelangelo's David, which, by the way, the dick is so small in proportion to the statue's body. The statue's like 30 feet tall, and the dick is like that long.
Can it fit in a nugget sauce cup?
Maybe.
Parental rights. Parents, send your kids out.
I'm not overly familiar with nugget sauce cups as I am Michelangelo's David's dick.
You of the room or
super
avert their
familiar with
eyes.
Michelangelo David's dick.
Well, I saw it in person, and the statue's just so fucking huge, but the dick is just like...
Were you able to like reach up and nuzzle
Set
it
your
with your
children.
nose?
No, you cannot touch it.
It might
Oh.
frighten your family.
Lame.
So I'll give you a moment. Okay, are you ready? This is a 17-foot tall statue of David.
Oh, it's 7 feet.
Made by one of the greatest artists of the Renaissance.
Yeah, and it's all one piece of marble, and it like the right leg is the only thing attaching it to the base. The left leg is kind of floating above it. It's done really well.
In the early
Yeah,
1500s.
The dick actually used to be a big honkin' horker, but the Catholic Church in the 1600s,
The great castration.
yeah, they whittled it down to just be a tiny little. They said they had to be less impressive than the pedophile priests that were going to be teaching the kids at the school. So they whittled it down so the kids wouldn't think that that's what you should expect when they're
Arguably one of the most
priests took
famous
advantage of them.
sculptures in the world. And yes, for the record, David is totally nude. More than 1 million people visit the statue of David
Yeah, it's
every
in
year.
this big ass
It
room.
is the most iconic
There's like armed security guards everywhere.
piece in one of the most visited museums in Florence in Italy. And David's nudity comes with a bit of history. Soon after Michelangelo completed that masterpiece, he also made the Christ the Redeemer statue in Rome and the Creation of Adam fresco for the Sistine Chapel. Both of those works of art are also featuring nude subjects.
Nude Jesus?
When the Catholic Church caught wind of all the nudity, the church banned it, launching the fig leaf campaign of art censorship. Some members of the Vatican called for the figure of
That was
Adam
Adam,
on the
not
ceiling of the
Jesus.
Sistine Chapel. They called for it to be censored. Nude figures.
I heard there's a Christian OnlyFans coming out called Fig Leaf, and it's for like Christian girls who want to do OnlyFans, but they just can't show full nudity.
You heard this?
I that's what I read in my digest.
Oh, your digest?
My digest.
And Michelangelo's other fresco there, The Last Judgment, those nude figures got underpants. His Christ the Redeemer statue got a permanent bronze girdle. And his renowned statue of David got a fig leaf. So that was the 16th century. Sometime around the 20th century, David's detachable fig leaf was finally removed. According to some historians, that happened in
I love it's almost like a YouTube thumbnail. This is nuts with a black bar over David's junk.
1912. Now, today, in the 21st century, a school board in Florida appears to be channeling that 16th century fig leaf campaign.
Oh.
A charter school in the state capital called Tallahassee Classical. The school began teaching Michelangelo's masterpieces to its sixth graders, meeting a school mandate to teach kids in that grade about the Renaissance.
They're
But one
grooming our
parent
children.
complained that the lesson
Yeah. The word grooming has no meaning anymore. It gets thrown around so carelessly.
They're grooming our children. If they see a statue dick, our children will become super gay little trans dancers, dancing for money. Do what you want them to do.
Does that mean like when your kid sees themselves naked, they're being groomed too? Like just knowing that nakedness exists and that penises and genitalia in general exist?
I think a lot of parents actually do act that way, don't they?
Well, they're fucking insane.
They make their kids feel like super fucking uncomfortable about their own bodies, their own nudity. And like I remember when I caught a boner when I was a little kid. I don't remember being into anything sexual, but I got yelled at because I had a pop can in my lap between my legs, and my little Peter was just like moving the pop can with like the boner pulsating. The pop can was just moving and dancing around in my lap.
I didn't need to know.
And my mom got so mad at me because the pop can was. I didn't know what was going on. I was just sitting chilling, but mom had to make me feel bad about having a sick ass Peter that could move a pop
I don't want to
can.
hear this anymore. I
just-
don't want to hear about your mom talking about your boner when you were a little kid. I really don't want to know.
She shamed me.
That's sad because actual grooming does exist. Yes, it's kind of like how it's sad because actual grape exists, but people say they got graped when they didn't really. It sucks when pedophilia actually exists, but people call people pedophiles when they're really not. It sucks when racism actually exists when people get called racist when they're really not. It sucks when transphobia really exists, but people get called transphobic when they're really not. You can use like every like horrible thing that someone can be called. It like gets weaponized, and it sucks because it gets over weaponized because it's actually a real issue that doesn't get taken as seriously as it's supposed to.
Which included Michelangelo's David and the creation of Adam, along with Botticelli's Birth of Venus. That parent complained that the lesson was pornographic. 2 other parents complained that they were not notified in advance that the lesson included nudity that might upset their kids. Seemingly,
if your 6th grader is upset by the statue of Michelangelo's statue of David, they're upset because their dick is less impressive than Michelangelo of David's dick. That's the only reason a 6th grader is going to be upset. Be like, oh, fuck.
I saw Bill Maher talking about this recently, and he made a joke about how, like, David's dick would make a 4th grader feel adequate. So...
Inspired by Governor Ron DeSantis' parental rights / don't say gay legislation, that Tallahassee Charter School Board passed a rule last month requiring 2 weeks advance notice.
I have to wonder how big David's pecker was originally. Was it just like honking? Was like a third arm?
He posed for it?
Well, I mean, it wasn't not the real David's like a biblical character. There was probably a model.
If he was a biblical character, then it's probably gigantic.
Well, David is the one who slayed Goliath in the Old Testament.
With his dick?
No, with a sling.
For parents.
Was it his jockstrap that he pulled off of his dick?
Potentially controversial.
No, I mean, it was way more common 4,000 years ago when that story supposedly happened.
I also have
for
to
people
wonder,
to just be naked all the time.
I also have to wonder about fictional people's genitalia.
I was wondering about the statue before they broke off the dick and put a fig leaf and then reconstructed the little mini.
Did they
dick.
actually broke the dick off? Was it actually that big?
And they like plastered fig leaves on for a little while.
I knew the fig leaf came on.
And then there was some restoration here to create the little mini pecker that he has now.
So fucked up.
Yeah.
Give him a honker
Chairman
back.
of the school's board, who wants Tallahassee Classical to be on the cutting edge of DeSantis' education agenda, he said parental rights are supreme, and that means protecting the interests of all parents, whether it's 1, 10, 20, or 50. In this case, the interests of the 3 parents who spoke up about Michelangelo's scandalous masterpieces, that was apparently enough to force the school's principal out of her job.
Yeah, okay, so the principal got fired because this shit was being taught at a private charter school. And it's literally just art, like art history.
Last week, the school's board voted that the principal would be fired if she did not resign over this Renaissance history lesson. In a statement,
we had a teacher at my high school that was an art teacher that got fired because the school found out that he had done nude modeling for art classes at a different, like an adult institution totally separate from our school, and they still fired him because we had a religious school.
Released.
It's like all of the art that the Catholic Church commissioned back during the Renaissance that has nude people in it all had actual human models that art was modeled after.
After news of her ouster was published, the principal said the chairman of the school's board was more concerned about litigation and appeasing a small minority of parents rather than trusting my expertise as an educator.
Dan Kellogg says, why not just make the 3 kids sit out and let everyone make fun of them later?
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's when bullying does some good.
25
Are you sure that the Michelangelo's David sculpture's penis used to be bigger?
I'm not 100% sure.
I thought I was joking about it, and then
I would think it was more proportionate, because if you can sculpt something out of marble and make it look like
I can't
perfect.
believe they were fighting in the fan chat. This is unacceptable.
Thank you.
Very bad
You were
and
doing
no
it
good.
too.
Don't blame Ruby
You were
Jules for
doing
all
it
of
too.
it.
Thank you, Teddy.
Causing
Yeah,
all the
yeah,
problems.
yeah.
Garbage Island for those who
voice of
follow
reason
laws.
from Teddy. Thank you.
I would like to think that if you're a master of sculpting like he was, and you can make like literally every muscle and every bone and everything look perfect, you could make a proportional penis to a 17-foot tall man.
It's because in the sign of the times, the times it came from,
When it was
ancient Greek, they didn't care about giant penises. They were actually kind of gaudy.
Well, I'm not talking about giant. I'm talking about just proportionate to the size.
A smaller penis was
a
actually
17-foot tall man would have a larger penis in proportion to their body.
But it was actually a taste thing. Historically, the taste for penis was smaller penis. Here, I'll bring up.
I don't want to talk.
You want to talk about the penis, Ben?
No, I don't.
You said just now you wanted to know
Tallahassee
about how
Classical
big
might
his
actually
penis
already
was.
be on the cutting edge of Governor DeSantis' education policies, because just a couple of weeks ago, the Florida legislature introduced a series of education bills to expand the state's parental rights Don't Say Gay law, which bans instruction in public schools on sexual orientation and gender identity and age-inappropriate content.
So, Ben.
No.
While you are focused on the honk and dong being important.
I'm not.
There's a few
it was
things,
just a fleeting thought.
There's a few things that go into the thought process
Like
of why the
nudity.
penis wasn't as big. One, male genitalia size was typically
Those regulations, which are
modest
currently
to
in effect through
diminished
third grade,
in Renaissance
and they are
art.
now-
Cool.
It was partially a throwback to the art of ancient Greece, where nudes tended to emphasize the beauty of youth. The female equivalent, as you often see, is women with diminished breast size and a complete lack of pubic hair. Two, Michelangelo's other works of art were more or less consistent in having a modest to small penis. For example, Adam's detail on the Sistine Chapel. The same is true of Leonardo or the Vitruvian Man, Titan, etc. And the point that also could be made is, without going into too much detail, is the article cited by doctors who aren't art historians. They think the penis should be bigger, but you have to be skeptical because the art historians have more of a
Now
history
seeking to extend
with the
those
small
regulations
penis
for older
and the
students as well.
virtuism of youth,
The
and
governor-
also
Cool.
not to distract the viewer.
Are you going to make this go on as long as you possibly
Not
can?
to distract the
Okay.
viewer
Yeah, whatever.
from
This is
the rest
nonsense.
of the
own
body.
expansion of the law.
This
to
is
12th
this is a
grade.
peer-reviewed
Teachers who
statement. Ben.
violate the board's proposed rule could be suspended or
When
have
you
their
think
teaching
about a big
licenses
honk and
revoked.
dong, it's not always about the
State Board
dong.
of Education will
Sometimes
vote on
it's
the
about the
proposed rule
form
next month
of the
so
body.
Get your fig leaves ready.
The beautiful body.
We got this has something to do with the creator of the libs of TikTok.
So one of the saddest and most painful
Tucker
lies they keep
Carlson.
telling you is you're imagining it if you think children are being physically mutilated in the name of gender ideology. But it's actually real. We wish it weren't. We wish we were imagining it. Hospitals brag about these surgeries. And we know this really because of the founder of a Twitter handle called Libs of TikTok, Haya Raychik. She's reported on it extensively. Of course, this has infuriated people who are dedicated to lying, like Sandy Cortez. You're a liar, she said. And she called Haya Raychik that directly. So Raychik decided to go pay Sandy Cortez a visit. Here's how it went.
If
few weeks ago, AOC lied about me on the House floor.
Ms. Navaroli, are you familiar with the account Libs of TikTok? That account posted false information about Boston Children's Hospital, claiming that they were providing hysterectomies to children.
So
Listen to this
I
music.
am right outside the Cannon building, and I'm going to go inside and hopefully meet AOC and ask her why she lied about me and get some answers. I don't think anyone's here. Hi. 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 Is the Congresswoman in?
No, she's not.
Okay. Is the person who's in charge of protect policy in?
No.
Okay. Yeah, so basically, she lied about me on the House floor a couple of weeks ago. So I just wanted to ask her why she lied about me.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Why is she lying on her dick?
Okay, so I don't think we're gonna get to talk to her. We don't.
I don't think we're gonna get to talk to her.
I think that door slammed.
I love that, like, people who are politically aligned, like, she's so easy to hate. You don't have to be a liberal or a conservative to hate this woman. She's pretty fucking miserable. Her delivery of everything, her failure, her fucking limp rag approach to getting something done. This is all deplorable. But if you are a conservative, she is your fucking hero.
I remember when I think she got doxxed or something. I can't remember who did it, but everyone was freaking out about it.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've seen what she looks like.
She got doxxed, and then she became, I'm now Instagram influencer, I'm now Libs of TikTok influencer. I might as well become super famous and boring because I was doxxed.
It's really telling, so I don't think they want to talk to us. Dear AOC, please don't lie about American citizens. Love, Chaya.
Chaya. The Dems probably do want to ban TikTok. I don't think she'd want to ban TikTok. That's where she gets most of her content from.
She's wearing a shirt that says ban TikTok.
Yeah, I think it might be tongue in cheek because her entire website is pulling liberal TikToks and putting them on Twitter. Starting up a tip train for you sweet boys. Thank you. We need the tip train. We literally have 15 minutes left of tonight's episode. We've been going all night long. We're 90.46% of the way to our goal. Win, lose, or draw. We're done. D-O-N-E, done in 15 minutes.
I'm actually going to go to bed now. It's getting pretty late where I am.
Yeah, it is pretty late where you are.
Yeah, Josh,
Yeah.
thanks for hanging with us. Thank you for, talking about penis so much tonight. That was nice.
Yeah, I mean, I love penis, dude. I can't help myself. But you guys have a good night. Pay these boys. They deserve it.
Thank you. Thank
Later,
you.
guys.
Later.
Cheers, brother. DJ Fix Soul coming through with the $6.66. You didn't get to hit the $6.66 tonight, huh? Was it who ruined that? Was it Egghead with his massive dono?
It might have been
That
his
massive dono.
his rage dono.
Massive dono. I always feel bad when Fix Soul doesn't get to hit the $666.66 goal.
Funny is that Sandy Cortez would not exist as a public figure were it not for social media. She literally filmed herself applying makeup, and yet her staff seemed shocked that maybe this is on video. Hi, Right Chick is the founder of Libs of TikTok, and the woman you just saw in that video. She joins us now. Hi, thank you so much for coming on. I mean, did you think that she would own up to the provable lie she told about you? I mean, she claimed that something didn't happen that you proved on video did happen. Did you think she would admit that?
AOC claimed that I
It's that satellite
lied
delay.
about Boston Children's Hospital.
Go back
She
to her
claimed-
not talking.
It's like a weird satellite delay.
Oh, I think it's better than her actually talking is all.
AOC claimed that I
Start
lied
reading
about
the
Boston
script.
Children's Hospital. She claimed that I inspired a bomb threat, and I absolutely had no expectations for her to own up to it. I went to her office, and I was ready to sit down with her and get to the bottom of this and
Well, I
explain
mean,
it.
like normally when you're a congressperson, you make appointments for people to. You don't just like take anyone that knocks on your door and sit down.
She
and have
lied on my name, and when I showed up, she wasn't even anywhere around.
She lied on her dick.
And I don't know if she was in the office or not, but she cowered away. I don't think she would ever face me or ever have a discussion about it. But I, as an American citizen, I don't appreciate being defamed in front of millions of people. So I wanted to confront her, and she cowered.
And thank you for adding details there that I should have added in the intro. She accused you of inspiring violence.
Is Sandy Cortez, is that Ocasio-Cortez?
Yeah, I think so.
Are they calling her Sandy Cortez?
Her real name is Alexandra.
Yeah,
So
Ocasio-Cortez, AOC.
I would usually do like Alex.
Are they calling her Sandy, or is that like what she goes by now?
I don't think. I think that's their little nickname for her, but someone else could tell me. I don't know.
What's her college nickname?
Act.
Yeah,
666.
and she is unfortunately protected by legislative privilege, so she is allowed to lie about me in a committee hearing, and not just that.
You're allowed to lie unless you're under oath. You can lie.
She's allowed to lie.
Protected. Lying is protected by the First Amendment as long as it's not, defamatory. I don't know if her shit was necessarily defamatory. I don't even think it was lying, but I'm just saying.
Tucker's never lied. That's one thing you could say about Tucker.
No, he doesn't lie.
He's always fair and balanced.
To call on big tech to censor people who she disagrees with. That's what she did in the hearing, and that is really scary.
It's really scary. And thank you for
really
trying to
scary.
face her directly, which is a nice thing to do.
A nice thing to do. It's ain't shit. It's a fucking stupid.
Subscribe to the.
It's a nothing burger. She showed up to the office, got nothing, and you put her on TV. You fed nothing to the audience. It was a fucking nothing. So stupid. That's really, really scary. And I want to thank you for being so brave and showing up to a fucking Congress office. Fuck out of here. I want to thank you for allowing us to put Sandy Cortez in our title.
Yeah, like if Congress representatives were like required to sit down and have a meeting with everyone that knocked on their door, there would just be like a long line of people bitching about everything.
Why
And
did
they'd
you
just
lie
sit
about
there.
me? You got to go fucking, who was it? Anderson Cooper? Who was the one that called you extreme alt-right podcast? Or obscure alt-right podcast? Who was the CNN pundit?
Who was it? What?
Who referred to you as an obscure alt-right podcast?
It was some pundit that I don't remember, but it was on Jake Tapper's show, but Jake Tapper wasn't there that day.
You gotta go follow that
So
guy.
then I don't remember the other guy's name, but then he did like a Twitter retraction. Jake Tapper like mentioned us on Twitter
You
the next
better.
day.
Did he say not alt-right?
I'm pretty sure it's still out there too.
Just saying. You're going to have to go knock on their office. They're lying on your name.
I'm lying on my dick.
Well, Trumpster Bob is now our assassin. We just have to campaign for Trump. And he'll be our character assassin.
On my dick.
I wonder if Tucker practiced that befuddled look or if he falls into a trance when people are talking. I think he's got resting fucking dumb face, and he uses it every time because it says more than he could say in actual words. That's a perfect face to go into because you don't have to own anything being said, but you get to perpetrate that it's so real and so you get to co-sign it without being held accountable.
Yeah.
Such a fucking weenie maneuver.
L7 weenie. L7 weenie.
Square. Wow.
We got 9 minutes of the show left.
9
eight minutes left of the show.
8 minutes.
Yeah.
We're literally goners. If you want to be gone, Aria, giving a small pittance
Gone
of your
Rira.
tithings will allow us to hit our goal tonight.
Yeah.
We're
Please tithe to us.
$63.02 away. Today we started at $210, and I thought to myself, there's no fucking way we're hitting the goal tonight. There's no fucking way. And I was even going to call it. I was going to call it a show at 2 hours. I was like, no, Ben, we have to give up. 2-hour show tonight. And now it's almost 5 damn hours. We're so close.
Where would I be without you people? And when I say you people, I mean literally you people. You're wonderful, all of you. It's so amazing. Everything you do for us. Group hug. I'm just like my nose just feels so fucking terrible right now.
It also helps that we just banned all of our patrons for fighting. So.
I didn't ban anybody.
Oh, shit.
I did not ban anybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
Republicans want parents to have a bigger say in their kids' education, and they
This
think
is all
they're
I got. Someone take us home.
Seth, thank you for hitting those milestones with us tonight.
could get it done.
It's called the Parents' Bill of Rights. Chad Pergram breaks down the legislation from Capitol Hill.
The bill is passed.
House Republicans passed legislation Friday dubbed the Parents' Bill of Rights. It requires schools publicize curriculum. That includes providing parents with a list of students.
So now parents get to control what their schools, what their kids' schools teach them, which, I mean, there should be like an agreed upon curriculum that's decided upon by educators, not the parents.
Should we cancel schools?
No.
To train.
Tip
train. Tip train.
Should we just start doing online classes and you can pick and choose what sort of education you're going to get? Put everybody in a meat farm room with computers. They just show up. They go to school or they work in the morning and then they do hard labor at the computer at night.
Schools must offer parents 2 meetings with teachers each year.
It's just another check off on all what we said we would do.
The goal is for parents to have more insight into learning and guard against what Republicans call woke education. Every Democrat voted against the bill.
The extreme MAGA Republicans want to jam their right-wing ideology down the throats
This is, they pumped him out of the Obama clone machine.
of students,
Hakeem
teachers,
Jeffries.
and parents throughout America.
It's another culture.
He even has some of the same cadence. America.
War brewing. Last year saw a record number of efforts to censor library books, more than 1,200 attempts, double the amount in 2021. Conservatives registered a majority of those complaints.
Republicans want to ban books on Martin Luther King Jr.
Republicans zero.
Martin Luther King Jr. was not a cute little kid. If that book says he was a cute little kid, Higgs Strand. Yes. If that book says a cute little kid, then that book needs to be banned because Martin Luther King was a grown-ass man.
He was a cute little kid at one
grown-ass
point.
man with a beard. Oh, the oratorical got us to the goal. $20 over.
Sweet bois.
Sweet bois. Thank you all for getting us to this goal tonight. I thought for sure the streak would end and we would all suffer. And here, with but 4 minutes left, we know we live to die a different day.
You know, you ever watch Extreme Makeover Home Edition back in the day? How, like, every episode they have a deadline and they're always like, we're never going to make our deadline. Oh, my God. How are we going to do it? Oh, man, we're almost out of time. And then they do it every time.
How do they do it every time?
I don't know. I don't know.
Look at that huge dick hero. A couple of huge dick heroes. A lot of huge dick heroes tonight. A lot of you were swinging more meat than Michelangelo's David tonight. Even if you feel like you were lying on your dick and you didn't get donations, it doesn't matter. You hung out with us. You had a good time. That's what matters. Those of you that didn't have a good time and still hung out with us, appreciate your support and your fight in the fan chat.
You all deserve a complimentary dick plasty.
Get your plasty.
Dick plasty. Dick plasty. Dick plasty. Oh, yeah. Anyone playing the Diablo 4 beta? It's free right now. I think it's only available for like another 24 hours or so. I think tomorrow, like all day, it's available and then it ends. If you guys are going to play, you should jump in. I think I'll I think I'll jump into general chat in the Discord for a little while. If you guys want to jump on in, I'll go over there and play. Join the Discord. There's a link in the description if you want to check it out. I'll be in the general voice. I'm going over there as soon as the stream ends. Good night, everybody. It was fun.
Good night, guys.
Bye.